conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Thank God it's Friday. Welcome to another edition of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And of course, this is the Art Pop Culture program where we tend to give you interesting stories, dramas that have been making rounds in the entertainment industry and also on social media. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mokonta. We'll be doing this 1 hour together. So first story on our list is fast rising Afrobeat star Niles Boy intends to feature Davido on his song. And for this, he has crafted what might be the most interesting campaign yet in Nigerian music. Niles Boy intends to visit all Nigerian 36 states, and for this, he has one message, which is to kneel and ask Davido for a verse.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Hello, good morning, Nigeria. It's an exciting weekend, I must say. I am so happy this morning. The news of the release of the abducted rural local government schools, the students, the teachers, the staff of the schools that were all abducted. I am so happy, very happy. And somehow I want to believe that Nigeria is also happy, and everybody seems to, really be in a very exciting spirit this moment. And I also pray and wish that the same grace, the same security intervention that has been shown to these abducted school children and the teachers be also shown to others that are still in captivity. Yes, they are not just the ones in the captivity. There are also other stories of abducted citizens that are still in the hands of the captives and captors rather. And I pray that this same grace, this same security expertise, be shown on them as well. Welcome to New Day on Signature Television. My name is Christopher Lely. I'll be right back for newspaper review. Stay with us. Straight to the newspaper review on our desk this morning. The first story here is Saturday Independent. On Saturday Independent, we shall be looking at the major headlines so far. Tinubu promises justice for beheaded Oyo teacher. Praises Makinde over rescue of abducted pupils. Still on this very paper, APC confirms Shetima as Tinubu's running mate, confident of 2027 victory. Gowon, Obasanjo, Babangida, others urged to intervene in proposed NYSC reforms. FCCPC floors airpiece over ticket pricing. A rider says, as quote, affirms Commission's power to investigate consumer price complaints. Right, Nigeria's 28 million invisible children without legal identity. How task-based scams replaced Yahoo as new fraud trend. All right, that's just about it on the Saturday Independent newspaper. We'll take a look at the Weekend Trust. On the Weekend Trust, Lithium, Kaduna's buried wealth. 2027, Tinubu to run with Shetima. You can find that on page 9 of the Weekend Trust. Kidnappers arrested as abducted Oyo pupils rescued. Kidnappers arrested as abducted Oyo pupils rescued. That you can find on page 8 of the Weekend Trust. Still on the Weekend Trust, mandate hijack. How 16 MDAs got 206 billion naira for constituency projects. All right, there you can see the national budget and insertions. All right, that's just about it on the Weekend Trust. Now let's take a look at the Saturday weekend. Of the Saturday weekend, finally, all your pupils, teachers rescued. Rider says 9 terrorists killed, 8 arrested, coming from federal government. And the rider says Tinubu celebrates marking the thanks all. Intrigues over the rescue. Okay, still on the Saturday Vanguard. Lagos, tankers bring Apapa to a standstill. 2027, Tinubu retains Shetima as running mate. Delta, why anti-open grazing law failed. You can find that on page 13. PFIPC scandal. How Senate blocked probe of 1.3 billion naira undefended budget. Rot in judiciary. It's now a common talk that politicians own some judges. Mato speaking there. You can find that on page 22. NFF elective congress. Campaign against NFF board thickens. Page 18 has that very story. And finally, insecurity. EU Parliament condemns killings in Middle Belt. That you can find on page 25. All of this on Saturday Vanguard to get more details. Now let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. On the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, nomination lists. NDC may run into crisis. CBN targets 2.0 trillion naira treasury bills insurance in July amid tight liquidity push. And Nigerians to pay more as green task implementation begins at seaports. IMF report on budget spending sparks debate. Rider says as controversy trails claim of 8.8 trillion naira of budget spending, it is misleading, incorrect, no evidence provided. Federal government speaking there. 8.8 trillion naira expenditure is not budgeted. Tinubu should resign. Obi spoke out. Osun 2026. Don't sell your PVCs. APC governorship candidate tells electorate. Ghost agency. How controversial DG lived in Oyo Palace got disowned by late monarch. Health. Early menopause may raise lifetime heart disease risk by 40%. That's coming from a study. And finally, how interest rates, credit crunch remain disincentive to private sector investment. All right, that's just about it on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. That's wrap it up on the newspaper this morning. Now we head over to the Oracle with us in the studio. That is Maduka himself, Chris Maduka, the voice of the people, and of course the eyes of the gods. Good morning and welcome to New Day.
Good morning, Chris.
How are you doing?
Well, we thank God for another day of life, and Nigeria moves on. It rolls on. We seem to have some things to celebrate, some things to sorrow about, and that's Nigeria for you.
Let's start with the celebration. How do you feel about the release of the abducted school children and the teachers?
Actually, I forgot to bring my bottle of wine. I wanted to toast to Nigerian security. At least once in a while, they should prove that
they are working.
They are working.
Right.
And you know, one thing about security issue, like the Agama lizard said, if you do not do what makes you Agama lizard, children will eat Agama lizard in both rainy season and dry season. So for the Nigerian security to have proven once that they are capable of doing this kind of job, and Nigerians believe they can do it. It's just that they were saying at a point they cannot imagine what is happening to them. There are so much, things that did not join. Some people, they have been, some things have crippled under the Nigerian security system, making them not to be able to perform very well. But this particular initiative, this particular venture, this particular achievement has shown that Nigerian security forces are still what they are. You know, no matter how a cow suffers from diarrhea, the meat of that cow will still fill a basket when it's killed. That's one thing. And the leopard is known by the spots on the body. No wonder the Southwest Nigerians named their security forces a Moteku. That's the leopard. You know it by this the spots on the body. Nigerian securities are one of the best when it comes to Africa continent. So when these security issues begin to crop up and they were rendering them useless, as if they don't exist, so they have proven that we are still here no matter what has happened. So we give them kudos to Nigerian security forces, the combined team that rescued the children, because, you know, when I told you the story of the kite that went on, the kites, there were little kites, I don't know what they call them, went on little hunting spree. When they went there, they pick a roast, that's a small chicken, and they came back for, okay, they first picked the duckling. And when they came back, the mother asked them, what the mother of this small duck said. He said, they didn't make any noise, though. So the mother kite said, better go and drop this duckling back. When that person did not speak much, something is wrong. So when they get and pick a small chicken and they came back and said, what did the mother of this one say? He said, I was shouting. I said, just enjoy yourself. That one has shown you where. I think Nigerian security issues should be played much down than the way we play it out in the social media and the traditional media. Everything is like Nollywood. When you watch Nollywood actors, he will sit down in his house. When he want to go and visit a friend, instead of making it a suspense, he will tell you, I'm going to go to KK's house. When I go there, I will kill him. I will fight him. He has done a woo. It's a audio and video platform. So if you move to KK's house, we will see you moving. We will see what you're going to do there. So I think our security issues have been watered up the way we handle it. But the security experts know better. I'm not analyzing newspaper headlines. So let's move on, Chris. We don't have much time. Nigeria, while I know they finish.
At all, you know they finish. Okay, so let's look at the elections, you know, that are around the corner. We have one, I think, in Ekiti today, the local government elections. What are your expectations? I do
not expect anything.
There's not any drama.
No, there's no drama. The winner takes it all. You know, the sitting governors are emperors. We don't have democracy. So when they cry, it's because if it doesn't favor them, they make noise. From head to toe, Nigeria is winner, takes it all. Let them come and quote me. I said it. From experience in Nigeria, I've been around. I'm not a small kid. It has been a winner, takes it all. But that will be, and that has remained the bane of Nigeria. Nothing works. Nothing works. A party will do everything to get to power. When they get to power, they begin to dispose power like there's nothing that matters. And when they go, people will talk about them. The new people will come repeat the same. Look at what happened. Are you talking about what happened? How did the Goodluck Jonathan, his tenure ended? The forces that moved him, where are they? Most of them are the ones in power today. What is happening? What has changed? It is the same pot that is cooking on Nigerian leadership and politicians. You know why Nigerian politics and democracy seem to be a unique one? we have selfishness embedded. If we have people-centric democracy or structure, when you get there, in as much as nobody expects that you will go there and come out poorer than you left, you went in there. You will at least do more for the people that have trust put you there, so that people, Nigerian people, will begin to create trust for politics or leadership. Now once it's a cyclist who visits your house, when you are seeing the person off, that's Nigerian politician. Once they finish visiting you, they want to go off. They will give you the backside when they want to climb their bike, and that's it. And you will not see them again until another 4 years. I told you a story here what my professor told me. Nigerian politicians think Nigerian electorates are commercial sex workers. You come and meet them when you need them. That's it. Another 4 years. Another 4 years is coming. They are in Abuja. You won't see them anywhere. Horse trading. And when it is the heat of the time, they will just visit the villages to do bubu yaya. Knock heads. Divide Nigeria further with ethnicism and politics and religion. And go back to Abuja. It will never work for them again. And I pray it will. Because Nigerians are becoming aware. It is not good. I told you about the man from my place when they are telling me, it's all right, it's all right. It's easy. In Igbo land, it's blindness. So when somebody who is blind will be there, they were talking about, it's all right. The man said, the boy said, by the way, what are you people saying? It's not all right, though. If it's all right, go and become blind. What they are doing, Nigerian politics and the way it's going, is no more all right.
Someone made a statement some time ago that these politicians, their payroll should be very low, so the people will not get into office with the mind of making it. Instead, the right thoughts, the right-minded people will now be the one to come into office because they want to make a difference, not because of the money. And secondly, these politicians, their families must be based in Nigeria. They must school in government school, and they have to go to government hospitals. They also have to use government facilities. Maybe that way to also encourage them to take government's projects seriously.
Chris, that's the beauty of having, at least you still have your mind to think. But that's wishful thinking. I've told you the illusion of, if you want to separate fight, please don't allow the push to take place. Nigerian politicians has grown teeth, corruptive teeth. The molars of Nigerian politicians is built on corruption to uproot the molar of corruption in their teeth. If from the original concept of Nigeria, people who are writing the constitution or the one they reviewed, amended, or whichever one, had embedded this into it, and people have been following rule of law, practicalizing it, by now, we would have consolidated on. What are you talking about? That people will kill. You know how many people that die anytime we have election in Nigeria? For them to go to Abuja. It's because of the attraction. Just check one allowance a Nigerian National Assembly member is taking home. And they are the people who will sit down there and talk about 70,000 naira minimum wage. That doesn't tell you that it's animal farm overloaded.
Or is it the 100,000 naira for armies that we just had recently?
That is, and these are the ones. Once they attach you to guard any of them, they will give you money to go and buy starched khaki, looking smart, and they will carry the gun bought by federal government to protect them. They will have so many of them. And they will corrupt them because over time they will start eating what the leftovers, and then they will think if you cross, they will kill you. Protecting the oppressors. That is Nigeria for you. So what we are talking about is, if we ever make it so unattractive that if you are going there to serve, to write your name on the marble of Nigerian history, people who develop Nigeria. When the people are going there for their... A Nigerian governor started the philosophy of stomach infrastructure, and it is stuck. All of them, along the line, when they are about to finish the office, they come up with one slang. Fayoshe, they tell us about stomach infrastructure. Who among Nigerian 109 senators, 347 or thereabout of Federal House, the governors, local government chairmen, call one of them that their children are schooling in Nigeria. Call any of the commissioner of information in any state in Nigeria that their children are schooling in Nigeria. Can't you see the error? The rot. And we are pretending. Who will use his head to break this coconut? It requires what you call the hard political will from the top to change these things, and things will normalize. Not when I'm speaking and I'm not doing. Follow my words, not follow my action. How can look at the Nigerian politicians in leadership positions these days? Look at them. Look at how they live. Look at the convoy. Look at the cost of cars. Look at how they feed. Look at the allowances line up. And look at the life of an average Nigerian now as we talk. And they're looking for who will tell them that this thing will be a bomb. It will explode one day. Nigerians are resilient. It won't continue for too long. This is why I'm crying, is that one day, my father told me a story, whether it's true or not. You know those days of Azikiwe and all the people, they tell children a lot of stories that you start seeing politicians then as gods, legendary figure. He said Azikiwe told the people when they sat down before the army struck, that let them change, that it's like corruption has started coming into politics. That let everybody, these army boys, if they come, nobody know who will be killed. My father told me that Azikiwe said something like that, whether it's true or not, but he pointed at the fact that we're not expecting it because the army has been swallowed up, the security has been swallowed up. We're not expecting anything. It might be that the people one day will say, we don't tire.
I hope that's energy.
That is, and it's going to be more dangerous. You know, if you have mutiny and you have people you point out, it's easy to quell them. But imagine when you wake up, the whole Nigeria say, this rot. You ask the grandmother, he say, we are tired, let's go. If not die, everybody say, corruption the way it's going in Nigeria will get to a point where everybody from head to toe will say, we reject corruption because the consequences will be so deadly, like being in hell. Imagine that. We have not been there before, but they told us that going to hell is, that's how some people describe Nigeria as hell. Okay. You know, so many things are happening. So every country of the world is getting Nigeria.
We are very much behind time. In a very
that's why
few seconds.
I was thinking that, okay, go ahead.
Just your parting shot in a very few seconds.
The second. Of course, I won't forget my parting shot. Nigeria, we held the God bless Nigeria. The passion of this Saturday morning, the morning coffee. He said, it was warming up before Chris stopped me. He said, no time. But the much you have sipped in is enough to warm your body and warm me too. The passion we need to make Nigeria a better place is our concern. Join us on this journey. Don't think we are against it. If you think we are talking too much, because you are doing too much, so let's change. Let us all become the change you want Nigeria to be. God bless you everywhere you are watching Signature TV. And God bless me too. God bless Chris. God bless all our crew here. But remember, that God blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. Thank you.
All right, then we'll be jumping off for a short break. When we come back, we have our first interview this morning. Please stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back to Newspaper Review. Welcome back to a new day. All right, so we go to our first interview this morning where we are looking at political build-ups, 2027 political build-ups. Nigeria's democratic system under threat. That's the question on the lips of many Nigerians. And to help us do justice to this conversation is Emperor Jackson Ojo. Good morning and welcome to New Day. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Okay. All right. So, looking at the general election coming up 2027, would you say that the democracy is under threat, or is it a normal politics as usual?
Thank you for having me once again. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, I can hear you, please. Thank you.
Yeah, yes. To me, the way everything is, with the look of things now, I don't see any serious preparatory movement towards a free, fair, and transparent election. And if we are expecting to have election in the next few months, and some other political parties are there in the court trying to see if they are registrable, they are not registrable, then what are we talking about? I think as of today, it's only one political party that is very peaceful and at rest. So that is it.
Okay. But the thoughts of many Nigerians, regarding the recent interview that Peter Obi had with a journalist, where he said that it's not just about him campaigning or going for the elections 2027. He's also scared for his life and other opposition figures. What's your take on that? Do you think democracy, or shall I say politics, well, I don't know if it's just a Nigerian thing, but right from time, people have always known or perceived politics to be a dirty or deadly game, in quotes. But do you think this is becoming extremely out of hand, or is just a normal politics happening?
This is an application to serious anarchy across the country. See, it is only when the people are happy, all the political parties, all the contestants are happy and feel safe. That is when we can be expecting to have a good election. But if somebody of Peter Obi's caliber, somebody that has been governor for 8 years, has been advisor to the president for maybe 4 years, contested the last election, and he almost won the election. If somebody like that cried out openly, not through any spokesperson, only himself, he is not sure he will be alive to even partake in the next election, 2027. And since that comment, there is nothing that the military, the paramilitary, the security, there is nothing anybody has said. They are, instead of to take that matter very seriously, they will be condemning him, they will be insulting him. So, God forbid, if anything eventually happens to that man, are you sure his supporters across the country will take it lightly? Then, if anything happens to him, there is no other presidential candidate that will feel safe. Then there will be serious chaos across the country. And if this chaos may lead to anything, then there will be election. So God forbid. This is not the statement of Mr. Peter Obi, I think, is what the federal government should take too seriously, because that has to do with the safety of a presidential candidate. So it is the duty of the federal government to quickly tell the security agencies to take the matter too seriously, to build more security around him, around his house, and everything. But no, they are politicizing everything. It's very wrong.
Okay, so we are going to just deviate for a second. We'll come back to this conversation. You know, as a security expert that you are, and also executive protection specialist, you remember the story of the Oyo kidnap victims that made the headlines, and sadly, a teacher was lost in the process. But just yesterday, it was official that they've been released, and even some of the people that abducted them were also arrested. What is your take on this? How do you feel about this news?
Number one thing, I think it was a great news and great relief to me, member of my family, and I want to congratulate the children, their families, the people of Oyo State, and all Nigerians. At least, even if we are not ready to go into how were they released, we understand. Even if you don't want to go to that now, I still want to congratulate everybody, and I want to give glory to the Most High God. And I want to appreciate the governor of Oyo State, and I want to appreciate the media too, that have been hammering on this thing. That is it. Congratulations to everybody. But then there are a lot of things, there are a lot of questions people like us as security experts may want to ask, because there are some things that we really need to know that nobody has informed us. They said about 7 of the abductors, about 7 of them have been arrested and kept. I hope these people are not just the people that are being imprisoned already, that they don't want to display to the public. I hope that is it, because there is trust deficit. Nigerians do not trust the leaders again, because they have come out several times to tell us lies. So that is why a lot of us may be very skeptical. So that is it. We need to know more about this. But congratulations to all the parents across the country. Congratulations to all the children across the country, that their colleagues that have been in the bush for 53 days have been released. That is it.
All right, so let's also look at it from the angle of the duration. Do you think this was a good time? When I mean good time, like looking at how long they've been, do you think they would have been rescued earlier and not now? Or do you think it does not matter? The important thing is that they have been rescued. And what do you think this tells about the government, you know, having this situation for such a long time?
Well, I will always want to appreciate the security forces, because if there was any political seriousness towards this, these children wouldn't have been there for 5 days. But you discover that when they were kidnapped, Mr. President himself was in Lagos doing the gubernatorial primaries in Lagos. He never made any public statement. He never addressed the country. You understand? And even when they were kidnapped, there was the presidential primaries too in Ibadan. We had the governor of Oyo State too. He emerged as the presidential candidate of RPC or whatever they call it. And do you know when they were kidnapped, after like 3 days, the first lady that's supposed to be the mother of everybody in Nigeria was in Ekiti State dancing in a political campaign or whatever. So a lot of things like this, there was nothing bad that during the kidnap of these children, that the teacher was gruesomely murdered. There was nothing bad if the political activities of this country was suspended for at least 5 days. And within that 5 days, all hands should be on deck. But 53 days after, that is why people like us find it difficult to congratulate the federal government or the state government. But I want to applaud the press. I want to applaud National Union of Teachers that went on strike and they went on serious protest. I want to appreciate every other Nigerian. But if this thing, I doubt if this thing could happen in Burkina Faso, that children will be abducted and within that same country, and they would have been there for 53 days. And those people had the effrontery to make call, and you cannot use that call to track them down. No, that is it. To me, there is no political seriousness, there is no willpower. Honestly, there is no willpower for these people to want to. They are not perturbed. That is it. They just see it as well. It has been happening. This is the turn of the Southwest now. That's the way they look at it. But I think that thing that happened in Oyo State should have woken up the government seriously, because this thing was in the northeast, northwest, north central. It has raised its ugly head now to the southwest. Far Oyo. After Oyo, where do you go? You are going to Lagos. So what are we talking about this? So that is it. I'm not going to applaud the federal government at all, honestly.
Okay, so that is really understandable. Many Nigerians stand on the same point that you just stated out right now. But do you see this scenario not happening again? Because in as much as many Nigerians are excited that these kidnapped victims have been released, do you see this scenario not happening again in another state, in another location? Do you think the government, they are proactive enough to put in place measures to make sure things like this don't happen again?
Even if the 7 persons arrested among the abductors, even if it is true, then according to eyewitness in that place, they said they came on motorbikes and almost 300 of them. If out of 300, you are able to arrest 7 persons, you understand? What is how are we sure that the remaining 293, they are not going to gather again to move to towards another direction? Because nobody was expecting anything of sort in Oyo State. And that is the reason everybody, they are so relaxed. And these people now, are you sure they are going to strike again in Oyo State? These people are not static. They are very, very dynamic. Before you know what is happening, they will just move to wherever nobody is expecting them. And they will strike again because they have not been monitored. There should be drones across the country, across all the forests, in any part of this country. Nigeria government can afford that. To check the movement of these people. So it may happen again because there is no structure on ground, there is no strategy on ground to forestall further occurrence of such.
All right, thank you for sharing your thoughts on this very subject matter. Now let's go back to the conversation we are having now. We're still looking at 2027 political build-ups. If the democracy is under threat, what roles do you think the civil organizations, civil societies, NGOs, media and the rest can play, to protect the democracy, the value of democracy, and also to hold the government responsible? Or shall I say accountable? Yeah, rather.
Honestly, I'm appreciating the media. Honestly, I appreciate the media. The print media, the electronic media, I appreciate everyone. But when we are talking of the civil society, there is nothing like that again in this country. We used to have civil society when PDP was in power. The present president now is a serious member, is a serious mobilizer of the civil society against government. But immediately APC grabbed the power in the year 2015. Till this moment, civil societies have gone underground. I don't know why. And they cannot just wake up now, because a lot of them have been given appointments. I don't want to mention. A lot of some governors that were members of civil society before, they are now governors. Some senators, some ministers, some, yes. So when you look at all the remaining people that have been so silent, okay, permit me to say I'm not insulting, where is people like Dr. Olisa Agbakoba? Where is people like Femi Falana? Where is people like Seushani, Ubasani? You understand? These are all people that, where is people like Pastor Tunde Bakari? Where is people like Professor Wole Soyinka? And a host of others. These are the people that used to lead protest as civil society. Where are they? They have been silent. And I don't think they're going to wake up until after 2027 election. Possibly the team may not favor the government they are supporting. That is it. So I think the media should continue to put in their best. And Nigerians are appreciating the media. But civil society, no, zero. They have gone underground.
So the electoral constitution, you know, that was reformed during the 2023, you know, electoral reform period. Do you think that reform is strong enough, you know, to guide us into the 2027 election, to give us a free, fair, you know, election?
It is laughable. A lot of Nigerians did not know. It was after the thing. To me, immediately they passed it, and the second, less than 24 hours, Mr. President appended the signature to sign it to law. I started looking at this. So when they now expressed it to the public, a lot of people were disappointed. And nobody has gone to court to challenge them. Welcome. Nigerians were expecting full electronic voting and transmission to the IRA. But then these people, through the back door, they create another loophole. Whereas they said, in case the electronic voting did not work, they can use manual. They intentionally create that loophole there. And I want to tell you, in about 80% voting centers, electronics will not work. They will use manual. Whereas the INEC officer can use his discretion to cut any paper, and they will write results on it. And let me not deceive you. Any political party today that rely on party agents, they are deceiving themselves. Because these party agents, they will be so bribed that they will not be able to say no. That is it. Nigerians should have stand purely, fully on total electronic voting. That is one. Two, if anybody is declared now as president or as governor or as a senator, as a rep or whatever, and they later discover that such a person is using fake certificate, court will no longer entertain it. Immediately such a person has been declared winner. No, the fake certificate will not be a yardstick for somebody that has been declared a winner to be declared to nullify his election. Which country in the world that something of such happens? That is it. Is the problem mean if somebody went to rob somewhere and they caught him with gun. But immediately he has left the scene of that operation. Police can no longer arrest him. That is exactly what they mean. So if somebody has used fake result, fake document to conduct election, immediately they decline winner, and they later discover that all the documents he presented to INEC were fake. That is not enough to nullify that election. Nigeria is in a mess, and nobody has taken this to court. And they did it principally for some individuals, whereas they know that they didn't have certificate at all. That is it. And it will mean that even if somebody is appointed a minister too, and they later discover that his certificates were forged, such a person, nobody can take him to court and remove him. That is what it means by extension.
But I'm curious to know. I'm curious to know when people, vie for these positions, right? They upload their credentials, they upload all of those documents. Are they not supposed to be vetted, verified? As one of the criterion, the process is followed before they are even being publicly, announced to have fit in for this position. Just like in university, tertiary institutions, before you even gain admission, of course, you have to submit other documents and all of that. And once the school verifies all of those information, they can now go ahead to admit you to their school. Are we not supposed to have something? Why do we experience people getting political positions and later find out that their papers are fake? Why do we have to experience that? And who should be held responsible for that? I don't know the word to call it, that lapse.
To me, I am surprised that somebody is appointed a minister. The DSS must have verified his documents. The person would have gone for clearance at the Senate, and he must have presented his documents. And at the end of the day, such a person might even, at the end of the day, say, take a bow and go. That is to say, the document presentation, nobody is serious to even scrutinize it. Or such a person too that know that he is carrying fake document. He might understand that this is the major language here. He carry a lot of money, and he say, this thing. Do your work, Obeyoga. Take this humongous amount of money, and immediately they just say, if they see the money he had brought, they will just say, okay, I bet you can go. That is all. And in the Senate line, if they discover that in the process of screening such a person, this office are supposed to do a good job, but that person was able to beat them. All those people in that offices that are supposed to do all those scrutiny, all those offices are going to be punished. But nobody, it's only the person in Nigeria here that people will be insulting at the end of the day. The offices that are supposed to even do their normal profile, that fail to do it, nobody is talking to them. But now, Electoral Act has even permitted them. So far, you can wriggle your way and win election. Fake document cannot nullify your election. See, this is a big problem. That means a lot of children now will not need to go to school. So what you need to do is to just wriggle your way to win election. Immediately you win, you cannot, nobody can nullify your election. This is very bad. And up till now, nobody has decided, no institution that have decided to take federal government to court, that Mr. President was able to sign such a thing to law, even if there was an error in the National Assembly. Mr. President appended his signature when the chief law officer of the Federation, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General must have scrutinized it too and advised Mr. President. And he advised Mr. President, and Mr. President appended his signature. Something is wrong. Many things are wrong.
Yeah, indeed. That also reminds me of the fake agency that has gone viral for some time now, talking about fake certificates and how these documents are not verified or even followed up. What threat does this have to, on, let's say, the democracy, the system itself? Because if right under the nose, before the very eyes of the president, you still have an agency running just under your nose, and your staff, your major staff, having dealings with these people. Now, if you see some of the videos and pictures, there is an office. This so-called director is meeting some foreigners coming to do business. Is meeting with even Kano himself. Mark Kano made a statement of that too. What effect? What does this have on the democracy itself?
You see, this one we just discussed now, that when you carry fake certificate and you win election with it, and that is not, if anybody take you to court, that does not qualify you to be, that will not be enough to be disqualified. The multiplier effect of it is what we are seeing now. If the document of the presidency, that there is no stationery of the presidency that is done in any printing press. It is done by the Security and Printing Meeting Company in Lagos, a department of the Central Bank of Nigeria. That is where all those documents are done. But if somebody could break that security jinx and use that document, and the office of the Secretary to the Federal Government of Nigeria allocated an office to him at the Federal Secretariat, not across Anambra ENUGU Road, one shopping mall. Federal Secretariat, Secretary to the Federal Government of the Federation allotted an office to him, Head of Service of the Federation, and allow him to employ 300 staff. And at the same time, he was able to open accounts at the Central Bank of Nigeria with the fake document. The Accountant General of the Federation is aware of this. You understand? And the Budget Office too was aware of it. They didn't know that it was only single individual beat all these government top agencies. We are in trouble in this country. Honestly, I pray at the end of the day, I pray that guy did not forge all those certificates, all those documents. But if at the end of the day that guy forged all those documents and beat all these top flight offices, we are in trouble. But, and now, okay, instead of Mr. President to set an independent pro-panel, Mr. President directed the ICPC. Can the ICPC do without the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation? No. Can the ICPC do without the office of the Accountant General of the Federation? No. Can the ICPC do without the office of the Governor of Central Bank? No. Can the ICPC do without the office of the Head of Service of the Federation? No. Can the ICPC do without the office of the Chief of Staff to the President? No. So this ICPC, one way or the other, have administrative relationship with all these offices. and you want ICPC to probe all these people? No. So to me, the matter is like dead as dodo.
But it's funny because it's not just the DG that's involved in this. This is like a network, a connection, coming together. There is a complicit. There are different.
Network.
You said?
Yes, super network.
Yeah.
To me, even if ICPC probing into this, it's even very wrong. In the same administration, you want some people to go and probe those people that are like principals to the office. No way. So to me, the chief of staff, SGF, head of service, governor of central bank, accountant general,
involved.
Everybody involved to have gone on administrative leave until after the result of the investigation. If they are not indicted, then they come back to their offices. But they are still there in their respective offices, and they will use the bureaucratic system that they load upon in their respective offices to kill any information. That is it.
Yes, it's really a sad one. But in just 1 minute, we're wrapping up already.
Yes.
Do you see Nigeria learning their lesson, from the previous, elections and, the democracy we met 5-10 years ago? Do you see us learning any lesson or getting better in this democratic dispensation? Just wrap it up, please.
To me, Nigerians are not learning any lesson because these people have weaponized poverty. I just intentionally followed public transport yesterday to a radio station, and in the vehicle, the driver established a discussion, and some people are saying, well, my own is that if they can just give me 20,000, I will vote for them. You understand? That is the mentality of so many Nigerians. So very soon now, you will discover that rice will no longer be in the supermarket. These people will buy it massively and begin to share it one paint rubber. That is it. And that is what you are going to collect to enslave yourself for the next 4 years. So Nigerians are not learning any lesson at all. That is it.
All right. Thank you so much, Emperor Leko. This is Jackson Leko Ojo. Thank you for being part of the program this morning. It's been an amazing time doing this with you. Do you have any parting shots in a few seconds?
No, honestly, I appreciate you. God bless you.
All right. Thank you. God bless you too. All right. Stay with us on this very channel, Signature TV. As we jump off a short break, we'll be back shortly. Please don't go nowhere.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Good morning and welcome once again. It is another exciting morning. Today it's packaged. We've got a couple of things going on in the studio right now. We are looking at the celebration of the legacies of His Royal Majesty King Oyemaneke. He is really a legend, and we have the grandchildren here with us doing justice to celebrate him. And of course, I will start with the lady in the house, our mama. Please, let's get to meet you.
Thank you. My name is Ugeze Victoria Liverpool.
Okay. And you're the
I'm one of the granddaughters of Yamaneke.
Yamaneke.
One of Abaje.
All right, and we have with us here another grandson.
My name is Ozo Luke Mamel. I'm an engineer. My title name is Ohole Elwata. Ohole Elwata Odugo Jelbuchie.
All right. So today happens to be your birthday. So let's start with that. So it's given celebration in the air, and I believe you also heard of the story of the abducted victims that we have released as well. So it's a double celebration. Yes, the Oyo school children. Yes, and the teachers. They've also been released.
Oh, praise
yes.
God. God,
Yes.
thank you. God, thank
Yes.
you. God, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Jesus.
Yeah, so it's a double celebration for Nigerians.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It was really troubling. And now we're also celebrating your birthday. So in that spirit, let's get to learn how old are we looking at, if you're comfortable to share that information.
Oh, yeah.
And then what's your plan for today, so to speak?
We are here for primary day because we have a function on Wednesday at the Museum of National Unity in ENUGU here, where we want to showcase the statue of Chief Onyamaneke. Yeah, today also is my birthday, and it's a remarkable one in that sense. I am 65 years today.
Congratulations.
Yes, and I am bidding farewell to a public institution, IMT, I work for, because we retire at 65 years. I keep thanking God for the opportunity to be alive today and to be in this program.
All right, happy birthday once again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so how do you also feel about his birthday? What is that one special thing about him that you don't always tell him? But this should be the opportunity for you to share that moment too. There's nothing wrong for you to show love. Let's get to learn. What is that one special thing about your brother that you would want to tell him to his face? How you feel about him?
Oh, I'm wishing him a very good life and a happy birthday and more grace to his soilbo. He's my junior, and I was with them when they were younger. That time, he was very clever, always very smart in everything. And I want him to continue in that smartness. That with God, everything is possible. God, congratulations, my brother.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, so let's talk about what we have on our desk this morning. Now, who was the Majesty King Onyamaneke, and what impact was his reign like, and why are we celebrating him today? Yeah, to you.
On a sober reflection, having seen what has been going on in this country, I believe the man saw today, at that time, he put definite structure on ground as an Igwe. He got in contact with the white people. He wasn't just a traditional ruler. He wasn't just a politician. He wasn't just an industrialist. He was a motivator. He set up disciplined security system they call Ugumi. They ensured that all instructions from the king are obeyed. He also believed in extending his empire by relationship, particularly marital relationship. He married about 51 wives.
51 wives.
51 wives, yes. He also played a prominent role in modern-day ENUGU development. It was because of him that they named Onyama Mine, because he was part of the people, together with some chiefs in Nkanu, Chukwani and others. They signed off ENUGU to the missionary, to the state, to the government. He's a very, very articulate man, and it doesn't take him time to take a decision. If he takes a decision, he follows it. He believed so much in this thing they're doing now about having a regional government. He believed that he ruled as the king of Abaja. There was a time the British convened a meeting in Enugu. The Obi of Onitsha came, and they tried to make Obi of Onitsha the head of that meeting. He said, no, this is my territory. And he said to Obi and the organizers, if Obi does not leave that seat, in our dialect, a lion means Agugelian, that's the lion will kill him. Although lion is autumn, but here we call all of them at that time Agu. Agu typically is a leopard. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the man does not like being intimidated. He likes education. He brought the Catholic Church to Enugu, up to Ogoja. He has an appeal court in his palace. The appeal court has jurisdiction up to Igala land. The whole of Udi, Ezago, and everybody around here. If there's any chief that gave you judgment and you're not happy with it, you can appeal to him. That will tell you the extent of his power. Let me stop here for now.
Okay. So let's look at his leadership skills. You know, some of those beautiful things about his leadership is quality. You get, if you can help us, you know, highlight most of his leadership qualities that stood him out, that distinguished him amongst other kings in his era.
Yes, his leadership then was very good because in his palace he has a school for his family.
School?
Yeah. He invited the white men and the Roman Catholic. They opened a school for his children. All the children, both male and female, go to school there. Until when you are up to primary school, then you can go to the primary very close to there. But first of all, you must start with this compound. And he doesn't demarcate whether male or female. Everybody should go to school. And all of them went to school at that time. So all our mothers, they all married to a very royal families because of their father's upbringing. They have, like me, my mother, my uncle was one of his secretaries. And then he was there when they born my mother, and from there he started noticing that my mother must come to his family, and he married my mother to my present and Igbo's family. So my dad does not know my mom. It was that my uncle that was the secretary to him. And he was also instrumental in the schooling of the family. then. So even the second daughter of Onyama, there was a time Onyama traveled because he travels to places and he has, connections to some of the African countries. And then one of the daughters, he brought presents to the family, to the children. And that was a polo. Then he bought a polo for all of them. So the second daughter went to him boldly and told him, Dad, why are you segregating us from having our own share? He said, sorry, everybody should line up according to their ages. They all, lined up there, and they started giving each and every one of them, male and female, that polo. Not only that, the daughter always tell him, Daddy, this is how things will be. Then, and that second daughter was the first head teacher in some of the primary schools in that area. Her name Lisbeth Onyama Ni Ebwe. The first daughter did not go to school. The first daughter was always around with him. So, and when we were small, we used to climb up to the stairs and be looking at his instrument because he had a brass band. Yes, then, and trumpets. Any of these prominent people that will come, they will be celebrating the person. Then again, we, the children, the grandchildren, but then he's late, but this first son who took over, that's Michael Onyama. He always gather all of us upstairs. And when they are eating, she will tell all of us to sit down on the floor. And food they are eating, maybe yam or swallow, he will collect this leaf. There's one special leaf, ogilishi leaf. He will collect it and be giving all of us one. So they will put it to all of us, because many of us will be in the compound. We'll be up to more than 20 in the compound. So, and again, not only that, he has a place. The first wife of Onyama have a very big compound, more than others. And that first wife was Oli. And Oli is from Ebe, which is the place where Onyama comes from Ozolo at Ebe. So he married from his mother's side, the first wife, Oli. And that Oli is always, having any stranger that comes to the compound, everything will be cooked in that place. And he has a very large pot and everything, which they use in serving. And if Onyama gets married to any of the wives, because he goes round to Abaje and collected their daughters, all the wives from the chiefs of the environs, he married. So that first wife, you must be there serving, turn by turn, feeding Onyama. As you carry your food to Onyama, whatever you do, he doesn't know. But when you are pregnant, Onyama will then take you to your own apartment. He has an apartment that connects each and every one of them. Yes, this is your apartment here. He will build another apartment, put a window that two of you will be connecting.
Wow.
That one, put another apartment if you are pregnant. So that was how he built his compound. From one place you can move round inside.
And connect with others.
To connect. You know. So
he was indeed a visionary. He was a visionary, like
yeah.
He was really exposed to.
Yes. So he has been a very, visionary human being that the Nigerians doesn't even know much about him. And that's why we, the grandchildren, said no, that we have to enlighten the whole thing so that people and government will know that Onyama, his good part should not be forgotten.
All right, that's nice one. Now let's look at the ways that the king preserved the customs, traditions, and of course the cultural heritage of his kingdom.
Thank you very much. Just like what she said, the father of a neurosurgeon, reputable neurosurgeon, Dr. Tony ENUGU, was Onyama's secretary. There is a documentation of birth. There is a documentation, every single last document. To follow up his belief in education and his belief that you need to go out to learn. He attended the Empire ceremony in Britain in the 20s.
20s?
Yes, in the 20s, he had 2 cars. The King of England gave him a motorcycle as gift in the 20s.
He was recognized.
Oh yeah.
Has good friendship.
Yes.
One of the few black men that traveled to UK, to England, as a free man. He believed so much in education. His first son, he died in 1933. But by 1927, he had already done a will. What most of us are so scared to do now, he knew the way forward. He saw tomorrow. He saw it.
And that will save a whole lot of controversies.
Oh, yes. His first son, his name is Henry. Henry went to England to read law. The first Igbo doctor, Dr. Ong, was sent to be looking after Henry. Henry went to King's College, Lagos, and Dr. Ong will be sitting at the back. An exceptionally brilliant man, Dr. Ong. So when Henry went to England to read law, he also moved Dr. Ong with him. So Ong went there and read law and became the first. Ong went there and read medicine and became the first Igbo doctor.
Oh, for the sake of the son.
Yeah.
You also had to put him enrolled into.
Yeah.
Wasn't selfish.
Yeah.
The wife, one of the wife.
2, the second son is Charles Daddy Onyama, a well-called judge, a reputable lawyer, a Queen's Counsel, or equivalent of SAN, way back. The grandson of Onyama was the first black man to attend the famous school in England they call Eton College. Dilibe Onyama. That would tell you his planning, his foresight, and his belief in education. My father attended the primary school at Eke from a not too comfortable home in Agobawa. But if he was giving scholarship to brilliant children. That's two. You see, our current day traditional setting did not allow for, when you make a law you can't enforce, it's a useless law. Onyama had capable enforcers. He will make a law and will make sure it's upheld. He believed that by marrying big families, he will be able to be comfortable and expand his empire. He expanded his empire. He was a very fair man. He was dispensing justice with fairness. Then when the opportunity came, actually, I don't think he was the first Igbo contractor, because he arranged laborers for the construction of the milking here. You know we are milking here? Laborers for Onyama mine and so on. He knew what he was doing. He merely existed before his time. Whatever he did are still very relevant now. Any Igwe that does not have the features that he had then will find it difficult to operate.
Nice. So let's look at, he made mention of him going to the England, right? UK to meet with the King then and all of that. How does the relationship he has with the colonial authorities shape the history of the Nyama Kingdom?
That's why I'm telling you that the Nigerians, all his efforts, in education, Nigerians and particularly the Igbo people, they didn't even recognize it. Because his effort when he traveled to England, because of education. And when he came back, he found out that it was the Roman Catholic Church that are more educated than Protestants. So he invited the Roman Catholic people to Eke, and he built a house for them. Golden days missionaries were living there. Like when you hear Ugu Eke, have you heard about it? Mm-hmm. He built a house for the missionaries there. And that was when he came back and established these schools. First of all, the nursery in his compound, then he built another one, primary school, where after nursery, then we can move to primary. And his effort in education in ENUGU and the environment was so great. He even helped in this modern traditional education those days. But that is why we, the grandchildren, say that no, enough is enough. Our grandfather's name should be made open. People doesn't know him because nobody has enlightened the world about him. He was a very famous man that should not be forgotten. Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at the continued, influence of his legacy. How has it stretched to this modern day, and how are people reacting, or shall I say, enjoying those decisions he made back then?
it's better to start with what you're seeing now. If you're going to Onitsha from here, you will see you will say the Unyama Hill. That's where we have the Unyama mine. He was instrumental in the partnership between the colonial masters and the indigenes. It was believed that one sold into slavery and he came back. So he established a link within those periods on how to relate with the white man. He's a master of partnership in business, in marriages, expanding empire. He doesn't marry from a family that is not and he will not allow
his children
to. Yes.
That means he was an intentional king.
Oh yes. Yes. He knew what he wanted. He knew what he wanted, and he was respected for that. He had a close relationship with the Jaja of Opobo. When after visiting Jaja, something funny happened. Jaja sent him back to Enugu or to Eke with 20 concubines. In addition to his 54 wives. So highly respected. A deal is a deal. You don't mess around with him. That's one thing. You don't mess around with him. So many reputable songs everywhere, but quiet. His
grandson.
Oh yeah, many. The take here is a man with such background, a man with such achievement was almost fading out until the children, the grandchildren of the offsprings of the daughters, not the men who decided to honor him. That grandchildren, they have an association they call Moros. The function coming on the 15th of July at the National Museum of Unity, ENUGU here, is being organized by the Moros Association. And we were able to get a reputable sculptor to do a work for him, and then we want to unveil it and also open a gallery for him. The beauty is that when history is being written or encouraged by the offsprings of the person you are talking about, it gives a lasting legacy for even the younger ones coming up. I know that wherever he is and wherever our mothers are, they will be so excited about this because they've always lived together in unity and well-being. We were going through the house of one of the wives. We found one big pot. They all cook together. They will come out and line up and take your food. The arrangement of the building is such that if he sits, nobody enters there to his palace without his seeing the person. He built a story building way back.
Story building.
Yeah, and it's still there.
Bricks.
Bricks.
And I like that part of it because this is someone that's gone out to see how the
bringing
it home.
Yes.
And that's what we wish our current government can do to Nigeria. They travel out all the time, they see how civilized and better
and bring it back.
And bring it home.
Yeah.
But in most cases you don't see that. Most of them go over there and live their life there and they don't come back to bring all those things in. But just to wrap it up, let's get to hear from you. What has these lessons been for not just the mothers but the wives into the family, looking at the unity, how they coordinated themselves? I mean the women, coming together, because for the king to be so influential, he must have really gotten great women behind him that gave him the peace of mind to think of this creative infrastructural development. So what lessons are the women, what are they learning, what is it for them so far? Just a wrap up from your end.
Okay. First of all, it's unity. They're in unity. Then, when we were small, we used to go there. And those women, every night, we will all come out at the, what they call, what is it called? That is, it's an open place where all of them will gather. Every night, all of them with their lamp or local uri, we will all gather there. Everybody will come out from her place, her home, and with the children also. We will all gather there and they will pray. They pray every night. Those women, unity and religious, all of them baptized. All were baptized then. So those who were not baptized then, after the Onyama's death, they were still baptized. So there's a great unity in the compound. And it made all of us, the grandchildren, to know ourselves more. Because we do go and visit our grandma then. So there was a great unity in the compound.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. And I also like the fact that God was still from the foundation from the start.
Yes.
That's also nice. And then just to wrap up from your end too, what message do you think, what lessons rather, do you think the government, when I mean government leaders, can learn from this great king?
Yeah. Oh yeah. The great king traveled, saw, and brought back. He didn't go into exile and probably decided to live in England or so. No, he came back with the knowledge he acquired. He brought the first Catholic church to this part of the ENUGU state, to Ogoja. He exposed our eyes to business. He showed that you can actually increase by marrying properly, particularly exogamously. He was able to control every wife. You dare not mess up or do anything to the contrary. And he respected and taught the children about unity and seniority. I think he has done so much for this country that he should be giving more awards posthumously. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's been an amazing time to have this conversation with you. Thank you so much. Happy birthday once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you. We look forward to having this great king not just in the museum, but also on the streets, major spotlight places in ENUGU, where he's being kept and people will see and ask, who is this? And people will be telling his story and how great he is. It's been a great time learning from you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so stay with us for more exciting content coming your way on this very channel. My name is Christopher Lele. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Alright, you're still with us right here on New Day on Signature Television. My name is Christopher Lele. And of course, it's going to be a very long day, right? And still in the mood of celebrating the King Oyamaneke, who has left such an outstanding legacy. The achievements, the people still celebrating him decades after his demise. That shows how much of a king he was. And I have with us in the studio still his grandchildren that are still talking about it. And I'm not surprised that we're having another round of people. We're supposed to have a day to celebrate this man in question. Yes, we're supposed to have a day, a Remembrance Day that we celebrate him. So let's talk about. But before we do that, let's get introduction. Let's start with the ladies first. Let's get to know your name and.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Chief Mrs. Sylvia Onwubuemeli, MNI. I am a grandchild to the great Onyamaneke, and I'm the Ugebe Abadini in the Jiriva local government.
Okay, all right, and to you, sir.
My name is Ozo Barrister Joe Mamel. Yeah, I'm a grandson of Onyamaneke. My traditional title name is Eban Amigo. That is, he who shoots at the heaven is he wasting his company.
Okay, so let's talk about Wednesday. What is happening on Wednesday? People need to know about it and be there. Just throw more light on that.
Yes, on Wednesday, that is on the 15th of this month, we are doing the official opening of a gallery, at the National Museum of Unity, ENUGU. Now, the gallery is opened as an exhibition room, to show the life of King Onyama. So in that gallery, we the children, the grandchildren of Onyama, the maternal grandchildren, we did a full statue of him, apart from the one that is in his compound there at Eke. That one was done by Bank Anthony, and it's done on marble. That is the first marble work. You will see where a statue, a bust statue is done on marble. And the person that did it executed it and said it's executed by Bank Anthony, Lagos. It has not been seen anywhere. It's a masterpiece, it's priceless. So because it's a bust statue and it's not something, we wanted something which the world will see, which is easy to see, and that is why we did a full statue of him, and that is the one that is lying and staying now at the National Museum. National Museum ENUGU. It's a museum of national unity. Yes. So that particular day is the official opening of the gallery, and we are inviting friends and people who have relationship with the family, especially the people of Abacha land, to come, and have a little bit of it's a lecture, it's a profile, it's a preface on the man. So that you need to understand more of him. Because once you go to that National Museum of Unity, the first thing you will see is Chief Onyamaneke and Chief Chukwani. Because Onyamaneke was the person who signed the coal treaty with the white man. So the exploration of coal in ENUGU, it was signed by my grandfather. Yes, so this thing you call today the Coal City, it's Onyama. Onyama signed the treaty. Yes, he signed the treaty. You will see it at the National Museum. His signature and everything, giving the right man power for it, giving them the authority to do the exploration of coal. So that is why you have the Onyama's mine. That is the coal mine. The coal mine you have here in ENUGU is named after him, Onyama's mine, till date. And that's why you have Ugu Onyama. Because that Ugu Onyama is at the side of the mine. So coming out from here, from this 82 days, going into the express road, they will now start climbing Ugu Onyama. So that's just a little about him. There's so much about him.
Indeed, indeed. Now let's get to learn why is it important to celebrate historical figures like Onyamaneke, in this contemporary Nigeria.
Yeah, actually, the celebration is coming a little bit late, I will say. Because people like Onyama don't come all the time. They come like one in a century. And our people celebrate those who are on seat. Once somebody leaves office or retires or is seen as not relevant anymore, the celebration stops. But people like Onyama left legacies that you cannot ignore. You just can't ignore it. From birth, from the time of his birth to the time he lived as a chief of the entire Abacha land. Because when you talk of Abacha land, it extended to Nsukka, extended to Abakaliki, Ugoja, extended to Oji River and places like that, to Nkanu land. That's why even till tomorrow, people are afraid of the name. They will tell you, oh, there is something about Onyama that makes people wonder. So people like that are expected to be recognized, to show wisdom, to show knowledge, to show the effect of people's efforts in their communities. Onyama lived a life that, you know, is very, very difficult to emulate because he had a lot of wisdom. He had a lot of intelligence. He was not educated formally, but he had natural education. He was a very brilliant man. So he knew when to pick his friends, from where to pick his friends. As he was going around the tours, he was picking wives from almost all prominent families. Abugo, Ngwo, Egede, Afa, Agobowa. He was taking wives from almost all. He even went as far as Isuchi. Mbala Isuchi. They are Nochilis of Eke. Their grandma is from Mbala Isuchi. Mbala Isuchi is in present-day Abia State. So he was not a restricted traditional ruler. He had vision. He accommodated people. He brought people from Cameroon, Sierra Leone, got educated headmasters to be his secretary. He did not say he knew everything. He knew his limitations. But he didn't want his limitations to limit him in that environment. So he brought educated people to be around him. He couldn't speak English, but he brought people who knew how to speak English to work for him. And he made sure that his children, all of them, went to school. No matter the level, all the children went to school. All of them are literate. And for the wives, as he was taking the wives, some of them he took as babies, like our grandma, Akozo Ekweme, from Egede. Coincidentally, we shared the same grandma. Wow. Yes, so Akozo Ekweme was betrothed to Onyama as a baby, even before she was born. When Onyama was going on his escapades, he got to the Ekweme family. Ekweme family was a very big family at the time. He said, and saw their mother pregnant. She said, and he left and went away. And it now behoved on those people to take that child, to go and call Onyama and say, this is a girl, come and marry. Because it was an honor to be married into that compound. Wow. It was an honor. So our grandma, although was one of the first, I think the sixth wife, Onyama's sixth wife, but was like a baby when she came to Onyama's compound. So Onyama knew what he was doing. He knew that marriage was a link to everything, economy, a war, everything. Yeah. So if you had, he thought about it. If he had wives in all the communities, nobody would fight him. He had in-laws. That's the meaning. He had in-laws. He had from Wimezi, the Ozobus. One of the Ozobus was his wife. So he extended, there are a lot of reasons why people like that should be honored. In modern day Nigeria, people seek for honor when they have done little or nothing. Those who give in, those who do some work, honor comes not naturally. So we expected that this one we're doing, yes, he has been honored and we're still honoring him, but we expect more.
We expect more.
Yes.
Now that reminds me of the coal city, the brain behind all of these things. Why is it that, do we, okay, let me assume, do we have a day set aside to celebrate this great king? Looking at the achievements, the impacts that he brought to this region.
Yeah, you know, like a journey of 1,000 steps starts with, one step. This is the first step forward in what we intend to do. After the opening, it took us a long time, to get together what we are going to do on the 15th. We've been on it for almost the past 4 years, working on this. We had to even seek for approval to have that gallery from the Federal Ministry of Tourism. And after we got the approval, we wanted to have an exhibition hall named after him. But, government and bureaucracies and the way it happened, we ended up finding it even better where the statue is now by creating this gallery. And so we then we don't have a day of birth, but what we have about and much on him that is definite is his day of death. So we are looking at having, after this one, to have an annual lecture, for him, so that is going to be our next step after this one, to start an annual lecture so that our children can know about him as well. Some of us are now becoming grandparents, and I'm sure that our children will like to impact this same knowledge to their own children. And the best way to do it is to let the world know, and that's why we intend that, based on his connections, because this man has a lot to do with some other notable personalities. Like I know he has a relationship with the Jaja of Opobo. Opobo, the relationship, who gave him some of the Shekiri women, that later on came into his life, maybe at the later stage of his life. And I know that the thing really changed his narratives, in terms of marriage and the concubines. But we intend to start having that annual lecture immediately after this one. I think our next step after what we are doing on the 15th of July is to start thinking about how to have an annual lecture in honor of King Onyama of Eke. Yes.
Okay, nice one. But do you see, do you wish to have the king, a structure of him placed in one of the strategic places in ENUGU, where when people are passing they can see it, not just in the museum?
Yeah, not just wishing. It is strange and unbelievable that a man like that has no special place in this city. Ordinarily, in countries or climes that value history, Onyama should have a prime place in ENUGU. Not just a prime place where people will come and see him and learn from, even have a narrator who can be there and tell them about Onyama. So definitely he should have a prime place in the history of ENUGU. But it's not late. It's not late at all. A journey of 1,000 miles, like I said. What we have done at the gallery, at the Museum of National Unity, is a bold step. And thereafter, some even thought Onyama was not even from this part of Nigeria. Some thought maybe it's a fairy tale. Does this kind of a person actually exist? So that's why I said earlier that even when you say you're a grandchild of Onyama, people are in awe. So we say, no wonder. Or some people see him he's like an elephant. People see him from different angles. Like my brother, some people will tell him, you're stubborn like your grandfather. But it is positive. Because when you have a vision and you're focused, there are things you do not take. Of recent, royalty is bought. Before now, royalty is not bought. Royalty is that you get into royalty, you're born into royalty, and you behave like royalty. But when you buy royalty, you will see a man who is driving a 1 billion naira car beating traffic. It is not right. But when you're royalty, there are things you don't do. There are things you don't say. There are people you don't even really move around with. So Onyama is a name that government, not just being given a prize, government should intentionally project. Because not just that he's from Enugu State, he's from Igbo land, he's from Nigeria, He represented what was Nigeria. There was even 1914 and 1922 or 23 that he went to Britain. It was just like Nigeria had just become real. So he was like a semblance of what anybody could see of Nigeria at the time. And he represented himself very, very well. King George XIV, who received him, who invited him, received him, gave him gifts. Let me give you an idea. When Onyama died in 1933, his children thought they were getting their monthly supply of cookies from England. Our mothers, my mother, his mother, used to get monthly supply of clothes, cookies and things like that from England. And when his casket was brought back, they didn't know it was a casket. They thought it was just a package because there was no casket like that in the entire environment. So the level Onyama was in 1933, people have not even reached it in 2026, both in vision, both in intelligence, both in actions, a lot of things. So it is, I'm proud. I'm a very proud grandchild of Onyama Neke. And our mothers were great women. They were, I don't like saying so a woman is like a man, because women are great. But our mothers were just it. And they made sure that we, their children, got into that family and became part of that family. These days, some people get married. They'll tell you, I'm married. I don't go to a house again. I don't go to see my... Our mothers were controllers of their father's house because their father never left discriminated. Male, female, the same. If you're a female, you even have, and you are better than the male, you go to school abroad. Mrs. Ebwe, Elizabeth, the one brigadier, she's late now. She schooled in Opobo. In the late 20s, 1920s. And the Ogumis, his security organ, will lead the woman from Eke to her school in Opobo. When the school closes, it was a boarding school. When the school closes, they will go back there and bring her back. Opobo River State, present-day River State. The man had no boundaries. He came before his time. And, well, let's see. Maybe by tomorrow, others will start appreciating him more than they're doing right now.
Right. He came before his time. Yeah. That's very interesting. Now, let's look at the relationship he had with the colonial authorities and how he went there, gathered some of those things and brought it back to this region. What was it like? What were the achievements from the exposure he had with them?
Yeah, I know my grandfather was an imperialist. And he had issues then over dominance, administrative dominance with the white man, with the pure furniture. So he sees himself as a lord, of this place, because he has given so much, and he feels that he should be so recognized. So when the Obi took the Anglican Communion, the first group of missionaries to come with the Anglican Communion, they came through the Niger. So the Obi of Furniture took them. But they were black missionaries. And my grandfather thought that's not the best. He wanted his children to be well educated. So he went and took from Agulere the Irish missionaries and brought the Irish missionaries to Eke. And if you go to Eke now, there is a school called St. Paul's Eke. That St. Paul's Eke, many of our notable men, including my own dad, all school there, their primary education was done in St. Paul's Eke. My mother is Cordelia Onyama. At the age of 18 years, my mother was a teacher already. Yes, she thought she's known today. People that knew her as Miss Scott. And within that 20s, she's gone to read nursing in Birmingham, London. Yes, my mom and my dad got married at Birmingham, London. At the 50s, at least they met by 1956. So that will tell you much about him. He has then he brought in the white missionaries. And the white missionaries, if you go to present day, there is a place they call Ubudinson. That is where the white missionaries stayed. So now in Enugu, he had a lot to do. Like I told you that the coal treaty was signed between him, Chukwani, and the white man. And he so much facilitated the exploration of coal by providing the labor. That was used. They trusted him to it. So much of the labor used, was provided by Onyama, down to the people of, down to the time of coal mining. So he knew much about providing labor, because that is what the white man really wanted. Cheap labor, and he was providing that. And somebody who they can have an effective control of the laborers, because that was the problem. The issue, after he got late, you can see that it was very difficult for the white man to continue to control the laborers. And what really happened was the Valley Massacre. But if they had somebody like him, he could have controlled it, because they had the feudal system of the Lords was different from the indirect rule we had here. So he was a person they used, to control the people, because they respected him. And if you do not do what he asks you to do, there's something they call leave township. Yes, there are certain families that had to leave because they were not,
like some sort of banishment.
You leave township to someone that
banishment, yeah.
It's a banishment, yes. So that tells you his power, and his relationship with the white man. And he has an appeal court. That's the appeal court, is that when after you have gone through, because everywhere he goes, he's the paramount chief. That is the king. So he establishes in pocket areas warrant chiefs. Those warrant chiefs are his own warrant chiefs. So that is his level of control. So from the white man to him, then him to his warrant chiefs. Do you understand? So if you go to, and most of the warrant chiefs, what you know is that they have these houses, this upstairs there, colonial upstairs. Most of them, that's how you know his warrant chiefs. There's Oze Ejike in Agobawa, there's Anichepe in Omana. So everywhere, the man, he was so much trusted with power by the white man, yes. And at the time, they really started thinking it was getting too powerful for them. So the appeal court is that after you have issues with all those warrant chiefs, and then you come and appeal, and his decision is final. You can't even appeal to the white man. You don't dare do that. So that is his level of control, So like my cousin said, he really lived. Not that time. He lived
ahead of his time.
And yes, and the legacies he left, honestly speaking. That school he established. If you go now, the centenary of the Catholic Church, that is the 100 years of the Catholic Church. If you open the brochure, the first person you will see in that brochure is Chief Onyamaneke. In the anniversary, that is the centenary anniversary of the Roman Catholic Church. The first person you will see, he brought in that Roman Catholic Church south of this Igbo land. But he was not a Christian. He died a heathen. He knew what he wanted from them. He took what he wanted from them and left the one he doesn't want to. So the issue of their religion he did not take.
That means he was open-minded.
Yes, he did not take their religion, but he took their education and the culture that goes with the religion. Because that religion came with education. So he accepted it, but that did not convince him on their religion, of the white man's religion. So, but he did not stop his own children from imbibing the religion. And within that his compound, there is equally a Muslim. Yes, his son, Suleiman, born as Sunday Onyama, died as Alhaji Suleiman Onyama.
He actually died in Mecca.
And he died in Mecca.
And was buried there.
In Mecca. That's his son.
Wow.
What is it? Suleiman Onyama, well known in Enugu, he was the head of the Pilgrim Board, head of the Muslim people in the south here. Very well known. And his children are equally still practicing the Muslim faith. So there's nothing you won't see there.
Everybody is living in one unity.
Yeah.
Yes. A man that is married, you know what it means to marry 55 wives. That is the ones that were counted. And having 20 concubines. And all of them were aligned to his authority. Nobody.
He was indeed a great man.
Oh yeah.
So let's learn some of the qualities, that is lacking in this current day leadership, that he actually he did not just carry them out, but he carried them out effortlessly, like it was nothing. Because you mentioned all of these things now, they look so ambiguous, they look so serious and deep. Even current day, you can't just marry 2 wives and have peace of mind. Let alone having over 50 wives and concubines, and everything was going smoothly. So what are those leadership qualities that he had that that stood out, that people can look onto?
Yes, as a ruler or as a leader, he had a lot of discipline. He was a disciplined ruler. He wasn't the first child of his parents. He was actually the last. But he was the greatest. And he was a very disciplined man, and he never discriminated. Because all the wives had equal opportunities. All the wives had their homes built the same way. One home connected to the next wife's home. Through windows. My grandma's Akozo is my grandma. Akozo's home connected to the Ebwes, the Mwiboji. I think that's their mother's name. And also connected to Yaya, the Omos of Alpha. Their grandma. So from my grandma's house, I didn't need to go out to the Nkoro, because there's an Nkoro where we all used to come out. I can go through the whole compound, going through windows.
He knew the importance of unity.
He knew the importance of unity. No, and for the daughters, for the children, he had no male, no female. All the daughters were treated, all the children were treated equally. Equally. He recognized families where he got wives from. So each of those families where he got wives from became warrant chiefs. So he made sure they were okay.
Not like what you have now, that you marry from a family and then you don't care about anything about it. You just take the wife.
No. He had this great connection. My father, my mom married my father from our home, Iboji, in our home. And when you come to our home, in our home, you will see the evidence that this place also had a chieftain. From the building, you will see old bungalow. In a way, it's built for that period. So it's royalty related. And these daughters of his, he imbibed this entire thing. Particularly, I'm not saying that the sons are doing marvelously well. But because we are the children of the daughters, we got almost everything we got there from our mothers. And our mothers had total love for their father. That tells you something. That tells you that the man never disconnected from his children, despite his royalty, despite his power and everything. When he came home, he was like father. You cannot be so great that you disconnect from your children. So each of the children had particular personal relationships with their father. So they will tell you, our father said, when our father did this, there were many. And he would, on a normal evening, bring all the children together and they would debate. And you wonder, a man that never understood a word of English, how would he know who is beating who in English? But my mom told us that when the debate starts, I'm a boy, you're a girl. By the time they are done, the person who doesn't remember what to say again has been defeated. He doesn't know what you're saying. He knows you are coming back from school. He says, okay, now you come and tell me, both of you start. I went to school. My teacher said that one. At a point, you will be lost. You say, out. Another person. So the man was in control, not just of his wives, he was in control of his children.
And he had time for his children.
He had time.
Oh, that's one of
despite we lack that, everybody is busy. No, you can imagine how busy he was. And yet, he could relate with each of them. He could determine their level of intelligence. This one is very intelligent. He goes to this place. This one is this, goes there. This one is this, goes there. And he built in those his children, his daughters, a pride. Not arrogance. Pride that you get from a good father, a good family. All his daughters had it. You can never miss them in a crowd. So it was, when I remember him, I remember the great man with a lot of passion because of my mother. Because I didn't meet him. But from stories, oral history, we all got connected to that family. So as we speak, the Moros Association, which we belong to, are the children of the daughters of the Hura. The children of the daughters.
We have the children, the children of
the sons. They are the Onyamas now. Yeah. They are there. They are the Onyama family.
Like they also have their own association. That's what I'm saying. Their own. The daughters. They are the Moros, right?
The children of the daughters are the Moros, because in our language, our dialect, we say Wamurama. Yes, that's that is a child that is from. The mother is from your family. Yes. Is Wamurabem. So we looked at a way of making it sound somehow euphemistically. we now call it Moros. So if you get to Eke today and say you're looking for any of the Moros, the entire Eke know who the Moros are. Come on. We're not hiding.
And anytime we're discussing, we always have our end song.
An anthem.
An anthem. And we say here.
An anthem.
An anthem.
There is an anthem.
Yes.
An anthem on him, and we must sing it here before we leave.
It's a must.
Yeah, because that's concludes the entire thing.
Okay. Okay. So let's talk about the relationship you had with the what's it called? The colonial authorities. How did he use those relationships to preserve the customs, the traditions, and the cultural heritage of his kingdom? Because most people, just like what we have now, even in our current day, once we know this English thing, we forget about our dialect. All of a sudden, we start to adapt and follow the foreigners' way and forget about our own tradition. How did he, in his wisdom, get access and exposure to them and still retain the cultural heritage of his people?
Yeah, even today, the most recognized festival that is even going about being a national festival is the Abianshi. The Abianshi is known, and short, they had it like 3 weeks ago. So it's a very known festival in Enugu, attended by virtually every person in Enugu. They do it annually. It's an annual festival. It's called the Abiansheke. And they tell you the history behind it is when they went to war with a neighboring town. How they succeeded, how they brought back their fame and everything. So they start with what they call a hurehu. And after the hurehu is the Ben Abia. And in that Abia they sing. And the part of their song is that if you listen to it, they are telling you about who they are. They are very proud people. And part of it, you see them say, Igbo na abaleke na emeshe. That is, anybody who talks about us negatively, you don't know us. And they will tell you about Onyama Neke. That is, as you are discussing us, do you know about Onyama? Do you know what Onyama has done for us? Do you know what Onyama has done for Enugu people, the south of Igbo land? So that festival has been there. And like we tell you, we've tried to see his house today, because he built his house in 1924. The brick house. And part of the culture of around here, look at what my cousin said. He married in most homes, and in those homes are very royal families. And those royal families have gone around establishing their own cultures. So I think he did well on that as well. And like what they have here with him, we are trying equally to have a monument, to use his place as a monument, so that people will come and see. There are certain things that are still there that is more than 100 years old. Yes, like there's the itona they use in cooking for the whole family. It contains one cow, because they slaughter cow like every 2 days. There's a slab.
It contains one cow.
Yes.
There's a slab.
Yeah, very big. It's there. It's still there. If you go to Lee's place, that is the first wife. You see it's still there. Wow. Up to today.
Even the tall worker.
Even the tall worker.
More than 100 pots buried in the ground.
Buried inside the soil, and that's their cooling pot. So if you want to drink water, you open the pot, use the and scoop your water and drink and close it.
Because it's in the earth.
Yes, very cool. Yes, it's called the Onwoko, and the Onwokos are more than 100 years. It's still there today. It's still there. I even went there 2 weeks ago to see the Olis Onwoko, and it's still there. So what we are discussing a man that is real in every essence of it. Yes, that's what we are talking about.
Wow. It just keeps getting interesting. Maybe we should just have a documentary session on this.
Yeah.
Something to just keep it out there for people to see online.
Yes.
We can have a session where people can go there, run interview with some family members, have some of those places camera, have them on videos, and then put it together and post online.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Okay, so let's come back to you, ma'am. Let's look at it from the angle of the mothers, the lessons that the younger women that have come to the family have learned, the legacies that, because when we're talking about the king himself, the mothers also had roles that they played to keep him sane, to make him think great and be creative and travel out, come back with great ideas, because they say behind the successful man,
there is not behind, beside.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Beside the successful man is a woman.
Yes.
So, what are those roles that they've played that the current women can also?
You're now talking about our grandmas.
Yes, grandmothers.
One thing I know is that they maintain seniority. It's not like a man now marrying a first wife, then the second wife thinks because he married me, I am now senior. No. Everybody knew their place. Everybody knew the seniority list. Only that first wife, she had no babe child. But it didn't take away her position. But these days, if the first wife doesn't have a child, the second one that has the children will think, I have taken over. No. Then children were important or are still important. But it didn't determine love or seniority. The man still made sure that every other wife that came went to Oli for training also.
He was a good king.
And because he gave Oli that position, Oli was confident. Oli was in charge. Sometimes he even brought children of other women for Oli to take care of, which a lot of men will not do today, which a lot of women will not even agree to. Then the wives were friends. His wives were friends to each other. I remember when we used to go to our grandma when we were much younger. Most of those women were still alive. We could eat anywhere.
That's true.
We could. Sometimes you won't even know if you feel asleep at any point in time. You sleep there. They'll bring you. Once you're within the compound, you are safe. It's not like today. Don't eat here. Don't eat there. No. They had nothing like that. They had friends. Some of them will be calling themselves Oyem. They bonded very, very well. And because they came from diverse families and they knew their husband, everybody was really obeying. And they had everything they need. They didn't lack. They did not, women, they did not lack. And he did not have preferences. What he brought was shared to, he had a cook. He hired a cook. So you wouldn't say, I'm the one, everybody was feeding from a pot. The secretary was there, taking care of everybody. They needed medical attention. It's not the mother that takes the child to hospital. A dedicated staff. The man had all sorts of servants who were taking care of them. My mother used to say that when they had a ceremony and clothes are brought from Britain, they had somebody who dressed them. So you see where they're coming from.
So it's one thing to have the clothes, chipped in.
Yes.
And it's another thing to have someone
to dress you properly.
Yes.
Because the wives didn't know how to, couldn't handle it. And the man knew what he wanted for his children. The English life. He wanted for his children. And Even those who didn't go to school much, who ended in primary school, they are writing, cursive writing, all of them. They wrote like this.
Impeccable English.
Cursive writing. You won't even believe they didn't go beyond primary school. Because the education was at home. These days, education is in school. Then his education was in his home. You got trained even before you get to a school. The teachers were there. Everything they needed was there. So they grew up to the children, their mothers did what they could in the level of their own educational understanding. But they made sure the man had a peaceful home. Because if a man has a peaceful home, there's nothing he cannot do. He will go and come back. So they gave him peace. Because he also took care of them. He respected them. We never heard that there was a wife, he was beating his wives. He respected them because he had respect for women. He wasn't a male chauvinist. If he was, the female children wouldn't have gone to school at all. So everybody was human to him. So for those women, the least they could do was to give him peace, which they did.
Nice. And now you're going to give our viewers peace by way listening to the anthem now. Because we're wrapping it now. So I'm going to listen to the anthem. It's surprising, right? And it's also exciting. I'll just sit back and watch you guys.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. For the purpose of this, because we're in the studio, we will sit down and sing it. Usually we stand. Oh, really? But we will just sit so that we don't disrupt anything.
Okwuroha nwazoji gawi Igbo niile bịakwa nete ndị nwe ha afọ ịnachi a na-akpọ Oyama nwazoji n'eke a na-akpọ Oyama nwazoji n'eke Okwuroha nwazoji gawi Igbo niile bịakwa nete ndị nwe ha afọ ịnachi.
Wow. I don't know, but somehow all of it feels like just like we have the Hausas, we have the Yorubas having their dialects being taught in schools. If the Igbos, I believe Igbos have something. Can we also have this man as also part of history? We also talk about him, his achievements and things he has done, just to create more awareness and knowledge about him.
Actually, his son, Delibe Onyama, tried to put him in print. He wrote a lot of books. Nigga Atitan, the African God, story of the African God. He wrote a lot of books on him.
If you want to really have an in-depth knowledge about him, get the book, The Story of the African God
by Delibe Onyama.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we should look into that.
Thank you.
Right. So this is how far we've gone to this edition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being part of
it. Thanks for having us. Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. So this is how far we go. Thank you for staying with us.
I agree.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
All right, so we had an interview some days back, still about the elections coming up. You know, everything is gearing towards election. And Caleb helped us to understand some of the challenges and what citizens should look out for with INEC and, of course, the courts. Please take a watch. Conversation this morning. It's been a very busy morning. Okay, we just talked about Rivers State and the whole political crisis happening right now, as well as instability that they're experiencing right now. But now we're going to look at INEC, the courts, and of course politics. And our topic for today, we're looking at build-ups, you know, the 2027 build-ups, INEC, courts, and political platforms, push and pull. Okay, that's what we shall be looking at. And we've got our guests to help us do justice to that. We're talking about Caleb Okeke Unyobi. He's a broadcaster and also a public analyst. I wanted to say a politician as well. But the whole thought of being a politician in Nigeria now, it just has this dent. There's just this thing about being a politician. Many people feel like they are dirty, they are not honest. Are people still proud to be politicians, looking at the challenges Nigerians are facing now?
Well, yeah, it's just like when I wear a lot of hats. Good morning, Christopher. The point there is not just politicians. So many professions have their names modeled up in Nigeria. Even teacher, when you say this is teacher, people want to pity you and say, hey, yeah. You know, when you say politician, people want to say, God forbid. You know, it depends on most professions in Nigeria. If you say a doctor, people are pitying you, as to the workload you've got. So not just politicians, that's what I'm trying to say. Most professions in Nigeria are not how they ought to be. And that's what the problem is. It's not just about politicians, but for politicians, it is about making things better. So if you're saying you want to make things better, that means you're a politician. If you are actively participating in the process, whether at the community level, whether at the family level, even because most people are politicians without knowing it, even at in the family level. Once you want to make things better, it's the process of making things better in society. And so it's not a title to be shying away from. But of course, the Nigerian stuff, what I've mentioned right now, is that almost all professions, whether it is politics or teaching, or they have one stain or the other that people don't want to be called aloud as you know, the name of the profession. But for what is worth it, we are here today, of course. Good morning, Nigerians, to discuss Nigeria. Nigeria is standing at the precipice, and our democracy is being threatened by unexpected forces. Nobody would think that the court will be the one to threaten our democracy. I mean, I don't know, in the widest of our imagination, and to say factors that will mitigate against democracy, nobody will list the courts. Because I think it will be listed as factors that will preserve democracy. But what we are seeing today in Nigeria is that the court has emerged as one of the factors that would mitigate against our nascent democracy. And that is what we are here to discuss this morning.
And just talking about the court, you know, just recently we had the likes of the FCT minister, you know, getting lodges for the judges and then sorting them out one way or the other. Where we still have, just on the news this morning, ASU is still threatening to go on another fresh strike if their unresolved, you know, financial stuff is not being sorted out. You know, and we also have the doctors complaining about one ill, you know, way they've been taking care of, you know, these sectors, you know, but the judges seem to be smiling home and they're all right. Do you see the, you know, judiciary system, you know, judiciary sector independent, or do you see them solely, which word am I going to use? I'm being careful, but at the same time, I just want to also set, you know, a statement. Do you see the judiciary system being, which word to use? That I'm blank actually. Are they being controlled?
Yeah, they've been removed, teleguided. I think the word is teleguided because somebody is behind. When we were growing up in this country, I think I was fortunate to be born in the mid-90s when things were not yet as bad as they were, even under the military. To see a judge at the time, somebody is a judge of a court, high courts, they don't come to functions. They live a solitary life. You hardly see them, you know, in societal events. They live almost like monks. I mean, what I'm saying is open to fact check. People who grew up in the 90s, people who knew how judges used to behave before now, the attitudinal change where judges are now coming out in political events, are now frolicking with politicians, frolicking with, you know, people who they are meant to be holding to account as the last hope of common resort of a common man. I think it started with when judges began to mingle freely with politicians. So much so that judges are receiving awards by politicians. Judges are now getting, like you mentioned, the FCT minister is buying houses. Most of these things are the judges are now being tied to their apron springs. You may say the FCT minister is doing this in his capacity as an FCT minister. But these things should have been handled by institutions, not personalities. There should have been the judicial commission that takes care of the judges. It shouldn't be an appointee of the president doing that, because otherwise the judges will be beholden to him and to his party. It is a very common balance to say that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. So if I'm a judge and you give me a house, you give me that, and I'm not receiving this as something from the Judicial Council or Judicial Commission, but the FCC minister is handing it personally to them. That personal touch is where the problems that we are having today is coming from. And that's why we're not surprised the kind of judgments that are coming out of the courts today. It goes back to the way and the conduct of judges in the time past. If you match it with what is happening right now, judges are no longer carrying themselves with that dignity of person that is expected of their lofty offices. They are not ordinary humans. Permit me to say that they're not ordinary human beings. These are people who pass judgment on life and death. They are not to be seen, you know, in the kind of manner that we see them today. But it is a symptom of the fast decaying fabrics of a society, and in all sectors really, because not just the judiciary too. If you see, even in the education sector where I practice, the way teachers were used to conduct themselves is no longer how teachers conduct themselves today. Today we see teachers, you know, in situations that would look very compromising, and these are people who are meant to be role models. So in the same manner, the judiciary has also they've also the level of acceptable character that a judge should have has depreciated. The benchmark is now very low, and so the politicians are exploiting it. They know that the judges, for the most part, are not well remunerated. They know that the judges, for the most part, are no longer selected based on merit and ability. They are now selected as political favors. People now are taxed. It is even heard that people are taxed. Maybe people who support the elections are now told to bring a list for those who will be made judges. So it's no longer a thing of. So merit has taken the back seats, and that is why we are seeing the kind of conundrum that is evolving in our very faces. When the last hope, arbiter of the last resort, which is meant to be the court, is now actively participating in the decay and the disintegration of our democracy. What is happening right now? I'm asking the question: in the courts we have today, can a P2OB who won election and was not installed, who went through the court to become, such things still happen when the ruling party is not the party who is agreed?
One election are not installed because
not installed, but went to the court.
But INEC did not categorically specify that he won the election.
Okay. Oh, let's say that he had the proof. He had it on paper. The scores that the agents of his party had at the time showed that he won the election. He was not announced. Now he went to the court to recover that mandate, to ask the court to declare him as the winner of the election. Such feats can no longer be achieved today. That's the point I'm trying to drive in.
Okay.
Is that if today were 1990, today were 2003.
In the 1990s.
No, 2003 was when this happened. When Peter Obi had that election. 2003, not the.
Okay, not the recent presidential.
Okay. When he was to be Anambra State governor.
Okay.
It has happened in other states too, where people whose party were not at the center were robbed of their victory, and they went to the court. Today's court, can we say that today's court can still uphold such justice? That's the question that Nigerians need to ask.
Okay, talking about that question, just like you said too, the same question that was very popular during the 2023 after the elections, where you say, you have any challenge, go to court. That was a very popular question. With the way the court is now, is it disturbing? Should we be concerned that the courts are now popular, the courts are now influential, determining the outcomes of elections rather than the ballots?
The thing is, politicians now invoke the name of the courts as a way of adding sanctity to their frauds and to their the things that they do, to their practices. So when a politician says go to court, is he saying it in good faith? I know that those who can't study the accountancy, and some of us who study the education too, say actions have to be born of good faith. So when somebody is saying go to court, is he saying it in good faith? Of course. But is telling you go to court. He's telling you go to court because he knows he owns the court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courts. If the courts were still the woman who is blindfolded and with the scale. If the court was not seeing the person, the politician, seeing that his party was in the center, he wouldn't make that. If he knows that the court is a place where the facts will be laid bare, there's no way he will make such comment. So that comment is sponsored by impunity. That comment is sponsored by the fact that politicians now know that they can do anything with our electoral process and get away with it. So let's be clear on that. They're not saying go to court because they want for there to be a peaceful resolution to your grievances. So that it is being said as a kind of mockery too to those who they deem as having lost the election due to their own antics. Now, as to why, if the court has become an arbiter of sorts for our elections, no longer the ballots, it appears that a lot of examples will support that claim. In Imo State, the current governor, Hope Uzodinma, was never declared the winner of the election. He came in through the court, and he was fourth according to the ranking of the scores of the candidates who contested the election. You go to which other states? I think is it your state or something? There's a state in the southwest too. There's been too many installations by the courts. And I think that it is gotten to a point where Nigerians may not even bother to go to the ballot anymore. And maybe the courts, the learned justices should now, we'll have to submit the candidates to them and then let them judge whatever they want to do and then tell Nigerians who they proclaim. Because this is it is tugging at the very nerve of our democracy. When people would find time, go under the sun, under the rain, cast their votes, and then the politician who feels his party is in power sits back and does everything. We saw in 2023, where you mentioned, in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, we saw mutilated results, result from EC8As. We saw them mutilated. We saw, it's not like it was hidden, it was done in the open, and then somebody says, go to court at the end of the day. So, politicians in Nigeria must now tell us what way forward for democracy. It is now time for the aggregate of the political class to say if they still enjoy to be elected through this process, because it appears the people are becoming powerless by the day. And the people should watch it too. When the politicians are now able to use the courts to install themselves, to sanction their impunities, and then ask their colleagues to go to court, whatever side of the divide you fall in, whether you are in the side that is deemed as victorious, or the side that is deemed as having lost the election, it doesn't augur well for any one of us in this democracy. Because what favors you today, what you think is okay today because your party is in power, tomorrow will come back to bite. You may win a popular vote and get a mandate, and it will be subverted, and somebody will say, go to court. So that is the reason that Nigerians from every walk of life should speak against it. The courts should not be determinant. The courts again have now started. It has really it used to be post-election tribunals. Today, the courts are now involved in the very internal democratic processes of parties, which they shouldn't even interfere in. So the examples, the emphasis are so much, and we are here where we are because the people have not. People should protest such decisions by the courts. That's what I think. If the courts should make decisions that are contrary to the widespread notion of an election, election results. When people overwhelmingly vote a candidate, they know. People should protest such. We've seen that in Kano State, when the former party of Rabi Musa Kwankwaso won an election. The court declared otherwise, and the people went outside. And before 24 hours, the court judgment was reversed. We've seen that before. It is the people's complacency. That is why a few people, or even one person, a judge, would determine what a question that so many people had provided answer to through the ballots. That shouldn't be so.
Okay, so let's look at the Electoral Act. Do you think the Electoral Act is strong enough, to manage the excesses and irregularities that elections experience now, talking about vote buying, manipulation, and violence during the elections?
Nigeria is not suffering from a lack of legislation or laws. The laws are there. Even the current Electoral Act amendments seems to have taken us. It's like we are taking one step forward and 3 steps backward with the Electoral Act. Because some of the provisions of the Electoral Act that were before now solved, through the updates, last updates we had in 2011 and then in 2019, have been the gains have been reversed, because right now the INEC, the current electoral law we have now, have introduced some more disputatious clauses where before now people who are presiding officers were meant to come to court to testify. If they did any wrong election practice, they are meant to come in person. So they take their job seriously, because these are ad hoc staff of the INEC. But today in the Electoral Act, they have been able to put it there. The INEC will represent all of his agents in tribunals. So these are things that were before now had been handled in the former Electoral Act. So this speaks to the fact that, that's why I said we are going 1 step forward and 2 steps backwards. One is that there is not the question of lack of laws. 2 is that the laws that we are making, instead of improving them, most times the Electoral Act is being reversed. Well, the gains of the Electoral Act is being reversed. The 2022 Electoral Act, I tell you, is better than what we have today. In terms of, if you look at all the provisions, Mike Igini, who was a former staff of the INEC, was on the TV. He meant three gains that were reversed by this new electoral law. 3 gains that were before now had been taken care of in previous provisions. He mentioned that the appearance of presiding officers or electoral officers in tribunals, which should strengthen the credibility of the process. If I'm a presiding officer of a polling unit and I know I'm going to be called to account for all of my actions in person, it means that I will be more careful in discharging my duties. But if INEC is now protecting all of the people that it's engaged for the election, it means that people will no longer want to care what they do at the polls. That is on the one hand. There are other issues. I think as we speak, I remember them, I'll throw them up. But the point being that before now, we've had that electoral vote buying is an electoral offense. In the last election, a by-election in the Newinoff, I was on the field. I was sending real-time video of politicians carrying money in boots to media houses and saying, "Look, these are videos." Politicians, when I mean politicians in office carrying money in boots and arriving in election voting venues and distributing money. It's on video. I have the video. I could share it with. I think I shared it with Senior TV at the time. So the evidence is abound, but whose job is it to prosecute those people who are going contrary to the Electoral Act. It is the courts, it is the court and INEC itself who should take note of these reports being made by the media houses. And I don't know if anybody, political party will need to sponsor a petition on that, but I think the INEC, as a watchdog, that they having their agents there, should be enough to notice irregularities and infractions on the electoral law and bring up the redress to them. But what we are discussing right now is what is on paper. What is in practice, you and I know that those things don't make it to the field. Most of those laws are flouted before 7 a.m. on the election day. They are all, in fact, almost all of the INEC laws are already broken by politicians who are running elections and those who are supporting their friends or their cronies who are running elections. So we see this every day. INEC must go beyond the laws. They must now introduce a VAR system. If it's the football, where we have a VAR that will review all of the issues that came up for elections, and INEC being itself, it is its own laws that are being broken. So they should be the prosecutors in those cases to bring people to view.
That brings me to the question, looking at the election gearing up, getting closer, do you think INEC is ready? The independent electoral, are they ready to carry out this election? Do you see them being prepared? Are they giving you the impression that it's not going to look like the 2023 elections, that the previous chairman gave Nigerians all the hope and believe only for the election to look like what they never saw coming?
Chris, I will just tell you this. I think, when you say INEC readiness, people will think it's about printing ballot papers, printing all the forms that are required, getting rid of the ballot boxes and those things are readiness, stationary readiness.
Yeah.
Psychologically, and the kind of messaging that INEC is putting out there. INEC is actually making Nigerians feel like a 2027 election, they shouldn't trust them to come out, because we should recognize that Nigerians leaving their houses on election day to come out is a duty they are performing. It's a civic duty. Nobody wants to perform a duty where the outcome is already predetermined. The body language of INEC, from when the current chairman was accused of being partisan as recent as 2023, up until how they handled that accusation, how they brought out what's it called? How the INEC put out a notice, and before the notice was put out, an aide to the president had put out the same notice before them. All of these colorations are not looking like INEC is ready. The readiness has to be where people view you as an impartial judge. That will enable them to come out on that day and to perform their duty, hoping that INEC will do do right by them by putting together their scores and tallying the votes that they have cast. But if you look at that, you will have to judge INEC's preparation with the sentiments of the citizens. If you put up a poll right now, do you trust INEC? Yes, no. I'm not sure. Well, I think that TV houses like this are better positioned to do so. You hear from Nigerians if they think INEC is ready. Because at the end of the day, INEC is telling us they are ready. Probably the budget has been released for materials. That is not readiness. INEC they must demonstrate to Nigerians that in the local parlance, that the things that happened with the accusations of their chairman being partisan and the collusions with their communications and the communications of the appointees of the president, that these things are not issues that Nigerians should worry about. So Amiputon has a very big task on his hand. And remember, INEC is a very highly funded institution of government. So we cannot be spending all this money and we are doubting if INEC is ready or not. Believe me, if you give a class teacher the job of INEC chairman, a class teacher who knows what he's doing, who is a seasoned class teacher, he should be able to conduct a free, fair, credible election. It's not as hard as people want us to believe. With all those kind of resources at your disposal, if you're somebody who is used to administration, who administers, you do register, you do this one, if you are at that point, you should be able to, you don't even need professors and all these people who most times don't have character to do things. I'm not making a categorical statement on the character of the current INEC chairman. Even though people out there would want to say that he has not conducted himself as expected of a chairman of a independent body such as INEC through the responses and the communications from his office. So if you ask me, are they ready? It is yet to be seen. That will be the answer. They have to convince Nigerians beyond stationary readiness that they are ready to do justice to the votes of Nigerians that will be cast in 2027. And until Nigerians have that confidence, INEC is not ready.
Okay, let's look at the security angle. Right, you earlier mentioned VAR, right?
Yes.
Just like in sports, where you know, you go back, you watch, and you see actually, without anybody having any doubts, with this age of technology, the advancements of innovations, people would think come 2027, INEC will have drones situated in major polling units, areas that are like red zones where chaos and violence and bribery and corruption, vote buying happens, major areas. Do you see INEC moving to that advancement where election centers, you know, voting centers, we have, you know, drones, you know, and different technologies that will capture live what is happening? Drones that, camera that will capture both the NYC ad hoc staff, you know, that will be carrying out different jobs. So everything will be clear, free, fair, credible. Should any center complain, they can go back and watch the activities that happened.
This what you said is what INEC should be doing to help the judiciary, because most of the cases, the elections are ending up in courts these days. So it's part of INEC's duty to be able to provide the materials wherewith the judges, learned judges, should be able to make decisions, informed decisions, better informed decisions. Getting drones and all of that may be is technology, but I think AI and technology has even helped us today. Something as simple as supervising professional officers wearing Google
recorded glasses
should help. Because, you know, the way INEC is structured, at the lowest level you have the PO administering the polling unit, then you have the supervisor who's supervising the ward. I think that it may be difficult to get cameras at every polling unit because we have a lot of polling units in this country.
And it will also create more awareness and people will be more careful. If they are not aware that people are viewing.
If we have that, because if you say you want to install it, maybe vandalization you have issue of vandalization, issue of this one and that one, security for those gadgets. But I think that INEC should have, by this time, have wearable gadgets for their own personnel. There are so many issues it's going to solve.
Body cams and what have you.
Yeah, just camera. They have these ones that come as body cams. There are ones that come as glasses. You know, there are various forms of
pen. You just place it here.
Various forms of wearable cameras or recording devices these days. So INEC should be able to introduce that. One, for the safety of their officers. In places where there are violence, people should be able to see who did what and when. Then secondly, integrity of the election. The processes up from the time when the voter education is done up to voting and all that can also be recorded, so that we can have more evidential proof when we go to tribunals, instead of just whatever the party agents are able to put together. Because that is something that we should look at. The level of the budget of INEC, the kind of money INEC uses to conduct elections every year. We should be able to invest in technology. If we are very frank to ourselves, if we are pretending to want our democracy to be improved, just like we are doing with the laws, we should also be doing that with investing in technology, because it will help to safeguard our democracy. At the end of the day, like I said, if our voting processes is very poor, people may think it benefits the government in power, but nobody is guaranteed to be there forever. So that's why it's always better to have a fair play, so that everybody can always get what's due to him. So yes, INEC can explore wearable electronic devices to ensure that they get real-time footages of incidents during the election, during voting.
So let's look at voter apathy. You know, from the 2023 general elections, how many people were disappointed, looking at how they thought different centers came out successfully for a particular candidate, and what they saw was not reflecting what they felt and saw at the polling units. Do you see Nigerians really coming out this time around to vote, or are they already distracted?
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
What's the limit person?
This is Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Ubani. We are going to examine crucial developments in our country in the last 1 week. And we are going to talk about the primaries of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the primaries to elect candidates for the National Assembly, the governorship, and the state houses of assembly. How did it go? There have been lots of complaints arising from the primaries. Some politicians feel that they were shortchanged, that the system didn't go, the exercise didn't go well. There were lots and lots of manipulations and rigging that saw them out of being defeated in the election. And the question is, if the ruling All Progressive Congress cannot organize free and fair primaries, what will happen to the general elections in 2027? Is it the kind of thing we are going to see? Are we going to see a free, fair election or a rigged election? Then we come to the issue of the book, or the autobiography written by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He just launched his autobiography, My Service of Duty and Allegiance. and a lot of people who attended that book unveiling praised him for unifying the country and also for introducing the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. That we ask ourselves, so many years after the end of the war, has there been, have we seen the reconciliation? Have we seen the reconstruction and the rehabilitation? Then we are happy that the court the other day extended the time, or rather knocked off some INEC guidelines regarding the conduct of the election, and one important one has to do with the time lag, for the different political parties to submit members, their membership list to INEC. In fact, by going by the INEC guideline, it ended on 10th of May. But the court has now said, no, this is contrary to the provision of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and extended the submission of a membership list to September, and that gives room for, so we are going to look at the implication of, this court ruling, and with me in the studio to do justice to these topics and more is on my immediate right, Mr. Martin, and Mr. Ani. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Thank you,
Dr. Ukeje. You're welcome to the program. It's nice having you, and to our listeners, viewers, we say, stay with us, and we are going to serve you well. So, what do you make out of let's start from the book launch.
Okay.
Go on's book launch.
Well,
okay. So what do you make out of the book?
Well, I have not had much insight into the book because it was just launched, I think, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book was launched 2 days ago, but just like every other book, it's his own thinking, it's his own understanding, and he's entitled to script whatever he felt that transpired, within 1967 and during the war and all that. So, but the key thing that I gleaned out of the book was when he mentioned that it was Ojukwu that caused the war. But I recall vividly that that was what they had as Aburi Accord. So then, well, if Ojukwu and Gowon had gone to Ghana in Aburi and then agreed to do a particular thing, and then by the time as we were told, Buhari, what is his name, Gowon came back, I realized that he didn't do a good bargaining, and that the agreement he signed on to wouldn't favor him, and then started going against the agreement. So you can't say it was Ojukwu's, Ojukwu disobeyed. No. So that's actually what I see. But like I stated earlier, he's entitled to whatever he felt, and then to the extent he has gone to reconcile Nigerians with his Nigerian prayer. That's one thing we have known him for. So, after the war, he turned born again, according to him. We don't know who is born again and who is not, except the Lord himself knows who he is. So he has been praying around. I think with that prayer team that has been going around, I think he has made some impact to heal the wounds of the war. But with regards to what transpired in Ghana, after Ghana and all that, I don't think it's squarely on Ojukwu. You can't put the blame entirely on Ojukwu. It takes two to tango. So Nigerian government must have done something also to have triggered the war.
Yeah,
the killings, the backtracking and all that. So that's just what I want. So I congratulate him on his
Yeah, just like so many officials of government have congratulated him, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulated him, the vice president, and all that, Doctor. Looking at the book, I don't know whether you've read the book. I'm sure you've heard about the book. Even if you have not read it, you've heard about the book. But one issue I want us to look at is the issue Gowon was praised for the 3 hours, for introducing the 3 hours, after the end of the war. And here we are. Do you think that those 3 hours, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and were carried through, after the war. Any reconstruction, one can talk about in the war-affected areas, especially the southeast where we are today. Any rehabilitation? Is the unity there? A lot of people said God will unify the country. Is the unity there? Is it possible that he succeeded? Because after the war, he was head of state. He was head of state. The war ended in 1970. He was overthrown in 1985, July 29, 1985. So he has 85 rather. Is it? 75. Yeah, 75. Right. That's 75. Yeah. So he had 7 years after the end of the war. Did he implement those policies that he initiated after the Civil War?
I think you have moved from the book launch to some other thing, because the
that's still part of the book.
The 3 R's is a government program, not his personal program. Yeah. But I can tell you that the war damaged Nigeria, or at least damaged the eastern region. The damages of the war included personal houses, personal homes, personal companies. I'm not aware of anybody who had a company or who had a home damaged during the war that received compensation, that was helped to reconstruct. A majority of the schools in the war-affected areas were owned by missions. Catholic Church had the most, followed by what is now called the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, the Methodists, Baptists, few government schools. Bishop Okoye was the assistant bishop of ENUGU Catholic Diocese. He made efforts to reconstruct the schools that were damaged. I attended a Catholic school. The government didn't do anything. What they did was to seize the school and say, we are taking it over. People should go to school, there will be no fees. But before we arrived, they said they had formed parent-teacher association without the parents, without the teachers, and asked students to pay levies imposed on parents and teachers. People who were poor. Government facilities like Ojiriba Power Station. My father worked there. It was a functional power station before the war, but it's not here now. So where is the reconstruction? The Nkalagu cement factory. The federal government invested in the company to reactivate it, but it was part of the people that killed it, because the production process was a dry process. You needed to feed it with coal, put in the kiln to burn the limestone and produce cement. The coal corporation was not rehabilitated. So Nkalago is gone. I don't know what is reputation, except that the war also helped some people, helped us in a way. Many of our leading academics and administrators were working at the University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, and the federal government. Many of them who came back because they were no longer safe remained. Nsukka was a university, all right, but it was just a university. The major people who were driving the university were foreigners attracted by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe because he studied in the US. Those people ran away for their lives during the war. They didn't come back. So it was these people who came back from University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, who reinforced Nsukka and got it to where it was able to recover somehow. There was the second National Development Plan to succeed the first National Development Plan, 1962 to 1968, which was from 1970 to 1974, yes, which the government started. If it was part of the reconstruction, it affected people outside the war-affected areas benefited more because the Federal Commissioner for Works, Alhaji Okunu, although he was yes, although he was classmate with a lot of Igbos in King's College, but he took it upon himself to be bitter with the Igbos. You know, he was openly, even in the Executive Council, enunciating that things should not be done here, and nobody sanctioned him for it.
Okay.
You know, this book has come. It's good that it has come out, so it can be examined. I've not read it, but I know that I have read a lot of accounts. It's from Umahia. He used to sympathize with the Northern People's Congress before the war. After the war, he was appointed a Federal Commissioner for Agriculture.
Okay, that's Dr.
Yeah, he's a PhD holder.
Yeah.
Well, at the Federal Executive Council, he was almost being opposed. He was the person that handed over the School of Agriculture, Omudike, to the federal government for rehabilitation. You can see where it was. At the time I was in secondary school, if you went to Omudike for 2 days, you were almost like an agricultural assistant because there was something you could get. Now it's the Federal University of Agriculture. But it's just a university. People are starving around the place. I don't know whether you have passed from there to Ikotek. So there was damage. The School of Hygiene at Aba was producing people who could inspect streets and make sure that drains are cleaned. Where are they today? You know, so it's good that he has given an account, but I can tell you that I have read books by Jem Bengo. I've read books by several people. Even Lindsay Barrett wrote something, a kind of promotional for T.Y. Danjuma. Late Useni also wrote or gave interviews. The objective of the counter coup was abandoned, and Igbos were being killed just like. So if he said he was reconciling, those people who were killed unjustly, they were not coup makers, they were not related to the coup makers, but they were killed. I can tell you one person, Francis Ella, is from River State.
Yeah.
He was a teacher in a school around Abeokuta. But some soldiers from the north traced him to the secondary school to kill him. He was lucky he escaped with his life. I know somebody who lives in ENUGU here. He was the engineer in charge of the water works at in Lagos. He was nearly killed. He was just rescued by the act of God, because he was a kind person.
Yeah.
Somebody from the north who lived around there. People called him. He spoke to these two soldiers who wanted to kill him and said, "Please leave me, he's my friend." Is that what have you reconciled? Immediately after the war, there was a lady who was killed in Kaduna, one Caroline, an Igbo girl. Nothing was done.
Has the killing stopped?
Huh?
He has not. Has the killing stopped?
In 2011, when Jonathan won the election, people were killed, and mostly Igbos. In Bauchi, 5 people, foreign graduates, who came back and they were doing youth service. They were burnt alive because Jonathan won in the place. But Jonathan's sympathizer, the current governor of Bauchi State, is still in office. So, a state is a unit of the international system, but Nigeria is a state, and it's a country, but it consists of many, many nations. The concept that will unite Nigeria has not come.
Yeah.
And I believe that book, the writing, is consistent with some conspiracy to alert people. Maybe that Obi is an able person. They have come again. Because some of the things even he wrote in that book, that some officers wanted to kill Ojukwu who was not available to them. So how can you say you didn't want to kill him? That some, what they call young officers, Ironsi tried to reconcile by appointing him below rank to give people a notion that what the people who executed the coup did were bad. Now, if you did overthrow Ironsi, why don't you return power to those people who were unjustly killed? I mean, their team. You didn't do it. You remained in office till 1975. But these are personal things now, because we are talking about things that are older than us.
Yeah.
What people do depends on the circumstances they find themselves in. On this note, I just want to say that, you know, what we will be talking about in intergroup relations, interpersonal relationships are different. I've met Gowon when he came to see somebody, a lady whose husband died in ENUGU.
Yeah.
He came very simply, and he was an impressive person, but I don't think I can read the book, because if Dangote donated 3 billion, the printer may not print again.
No, T.Y. Danjuma.
T.Y. Danjuma, okay. 3 billion.
3 billion.
Dangote 500
million.
Yeah.
And
then
so many, I'm even surprised that the Vice President Shetima, you know, imposed 25 million naira on each of the state governors, 36 state governors of the federation, asked them to pay 25 million. 25 million for the, but we're not going to leave this issue until we talk about the inability or the refusal of General Gowon to apologize to the Igbos for, you know, the, yes, I mean, there was a coup, 1966 coup, January 15, 1966 coup, which was allegedly masterminded by Igbo officers, and there was a counter coup followed by massive, you know, killings of Igbos. We do know, or still remember about the massacre of the 3,000 young men in Asaba. And nobody, even Gowon himself, Gowon was head of state when all these things took place. And looking at his book, no apology, no remorse, you know, for the unjust killings, you know, of Igbos during the Civil War. And I don't know how you respond to this.
Well, a general is a general. So what do you expect from me? To start crying and then falling on the ground. So I think he has never done that. He will never do that. The man is at the departure lounge. So he's racing against time, and he's able to come up with this book. So since he hasn't apologized from that date, of course, he has told us that it was in the service of the nation. All that he did was professionally, as a professional military man. So you didn't expect that it was a personal thing that he did. Both the Civil War, the engagement, military and all that, were all in the service of Nigeria. So it was not a personal thing. So you don't expect the man to apologize. He's a general and he remains one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because apologizing is almost like saying we regret the war. And then you can imagine the issues that will follow. So because if you say you regret the war, people say you should not compensate. People should say you should be able to
Dr. KJ,
that's my take.
There's something called karma, retributive justice. A lot of people have said that the killings in the Plateau region, I mean the current killings in the Plateau region, in his domain, which he has not been able to, you know, stop as a general, you know, is as a result of you know, the killings of Igbo, the massacres of Igbo, the program that took place during his watch as president, as head of state.
I think we are Christians. We don't, karma is a kind of imagination. Actually, during the, let's say, pogrom, the traditional ruler of Jos did not want the Igbos attacked. He didn't approve of it. But because the people there, the Birom, are a minority, it is the people who are immigrated into that area that effected their wish. The same thing in Yola, the emir was protecting the Igbos, but I mean, the rioters could not do that. So even now, the problem in Plateau is on the Birom. People from other parts of Plateau are not sympathetic to the Biron people. If they were and they joined them, I mean, the matter would have been settled. And you can see Jonah Jank came from that place. And when he was governor, he tried to tackle the problem. I think the other governor that was also removed was from Jos area. So it's not common. It's only that Nigeria was set up by force. And that force continued to propel. Just look at what happened in Oyo State. That place is Ogbomosho.
Yeah.
Area. Huh? Where Akintola comes from. Okay. Adekunle was a staff officer in ENUGU here when the first and second coup happened. When Ejo, their commander, became a military governor, he came up. Yeah. When Ojukwu decided to declare Biafra or felt that people were safe, he approved that weapons should be given to the soldiers who are not from the eastern region to let them go out of the region, and that they should return the weapons after. And Adekunle and these people moved, and they didn't return the weapons. One of the things that made Akintola bitter was that Akintola was from his area. He is also from Ogbomosho. Today, the people he protected are kidnapping his people, cutting off their head. Where is the anger? I don't think we should be bothering ourselves about this thing, because what when you hear some people, you discover that the factors of that war had damaged psychology. El Rufai's son, the one that is in House of Reps, there was a time he made a snide remark about Igbo people. He said the Igbo cry, because a lot of women were raped here. The people who raped them, when they went home, they made it a story. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the current emir or one of the emirs of Kano, he wrote in a book that Igbos were taught a lesson. He was a child at the time. You know, if you are talking about rehabilitation, the secondary school that Nzogwu attended, St. Patrick's in Kaduna, it had been converted to a Muslim school. The Catholic Church handed it over to them. He did it. So I think he said he didn't want to open old wounds. You know, there's an English saying that silence is golden. Given what many people have spoken about, and he was silent for a long time, personally, I would believe that, you know, if he was talking about his memoir, his life, he could have just concerned himself about himself.
Yeah. You know,
if I see the book, if I see the book, because he was not the organizer of the coup, from what other people said, he should have just left it. Good attempt. He also admitted that Igbos were killed in the north. Many other people didn't say it. They just glossed over it. They called it retaliation. So he could have concerned himself with his personal life.
Okay.
One of the things I would like to see from that book is, why did he try to run for president under option A4 in Wusasa, and he was defeated. Very much defeated? And before this book came out, I think he called on Tinubu. I don't know what he went there to do. This book has now come out, you know, to create an atmosphere that could have a political dynamic. But like I said, I don't believe in karma, because God is in charge.
Yeah.
Anybody doing anything must be very ethical and moral.
Gentlemen, the politics is heating up, and we've seen the primaries, you know, conducted by the ruling national APC, and I believe tomorrow the presidential primaries will take place. But those, or is it today? Okay. We've had a lot of APC members complaining that they were rigged out, that the election was manipulated, you know, and there is a possibility that some of those aggrieved APC members may defect to other political parties, especially now that there is a window you know, for you to do so, given against the backdrop of the recent ruling of the court, you know, extending the timeline for the submission of membership list to INEC. But you know, is this a mirror of what we are going to? That's what is going to play out during the 2027 general election. If a ruling political party cannot organize a free, fair, and credible primaries, you know, the expectation is that they will do worse things during the general election. I don't know how you react to that.
Okay, just to, you know,
because in Nasarawa,
yeah,
in Kwara, in Cross River, in Delta, in you know, all so many states in the federation, there are complaints.
Some former governors losing as well. So the point here is this: I keep saying that it's Nigerians. We are a people that find it difficult to play by the rules. We are hardly rule players, and that's the problem. Every time we are talking about making laws, making regulations, making constitutions, the same people that make the constitutions, make the rules, make the laws are the same lawbreakers. To the point that people mock some of our lawmakers as lawbreakers. So the point I'm trying to make is that these parties have rules, they have regulations, of course subsumed under the constitution, but the point is that they are never ready to play by the rules. Okay, take for instance, consensus candidate and all that. Is that democratic? A situation whereby one or two persons, some they call themselves party leader, you know, party leader, that kind of name. Once he summons the people and say, this person will go, and then you expect that the rest will keep quiet. Even when the person that has been nominated to go or considered better ahead of others doesn't have the capacity and what it takes to lead, doesn't even have a plan for the people. So that is why we're having these issues. And all of them flocked into APC because they believe that with the president as the leader, who is running a command and control system, look at what has happened in the Rivers, just at the snap of the finger, a sitting governor has pulled out of a governorship primary. What does that tell you? So the same thing is playing out. You have seen what has played out in Lagos. Hamza, the deputy governor, has emerged. I think he's the only deputy governor emerging among those that their governors are leaving, current governors are leaving, because the leader has said this is the one that will go, irrespective of the opinion of the people, irrespective of what democracy, you know, expects that people should government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But they're not playing by these rules, and that's why you will see quite a lot of implosion in APC. Everyone who has studied what has been going on, the carpeting, cross-carpeting, and the campaign, have seen that this is almost a mini Nigeria. APC has become a mini Nigeria where everyone is flocking. And they are living in that delusion that once they elect anyone, that person will win. So the point now is that there is going to be serious implosion, because what has played out in these primaries are never democracy. They are just in position of candidate in what they call consensus candidate. And you see that at the end of the day, so many people will be shortchanged. If the man doesn't like your face, he will remove you. Whether you're serving or not, it doesn't matter. And people are not allowed to vote. So the point I want to make briefly is that the primaries are full of surprises, as we have seen, including, I think, Goje, one former governor of Gombe, Senator Goje, so many of them who are very influential, not because the power brokers, you know, the current power brokers doesn't want them. Not that they are not able to win an election. So what we are expecting that with this window of opportunity stretching to September, you will see quite a lot of them join other parties and also maybe possibly try to get elected. And then the race will be very interesting ahead of 2027. But what I'm trying to say is that, if, like you say, whether it's a foreshadow of 2027, I want to say that it's still a foreshadow, because if people cannot play by the rule in their small party politics, then what will happen in I think this is what America foresaw under George Washington. If you go through records, you see that George Washington ran as an independent candidate, because it was expected then that the parties were becoming something else, uncontrollable.
and the parties were stood down, and then that was how George Washington
opening
ran.
was made for.
And he became one of the best American presidents, in history.
Yeah,
so
before we run out of time, Dr. KJ, I would like your views. I would like you to comment on the withdrawal of the governor of Rivers State from the race. You recall what transpired in the past. We had an emergency rule in Rivers State for 6 months because arising from the struggle for power between Fubara and his godfather, Jason Wike, who is the minister of the FCT. Do you see the withdrawal of Fubara as a triumph of godfatherism in Nigeria? How do you look at it? For me personally, I look at it from the prism, from the point of view of the triumph of godfatherism. Otherwise, why would a sitting governor, having bought form maybe for 50 million, 100 million, at the end of the day, he said he was after he was withdrawing.
That peace will reign.
So that peace will reign. What do you make out of it? Is that still democracy in action?
Well, I said that Nigeria was created by force. There was no way Fubara could have survived his ordeal with Wike working with Tinubu. It's just not possible. Bear in mind that Fubara was not a politician. He was an accountant general, he was a civil servant. But because he was a person trafficking money to Wike, when Wike was in the PDP, the EFCC was deployed against him. But they couldn't arrest him because he was a sitting governor. They wanted to arrest Fubara. So he kept Fubara in the government house where they could not come in. And then from there, he made him governor to make him unarrestable. Now, common sense should have dictated that if you ride a tiger, if you step down, it will eat you. At the time that Fubara and Wike started having problems, a thorough civil servant would have resigned from the governorship. And nobody would have been hearing about him today. Many people in the PDP were bitter that Fubara was made governor because he wasn't among them.
He wasn't a politician?
He was not, yes. So there was nothing he was struggling to achieve. And the person who could hold the balance, the president, was the employer of your persecutor. So I don't think, even saying that he withdrew is just like a joke. A serious person would have even resigned both from the governorship and the party and go his way. But the reward of public office in Nigeria is so high that even an angel will be corrupted by it. So I don't think there's any news about it. It's all the same force system. Because look at it. Chinda, who is the nominee, remained in PDP until he won the election. He was the minority leader in the House.
But he has not resigned.
That I'm telling you.
He has not resigned from the PDP.
And that's why when he was talking about the INEC timetable and things like that, these are jokes. They are all planning it. Maybe where OP is now is where they want to see if they can vandalize. Yeah. Because what the INEC and their collaborators are doing, it looks like politics is a drill where you order people up and down. Politicians are not people you order. And something you cannot administer, don't establish it as policy. It doesn't make sense. He talked about George Washington. Many of these people who are running for nomination, have they visited their party members in different locations to address them on their policy choices? In the United States, in the UK, people go on tour talking to the constituencies, their party members in different constituencies. But have you ever seen it here?
These people don't
So it's a drill list. Yeah. Once you have a list, you take, you share money and people go. So I don't think we should bother ourselves about it.
No, we should really bother ourselves about what has happened. I am saying it's a triumph of godfatherism.
Yes.
Because what happened in Rivers, yes.
And it's something that sends wrong signal to our democracy. That if one man says you're going to be there, then you'll be there. If that same man says you're not going to be there, even if the people love you, even if the people are ready to vote you 100%, you are not going to get any ticket. So that's the challenge. Remember also Wike mentioned that Ireti Kingebe was not going to return back as a senator. And suddenly there was a suit against candidature. Suddenly. So you can see
the court has struck out that.
Yes, just yesterday. You can see the influence of strong men in politics with deep pockets. Oh, we are no more talking about how they call up a judge at night and give him Ghana must go. And then the judge goes to the court and tells blah, 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 and rules in their favor. You see the kind of influence they run. If they, so one young man was in Lagos, a House of Assembly member who was contesting a Surulere, and suddenly he said his police was withdrawn. Just to make sure, tell him, look, we don't want you again, and there's nothing you're going to do about this. So they try to.
No, there is nothing surprising about this. So, you know, Fubara comes from a family of highly learned people. I think about 3 of them, his brothers, are professors. He shouldn't be in, he's not in weakest rank in terms of family background. Are you following what I'm saying? His hometown, Opobo, is one of the the cities that got education earliest. That's number one. But it's a machinery system. It's machine politics.
Okay.
We are hearing about Fubara because of where he is. As I was coming here, Okowa, Ifeanyi Okowa, the daughter, has won nomination for House of Assembly in Delta. Ibori's daughter, Uduaga's daughter, 3 of them. Then Okowa himself is
senator.
So is the one you are hearing about is machine politics. That's why people should not pay attention to it. There are many capable people in Nigeria who do not participate in politics because they have ideas, but they don't want to use their ideas against other people.
I just want to say again that the parties have been hijacked by these persons. So as soon as you are floating a new party, they will send in their people there and hijack the party. And the party will
Just watch what will happen, because this rule by the court was not challenged by INEC. They say they are reading the judgment to know. They will discuss and say, okay, let us take it to December so that we can go and roughen the waters everywhere.
So this actually informed why Obi foresaw this coming and ran away entirely and disappeared from ADC and launched himself in NDC. You know, so because the parties have been manipulated by the power brokers, by money bags, and those with wide influence in society, and they have actually collapsed the institution. That's my worry. The judiciary has been collapsed. The legislature has been collapsed. You see what's going on with the Senate president. Whatever they want him to do is what he does. He's seeking re-election, and Senator Hope also want to upstage him. You know, he's standing hand-handed, but he's getting
gentlemen,
to return back to
our
the
time is.
So you can see the my back, I rub your back.
We don't have time.
No, I've supported Tinubu, so it's time for Tinubu to repay me with Senate presence.
I wish we have more time. We would have discussed the rationale behind the appreciation the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, to come back to politics and contest the presidential election, and one would ask, what did he forget at the presidential villa? I do hope that when we come back next time, we'll discuss about that. But that has to do with what the court says about, you know, he was his position is somebody sued him for the court to determine whether he's qualified or not to run for another time. Gentlemen, we've come to the end of our discussion. I thank you for calling. I thank you for participating, and we do that some other time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
God bless Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
And deliver her from political bandits.
For our viewers.
God bless Nigeria and deliver her from political
watching
bandits.
Signature
That's
Television.
our prayer.
Once again,
Let God bless us and leave Nigeria alone.
Mike Ubani. Thank you.
Thank you.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Oluoha. In the headlines, parties race to upload candidates' lists on portal as INEC submission ends Saturday. Police announce movement restriction ahead of Edo LG elections. NIS scraps third-party visa service. South African protesters go door-to-door forcing immigrants from their homes. And 11 killed, 19 missing in one of Spain's deadliest wildfires. Details in a moment.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Political parties have intensified efforts to upload the names, personal particulars, and other required information relating to their nominated presidential and federal legislative candidates ahead of the deadline set by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. In its revised timetable, the Commission had said parties must submit nominations for presidential and National Assembly candidates from 9 a.m. Saturday, June 27th, to 6 p.m. Saturday, July 11th, 2026. Section 29, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2026 provides for not later than 120 days before the election for the submission of Forms EC9, personal particulars of candidates, and EC9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, names/list of nominated presidential and National Assembly candidates online. The Commission fixed August 1st for the publication of personal particulars of presidential and National Assembly candidates in line with Section 29, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act, which provides for the action within 21 days of receipt. However, in the revised timetable, the Commission fixed the online upload of the names, personal particulars, and other required information relating to the nominated governorship and state houses of assembly candidates between 9 a.m. Saturday, July 18th, and 6 p.m. Saturday, August 8th. The Edo State Police Command has announced a statewide restriction of movement from 12 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, July 11th, 2026, as part of security measures for the conduct of the local government elections. The command said the restriction is aimed at ensuring a peaceful, orderly, and secure electoral process across the state, and will be enforced in collaboration with other security agencies. In a statement issued by the Police Public Relations Officer of the command, Eno Ikoedem, he said all vehicular and human movements would be prohibited during the period. However, the police said officials of the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, accredited election observers, duly accredited media personnel, security agencies, emergency responders, and other essential service providers on election duty would be exempted from the directive. According to the police, security personnel have been strategically deployed across the 18 local government areas of the state to enforce the restriction, protect voters, electoral officials, and sensitive materials, and prevent any breakdown of law and order. The command warned that anyone found violating the movement restriction or engaging in acts capable of disrupting the electoral process would be arrested and prosecuted in accordance with the law. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Thursday held a closed-door meeting with the nation's security chiefs at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, as the federal government reviewed the worsening security situation across the country. The meeting focused on a comprehensive assessment of security challenges and developments across various theaters of operation. Among those in attendance were the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, Chief of Army Staff, Olufemi Oluyede, and Chief of Defense Intelligence, Emmanuel Undiandaye. Also present were the Director General of the Department of State Services, Adeola Ajayi, Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, Mohammed Mohammed, the President's Special Advisor on Homeland Security, Major General Adeyinka Famadewa, retired, and the Inspector General of Police, Olatunde Disu, alongside other security officials. The meeting came 48 hours after troops of Operation Fanten Yama, supported by the air component of the Joint Task Force Northwest, foiled what the military described as a major planned terrorist offensive in Zamfara State and Katsina. The outcome of Thursday's security meeting was not immediately disclosed, but it comes amid growing concerns over persistent attacks by terrorists, bandits, and other armed groups in several parts of the country. Rivers State Governor Similai Fubara has presented a proposed 1.854 trillion naira budget for the 2026 fiscal year to the Rivers State House of Assembly, describing it as a budget of resilience for growth and development. While presenting the appropriation bill on Friday, the governor said the spending plan is designed to build on his administration's achievements in infrastructure, human capital development, security, and economic expansion. He stressed that the budget also reflects his government's commitment to fiscal discipline, transparency, and prudent management of public funds. Fubara acknowledged that the state had faced several challenges, but maintained that his administration had continued to deliver effective governance, recording significant progress across key sectors. He credited Rivers State's financial stability and responsible leadership, transparent governance, and sound fiscal management. The governor disclosed that the proposed budget projects a total revenue of 1.854 trillion naira, representing a 24.49% increase compared to the adjusted 2025 budget. Governor Fubara expressed confidence that the proposed budget will strengthen economic growth, improve public service delivery, and accelerate sustainable development across Rivers State in 2026. Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State has called for financial autonomy and investment in modern security infrastructure for state police services when created, stressing the need for any legal framework for state police to take into account the need for national standards, national support, local capability, and local decision-making. Mba made his position known during the town hall themed Building a National Consensus for State Police and National Security, organized by Arise News in Abuja on Thursday. Sharing the Enugu State experience on the importance of prioritizing security, he recalled that at the inception of his administration in 2023, the state was under siege, with nightlife gone, some areas even in the state capital barricaded, Mondays gone, while many students lost an entire academic year as they could not sit important final year examinations due to the illegal sit-at-home orders. Governor Mba also called for a constitutional provision that guarantees state police, while preserving the details for an act of the National Assembly to allow for amendments in the future without going through the rigors of constitutional amendment. Mba also stressed the need to focus on operational authority for state police, rather than on watering down the powers of governors who would be in office for a maximum of 8 years only. Troops of Sector 3 Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadinkai have intercepted a suspected foreign drug courier and recovered a large consignment of illicit drugs, alcoholic beverages, and other prohibited substances, allegedly destined for terrorists operating in the Lake Chad Islands. The suspect was arrested during an operation on Thursday, July 9, 2026, while traveling towards Kwatan Dorombaga in Kukawa local government area of Borno State. The acting military information officer, Headquarters Joint Task Force, Northeast Operation Hadinkai, Captain Mohammed Goni, disclosed this in a statement posted on the Nigerian Army's X handle on Friday. The suspect, identified as Mrs. Rachel Samuel, 48 years old, a Chadian national from Kelo, Republic of Chad, was arrested while conveying the prohibited items. Items recovered from the suspects include 7 compressed bundles of suspected cannabis sativa, weighing about 30 kilograms, 2 10-liter containers of hydromercuric chloride, popularly known as suck and dye, 1 carton containing 48 bottles of dry gin, and 61 bottles of herbal alcoholic beverages. Other recovered items include 1 mobile phone, 2 automated teller machine cards, personal effects, and cash. The Theatre Command commended the troops for their vigilance and professionalism, and assured residents that operations against terrorists and their collaborators would continue. It also urged members of the public to continue providing timely and credible information to security agencies to support efforts to restore lasting peace and security across the Northeast. The federal government says it has doubled the minimum monthly salary of Nigerian soldiers from 49,000 naira to 100,000 naira in its latest efforts to improve troop welfare and strengthen morale. Minister of Defense Mohammed Christopher Musa disclosed the salary review during an interview on a television program. He described the development as one of the welfare improvements introduced by the current administration for military personnel. For decades, concerns over poor salaries, inadequate accommodation, delayed benefits, and rising living costs have dominated discussions on military welfare. Musa also dismissed allegations that soldiers were being poorly fed, describing claims circulating on social media as misleading. The minister's remarks come as the federal government continues to pursue a mix of welfare reforms, increased security spending, and renewed military operations aimed at improving the effectiveness of troops battling insecurity across the country. Media stakeholders in the Southeast have renewed calls for increased investment in the media industry to promote balanced storytelling and showcase the region's vast potentials. The chairman and chief executive officer of Afia TV, Emeka Mba, made the call at a news conference in ENUGU ahead of the inaugural annual lecture and awards ceremony with the theme, Owabu Afia, Trading Ideas for Development. Mba said that the Southeast needs more indigenous media platforms capable of projecting the true narrative of the region and highlighting its contributions to national development. According to him, the Southeast possesses enormous potential in commerce, agriculture, culture, technology, and emerging sectors such as artificial intelligence, making it imperative for the region to strengthen its media presence.
There's so many things that this region is known for, and setting up Afia TV was also to challenge that narrative so that we can, we've also said when we first started that we're people that are beyond business. We're not just, yes, we're people who we're known for trade, we're known for commerce, but we're also people who are writers, journalists, musicians, engineers, sports people. We're people who are multi-talented people, and we wanted to tell that story. We wanted to, not because media has changed fundamentally. All of us in this space, my colleagues, that the media space, that our competition is no longer Guardian versus this day. It's also Guardian versus WhatsApp or AI. That it's no longer Afia versus Signature TV. It's some guy Amokwe TV. Because no, it's true. The dynamic has changed. But certain fundamentals remain the same for all of us in this space. And it is how we're able to shape the narrative so that people can see us for the completeness of who we are and what we are.
The event, scheduled to hold in November at the International Conference Center, ENUGU, is expected to bring together distinguished personalities from various sectors to exchange ideas capable of fostering economic growth and sustainable development in the Southeast and beyond. Ekiti State Governor Biodun Oyebanji has approved a consolidated salary structure and official vehicles for the state's 3 headmasters general. The executive chairman of the Ekiti State Universal Basic Education Board, Professor Femi Akinwumi, disclosed this in a statement made available in Ado-Ekiti on Friday. The beneficiaries are Mrs. Monishola Oguntamore, Ekiti Central, Mr. Isaac Ogunleye, Ekiti South, and Mrs. Bola Omotosho, Ekiti North, who were appointed in June 2025. According to Akinwumi, the approval is aimed at strengthening administrative leadership, improving school supervision, and enhancing service delivery in public primary schools across the state. He said the governor recognized the strategic role of the headmasters general in driving quality teaching, learning, and effective monitoring at the basic education level. According to the governor, the consolidated salary structure and official vehicles will enhance mobility, improve monitoring of schools, boost morale, and attract competent hands to leadership positions in the basic education subsector. Akinwumi added that the approval reflected the administration's commitment to improving basic education through teacher recruitment, prompt payment of salaries and pensions, renovation and construction of classrooms, provision of learning materials, and continuous professional development for teachers. The Nigeria Immigration Service, NIS, has disengaged its third-party visa application service provider in the United States, directing all travelers seeking Nigerian visas to now submit applications directly at the country's embassy and consulates. The service, in a statement on Thursday by its public relations officer, Akinshola Akinlabi, said the decision takes effect immediately. The NIS spokesman assured that the embassy and consulates have put adequate measures in place to ensure seamless submission, processing, and issuance of visas. He urged applicants to monitor the official communication channels of the NIS and the Nigerian mission in the US for further updates on visa application procedures. The federal government has evacuated 39 more Nigerians from Johannesburg, South Africa, on an emergency air peace flight. The arrangement was made to accommodate nationals who could not return on Thursday's evacuation flight. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu, disclosed this in a statement on Friday. Odumegwu Ojukwu said the additional flight was arranged to avoid disrupting the pre-scheduled evacuation flights for nationals who completed their documentation on time. According to the minister, the flight is expected to arrive at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, on Friday, 10th July 2026, at 8:50 p.m. Earlier, the Air Peace flight brought home over 180 Nigerians after a technical issue prevented the aircraft from departing as scheduled Thursday. The returnees, comprising 272 adults and 12 infants, arrived as part of the federal government's ongoing voluntary evacuation exercise amid escalating xenophobic attacks and anti-immigrant protests in South Africa. With this latest arrival, the number of citizens evacuated from South Africa following the recent xenophobic attacks has now risen to about 1,000. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu, had earlier on Thursday announced the departure of the returnees. Still to come, South African protesters go door to door forcing immigrants from their homes. 11 killed, 19 missing in one of Spain's deadliest wildfires. Slain Iranian leader buried as successor remains out of sight. And France cruise into semi-finals. Do stay with us.
Jacinta, are you ready to take the next big step towards your dream career?
Stephanie, are you going to study software engineering or maybe cyber security?
Is that why you're worried? Then listen up. at Queensland University ENUGU, they are now accepting application. In fact, admission is ongoing now. So you have to hurry now before it's too late.
Queensland, for you?
Yes, whether you want to become a software engineer, cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your journey starts here.
Finny, if I may ask, what is so special about this school?
Their modern facilities are top-notch. She will talk about their environment, the very serene environment, and their lecturers are experienced lecturers. And let me shock you, in here, you don't just own a degree, you own a skill and confidence to stand out.
Your mind rate, our official is calling.
Oh yes, now you can call the number on your screen 080 68 52 81 66 or
80 53 57 90 26.
Queensland University ENUGU, your future is here.
Groups of anti-immigration South Africans seized foreigners from their homes in Johannesburg on Thursday and handed them to police in a hardening of protests that have sown fear in communities and strained ties with some countries. In Johannesburg's Alexandra Township, reporters saw protesters breaking down doors and entering houses where they believed undocumented immigrants were hiding. They escorted the people to police vans where they were taken away, including a woman and a small child from Malawi. Another man who was apprehended by the marchers told reporters that he was in the country legally. South Africa, where millions of people are unemployed, has seen a surge in anti-immigrant sentiment in recent months, culminating in nationwide protests on June 30th, an informal deadline set for undocumented immigrants to leave the country. President Cyril Ramaphosa has warned against scapegoating immigrants for deep-rooted problems, and his government has repeatedly told citizens that they do not have the right to take immigration enforcement upon themselves. Malawi's government said on Thursday that over 38,000 of its citizens had returned from South Africa in recent weeks as part of a massive repatriation effort due to safety concerns. Over 60,000 have also returned to neighboring Zimbabwe. At least 11 people died in a wildfire in Almeria in southern Spain, a popular holiday destination, and 19 were missing, with firefighters on Friday still battling to bring one of the country's deadliest blazes on record under control. Authorities said most of the victims appeared to be foreign nationals who ignored instructions to shelter in place. The flames had spread extremely rapidly in a wooded area around the town of Los Galados in the Almeria province, particularly affecting the nearby hamlet of Bida, said Antonio Sanz, head of emergencies in the region of Andalusia. Iran's slain supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was buried in the country's holiest shrine, state media said early on Friday, after huge crowds gathered for his funeral, with his son and successor, Mojtaba Khamenei, still hidden from public view. The burial in Mashhad, in northeast Iran, follows a week of mass funeral processions, rallies, and mourning ceremonies that has coincided with a renewed burst of conflict with the United States, following weeks of truce in the 4-month-old war. That's the wrap on Global News. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We are local.
International communities observing Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The thing about exchange rate determination has very, very much to do with how much you produce in your country, how much you export, how much need of foreign exchange you have, which is about how much you import. So, one, how much do we produce? Our production level in Nigeria is very low. Two, how much do you export, which is the foreign exchange earning? We export very little, and we have a monolithic economy. We export only the oil. And when we say our dependence is on oil, you ask yourself, how much then do we earn from the oil in 1 year? How much does a country like Ireland earn from agricultural produce export? How much does do other countries far less endowed in terms of good weather, climatic conditions, fertile lands, expansive land resource in Nigeria? How much do they export? They export far more than we earn from oil. Then two, how much do we require the foreign exchange? Because it begins to play between the forces of demand and supply. How much do we need foreign exchange? The dollar, the pound sterling, the Chinese yuan, and so on. We need a lot of it. Nigeria is a consuming economy. Our appetite for consumption is so high. We don't even want to be satisfied with the things we produce in Nigeria. So our appetite is very high. So our demand for foreign exchange is very, very high. So when you demand a lot of foreign exchange and you don't supply, you don't have enough earnings of foreign exchange, which constitutes your supply, naturally the price will go up. What happened in Nigeria is that everything turned to the negative when our production of agricultural produce went drastically low. Because you can say our output of oil is fixed in the short to medium term by OPEC quota. It is only in agriculture that you can tweak how much you produce. You can increase it because you can increase it drastically because we have the natural endowments to do so. But we have not done this. And so, when we started having the crisis between the herders and the farmers, production of agricultural produce went down drastically. It was low, but it went further down. Farmers deserted the farms. At a point, we had come to the point where we were almost reaching a point of self-sufficiency in rice consumption, rice production. That is, we were curtailing the import. We were cutting off up to 500 something million US dollars used to import rice into Nigeria. We were almost cutting that off. But now we reversed again because people were becoming hungry. Prices of food items went skyrocketed. And then hunger was facing everybody. And the government had to start again allowing certain items of rice importation, a certain amount of rice importation into Nigeria. So these are the dynamics that determine the price, the exchange rate of our local currency.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to The Sage, our journey of adventure. I'm Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your guide on this journey. It's been truly wonderful, and I've thoroughly enjoyed every episode, every show. I hope you have too. And I'm excited about today's journey, today's topic. One that I love passionately, food. Who doesn't love food? Some of us like eating it, some of us like cooking it or are forced to cook it. But I guess really next to air and water, probably the other most important thing in our lives are the food we eat and we consume. A friend of mine actually literally said once and said, "You are what you eat." And it is true to a large extent. The way you look, the way you feel, the things you can do, the way you grow, the way you think, a lot of it has to do with the food you're eating, the quality and the type. And therefore it deserves attention. And an attention in a way that is absorbing, so that not only do we know it's a requirement, it's something we should enjoy. It's something we should do to the best of our ability. The cooking, the eating, the enjoying, and the thriving that comes from having done it well. Welcome once again to our show on cooking. And so before we go on to the exciting young person I have here with me in the studio, who's going to talk about her own skills in cooking, let me just say that this is something that we as Africans, as Nigerians in particular, can be truly proud of. I know from experience that African cooking, but Nigerian food is the best there is in the world. I have traveled extensively, but each time we're looking, and Nigerians, you will all agree with me, once you're out, you're looking for a place where you can get a Nigerian food, whether it is a gusi or okro or a wedu amala, whatever it is. That is the highlight of your trip. But I remember my years of working internationally too, that I would go on mission. The first thing I did once I stepped back into my house was to rush and warm up some soup and cook up a plate of eba and take it down. We have some of the best food in the world. But something that also we need to reflect on and be proud is the fact that actually research supports the fact that we have pretty good food in this country. A study, let me look at my notes, a study conducted among men and women in 185 countries for a period of 20 years actually found that diets from sub-Saharan Africa, particularly countries like Nigeria, were better than most diets, healthier than most diets in the world. It is true, and it is something we need to be proud of. It is a culture we need to continually improve on. A lot of scientific data, as a doctor, I know this myself, has also shown that many of the things that keep you healthy, that whether it's the fiber or whether it's the low sugar content, but particularly the natural unprocessed food that is so important to your health, is actually part of our indigenous culture. It is the way we eat. And it's important to retain those bits of our culture and not change to what is theoretically the Western diet. I like to challenge other people across the world, particularly in what we call the West, and say that while they're trying to go back, we are already there. A great deal of our food is not processed. The few that are processed are fermented, indeed, and that improves its nutritional content. So it's about food. And today we have a wonderful young lady with us on the set, on this show, who is into food, who is into healthy ways of making food. Stay with us. I will unveil today's treasure when we come back. Welcome to the stage. Treasure, this beautiful young lady is a treasure indeed. Join me as I welcome Jane Iswana to the set. Jane, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Jane, tell us about yourself.
Okay, you already heard the name, but not completely. There is one I don't like to be removed. That is the avoidoya.
Wow. Thank goodness you didn't make me say that.
So I am Jane Iswana Avoidoya, the CEO of Edoya Elite Integrated Services. Now, from Edoya Elite Integrated Services, you get E-Elite Kitchen. Like Mommy rightly said before I came on board, it is all about food. Not just food, but healthy living. Because there are two things that resonate with food. Is either you eat because you're hungry or you eat for the nutritional aspect. But it will do you a lot of good if you're eating not just because you're healthy, not just because you're hungry, but matching the two together because you want to get nutrition for your body. So what we do in Edoya Elite Kitchen is using natural, which we would call organic ingredients, to make different kinds of meals. We do bread. Yes, you just heard me say bread.
Jane, I'm going to interrupt you there and say, I know you love talking about your passion and your product, but before you go on, because I know a little bit of your background, tell us about yourself. Were you born cooking? Did you go to school learning to cook?
Okay, I would say I was born with it. Because right from when I was in primary school, okay, yes, that was when I started having the knowledge of who or what, or if I would say, that was when I could remember the things that I would say I actually did myself. Right from the tender years in primary school, I started assisting in the kitchen because my mom too is a medical practitioner. You know, she would leave for calls and all that. Even as she prepares what we're going to eat, you still find out that people like, you know, myself would want to go into the kitchen just to help to do something because I'm the first daughter of the family. So it just came with it. So growing up, I just grew up literally in the kitchen, aside from, you know, going out there to study. My other best part of my house is the kitchen.
You said study. What did you study?
Okay, yes, my background, I had my first degree in economics, BSc economics. Then I went ahead for my master's in finance and materials management.
What is the cooking in it? Don't mind me, go on.
Like I said, it just happened. It just happened because I remember that even when I was now in secondary school, you would have some persons visiting. My father would say, this person I'm visiting, no, make sure there is something for them to eat. And they just know that they can trust me with the kitchen. And even went further than that, that even when before I took it up as a business, some of my cousins that got married, single-handedly, I prepared some of the food that the entire, you know, people that came had.
So at what point did you decide, after my first degree and my second degree, I spent years doing them. At what point did you decide to go into food as a business?
Okay, now, I had a job. Okay, before then, I did some buying and selling, you know, the trading thing, but that was not really me. You know, when you don't want to sit and people think you're lazy, you just want to do something. But I've always wanted something that I could do with my hands, not something that some other person has done. Yes, I appreciate, you know, having to, you know, value chain here and there, but something that really comes from me, something that you would say, this is your signature. So I had a job, a very good one, you know, one of these international NGOs, you know, like a good figure salary, but you know, when some things happen, they happen. And a lot of us that had the projects then, after the project, because there was no longer funds to finance.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I will just use one word. When Brexit happened, we had to exit.
Okay, I like that.
When Brexit happened, we
had to exit.
So for some persons that know, you know, the one that the Brexit thing is connected with, so they can have an idea of where I was. So that was it. So after that, I searched a couple of places for, you know, jobs. You know, when you come from like a work environment where I would say the best practice is used, and you're not trying to look for something out there, the ones they're just throwing at you, I knew I wouldn't get fulfilled. So I had to go back and ask myself, what is it that will bring you fulfillment aside from going to sit in the office? Sit in the office, carry out instructions. What is it that will give you fulfillment? And I remembered there are a lot of things you can do with your hands. And I remember I've always been the one that thinks food and health, healthy living. And that was when the passion again came up. And you know, one thing I would say concerning this is that once an idea leaves the mind, it's already in the market.
I like that.
It's already in the market.
Really?
Yes. You know why? Because now, you don't, your startup point is not just in the mind, but it's what you put out there that is visible, not just visible, but beneficial to your focal audience.
Okay.
That is your start-off point.
When they actually see your dream in reality.
Yeah, so that was why I said once the idea leaves the mind, it's already in the market.
Okay.
So I had to go back. My passion, not just for the eating, not just for feeding people, but making them eat healthy. Because I think health in everything that I do. Not just because, you know, some of my folks are medical practitioners, but, you know, I think health, even these that I'm putting on now, I think health.
Okay, what is healthy about this beautiful dress?
Yeah. Okay, now, if I wear this dress, is it going to affect me in any way? That is the health. If I wear this shoe that I'm wearing, is it going to affect me in any way? So in everything I do, I think health.
Okay.
So that's the kind of value that I put into what I put out there. Health. Not just because someone is hungry, but the nutritional aspect. The nutritional aspect. So in Edoya Elite Kitchen, which, like I said, you know, after that Brexit happened, I went back to the drawing board after searching a couple of places as it is, no job, the ones that are coming, you know, people wanting you to cut corners, which I would say, you know, honestly, and being humble is not part of me.
Okay, we hold it there. That's exciting. And let's keep our audience in suspense. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, Jane will tell us how she has turned her ex-Brexit into concrete, health, energizing foods that we can hear from her and look forward to. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's been an exciting journey, a truly exciting discovery. We're back to our guest, to lovely Jane, and we're going to tell us what is so special about your brand, what is it that is healthy about it, and therefore where should we be looking for it, what is it you produce, and where can we find you to be a part of it?
Okay, I start with my brand. There's something that the brand designer, cannot take out. So if I cannot take it out, nobody can take it out, which is the healthy aspect. I will continue to, you will continue hearing me say that, the health aspect. So how we do this is that everything we use in making what we make in our kitchen is purely natural.
Okay.
Organic.
Okay.
So we have a brand that I would say anyone can fit in or can feed anyone. Because there are some persons who had to deal with health issues, for example. There are those that are not really, you know, in that line of I'm watching what I eat, but even if you don't want to watch what you eat, you still have to watch what you eat. But there are those specific that have some health challenges. We put that into consideration too. So whatever we make is tailored for them also, or tailored towards them, so that we use specific ingredients that we know will not put them in any danger. So that is one.
Okay.
That is one. So some of these things is, for example, when we bake our bread, we try as much as possible to use less of gluten products.
Okay, so what do you do? How do you substitute?
Okay, how we substitute is, you know, there are some other, aside from flour, you can use wheat, you can use oat, and you have other ingredients which I would not want to give on air. They call, you know, that's
trade secrets.
Secret recipe, like they would say.
Okay.
Secret recipe, but we're very, very conscious when we do what. So these are the values we bring into our food. So we make bread.
Okay.
We do cakes.
Okay.
We do pancakes. We do the one you call small chops. We do chin chin. We do a whole lot in our kitchen. That is what we call it.
How can one make chin chin healthy?
Yes, you can do eggless chin chin without egg. You should try a recipe.
Okay.
So these are some of the things that we do, aside from the other meals that you can call us or walk into our place and have a healthy meal. And another thing that we have added, knowing that we do bread and people can walk in and have breakfast, is the 3-in-1 choco drink. we produce that ourselves, from the cocoa bean to the powder and to the end product. And we have our vanilla custard also with our peanuts. All this comes from our kitchen. I'm sorry, I should have had, it's just the way the thing was set up. I would have at least brought some for you to have.
You owe us. You have yes, to. You have to come back on the show and bring some of your products.
I owe you. So those are some of the things we do in our kitchen.
Okay, that's very interesting. Tell us a little bit more about the structure. So it's a business, and I assume it's thriving. You're making profit. So tell us, how is it what kind of setup do you have, and so on and so forth. How did you learn the management skills to do what you're doing? Because business is not just about having a passion and going on. You need to have done some calculation. Will it yield a profit? Tell us a little bit more concretely about that.
Okay. Yeah. I'll be very honest with you. There's something about business that even if you have all the money in the world and you don't have a good structure, you just haven't started.
Okay.
You just haven't started. So even when you go to the classroom, and like I mentioned, for my master's, I had finance and material management. That was my angle for my master's. But setting up a business is a different thing.
A different kettle of fish, right?
Yes, exactly. Because now you have to actually put it into practice.
Yeah.
Let's see whether that thing you actually saw in the book will give you the same result like they said. So when we were trying to set up here and there, we had all these ideas in our head. We want to build our factory here. We want to set up our shop here. We need this, we need that, we need that. And by the time we drew budget, the figures kept going like this.
They kept climbing.
They kept climbing. And where is the money? Who is even willing to give you? Even the little that you have that you want to start with is not even going to do that which you think you already have in the paper. But it's good to have that in the paper. So how do we start? That was how we came in contact with C4C. So coming in contact with C4C, I learned a whole lot. That with that which you have and a little support, you can start from somewhere and get to that destination you actually want to get to. Because at the end of the day, for someone that is ready, whatever is available will be able to take you up. But when you are not ready, even if it's available, you are not going to be able to make use of it.
Okay.
So it was as though opportunity met preparedness.
Okay. I love your cliches you use.
I'm a writer.
Okay. We'll come to that. That's interesting. We'll come to that.
So I had this capacity building with C4C, different classes, different people. I would say they got very, very good, not just hands, brains to come teach us on different things, from the financial aspect to the HR, because even me that thought I had an HR advanced course, with where I was initially, it was a different thing for me. I must say I learned a lot. So those really came out before the setting up. So I was actually very happy that I had not fully set up before I met C4C, because I would have, a lot of things that would have, been the obvious potholes that I know that I would have fallen in. I know I would have been regretting at that point. But meeting them, they were able to tell us, okay, yes, the potholes will still happen. Don't be scared, but this is how you can navigate. So I learned a lot from the managerial skills, administration, to the finance, to even budgeting that I think I used to do before. Mm-hmm. To even budgeting that I think I used to do before. Then there were so many things like the aspect of technology that came out for me. So that really helped in the setting up.
I mean, I could talk forever with Jane, but we'll take a break. When we come back, we go into the last segment, and I'm going to ask her challenging questions to wind up the show. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's been really, really exciting talking to our lovely Jane. I'm more inspired to try and eat well, and I must find where you are and eat some of your healthy bread. But just before we wind up, let me ask you, what about, have there been challenges, very briefly, so that we don't go away thinking it's all rosy and easy? Yeah, what have been the major challenges?
Yes, there have been challenges. I wouldn't lie. Just one worry about setting up was when the whole world had to be locked down. COVID.
Okay.
So by the time...
Our famous 2020.
Yeah, so by the time they opened the doors, prices of equipment just went up. Prices of raw materials went up.
Mm-hmm.
So that has been one major challenge. And the second one was, I mentioned to someone before that there is a way the business atmosphere is in this country. It could be like that in other countries, but I don't know. You know, you find out that when some persons actually know that you need this space, they've already calculated what you're going to be getting from it. They can get greedy. The place we initially wanted to set up, we had a case of the landlord saying we should pay for 5 years straight rent.
Oh, wow.
5 years straight. 5 years straight. And it wasn't, you know, when I calculated the money, I asked him, I said, if I have this money to pay for 5 years straight, I won't come here.
You go and hire a hotel.
I would buy the place. I won't come here. So that was a major challenge, because we had a feasibility study before in the area, we wanted to carry it out like that. So we had to go back to the drawing board.
Okay. To
start looking for, you know, a place that we know will still be good for business, but we'll be able to afford with what we have. So
okay, that is the life story of every business. But it's good to know you were able to find your way around it. And as we wind up, can I just ask you to please, what would you say to other young people like yourself out there? What would be your last words of advice to them?
Okay, to everyone listening to me, not just the young people, even the ones that are still very energetic and needs to do something. There are a lot of things that you can do. I mentioned before, and this will be my closing words too, that don't just let that idea stay in the mind, because it is when it is in the market that it will give you that which you'll be able to sustain yourself, because God will not just bless the thought in your heart, but will bless the work of your hands. Do something.
Signature TV, news in your...
Good afternoon. Welcome to another edition of E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. The weather is a bit cozy. It's giving this whole sleepy vibes. In ENUGU, actually. I don't know about other states. But this is the entertainment hour where we tend to give you art, pop, culture, drama, social trend, comment section, whatever that is going on around the entertainment industry. So today I have an interesting story, 3 interesting stories for that matter, and of course I have some guests that will be having some conversation when it comes to open, what do they call it again? Poetry, speech, and all that. But let's delve into the stories of the day first. Nigerian Afrobeat star Burna Boy has responded to the backlash which followed his proposal to hold a free concert in Burkina Faso. The response came after critics mocked the initiative and claimed he was allegedly rejected by the president of Burkina Faso. The Grammy-winning artist, in an Instagram story, defended his intentions and criticized those questioning his motives. He wrote, and I quote, "I have nothing to gain from anybody. I don't owe anybody anything, but that never stopped me from doing the great work I do. My integrity is unquestionable. Therefore, burn in hell if you said anything negative." Now, Burna Boy, Burna Boy always bring up that gangster energy, especially when you say something that sounds a bit negative and off from whatever project he has to bring to the table. Burkina Faso leader is that leader that is, will I call him a racist right now? He doesn't want to do anything that has to do with the West. Anything that concerns the African, that's his take. He doesn't want to have anything in relation with the Western, the white people, the diaspora and all. So because of that, Burna Boy loved it, and he felt, oh, he wants to go perform a free concert, a free music show in that particular country. But the man was not having it. He said no, that he shouldn't come. They're not interested, you know, stuff like that. So that was what made the comment sections, netizens, social media users had to, you know, start asking Burna Boy what's his intention, why exactly is he hosting a free concert and a show in that place? What exactly is he going to gain? Because, you know, this whole belief that, of course, there must be a gain for everything. There must be a reason for everything you do. So what exactly is your reason, aside from the fact that this man does not want to do anything that has to do with the West? You know, so that's why the response is like this. We should be used to this by now. We should be used to Burna Boy by now with his whole gangster reply and all. He would never. Rare cases actually that he would say something that is, you know, so how do I put it now? So sweet, so homely and all, especially when you are criticizing him. Never. He would always reply you with the befitting words that suits him in his ears. So yeah, that's the update on that particular story. Let's move forward. 600 songs are enough material to make 60 albums, and this is the volume of songs that Kiss Daniel lost. The hitmaker made this revelation in a post on his X account where he shared that he lost 600 songs after his workstation collapsed. In another post, he shared that he's attempting to retrieve the song but still chose to put out music for his fans to enjoy. The award-winning star recently released his highly anticipated new project, Uncle K, Lemon Chase, which holds the delightful music that has won him the hearts of listeners of all ages. The 7-track project features guest appearance from Fola, Bella Shmurda, Odumodu Black, and Runtown. The album exemplifies the relatable approach Kiss Daniel prioritizes when making music. In a recent social media post, he shared that the most essential ingredient is in his song-making process. According to the hitmaker, relatability is his major preoccupation, irrespective of the genre or producer. Kiss Daniel's stance is one easily reconcilable with his music, whose lyricism and melodies attract listeners of all ages. Through a combination of a conversational style music that embraces social commentary, simple use of language, and a captivating and memorable melodic framework, Kiss Daniel's music has a high utility that has earned him hit maker status. I'm actually wondering how he's coping, losing 600 music. That's like, should we say 60 albums? Because let's say 60 60 album or 60 album, especially when you make it 10 music in each album, 10 music in each album. That's like 60 albums. So I'm wondering how he's coping actually. I'm wondering how he's coping when you lose 600 music. It's crazy. Songs rather. 600 songs. So I don't know how they do it, but I think he needs all the encouragement that he needs right now. He needs all the encouragement from each and every person right now to be able to move forward. He has songs that he has recorded with a whole lot of hitmakers. You heard when I shouted Run Town. Run Town is one of my favorite music artists. I don't know about you. And it's been so long we heard Run Town's voice. Bella Shmurda is part of this people that he's collaborating in that particular song. So how exactly is he going to bring those songs back? He said he's working on it, but how is he going to bring those songs back? I don't know. I'm worried about him, but I wish him all the best because that's a very big loss. That's a very big loss. How exactly is he going to start re-recording those music again? How exactly, with different producers, sounds and all? How exactly is he going to do that? But I pray he's able to come through with that because this is a very big loss for him. Kiss Daniel's music is a song that would always relate to you. You would always understand it, whether you're a Gen Z, a millennial, a Gen Alpha, the boomers, name them. You would always be able to relate to his lyric. It is something that tells stories. His songs is something that tells stories. I think he's one of the... He's an artist that people are not really talking about like that, the way we mentioned Burna Boy, Davido and the likes. He's there in the spotlight, but when you're grading him, when you call Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, Ashake and the likes, you should be calling Kiss Daniel, as part of the top 5. But that's by the way. Let's move forward. This one is quite sad. Jonathan Joss, a renowned American actor best known for his role in King of the Hill, is dead. The 59-year-old actor was shot dead on Sunday, June 1st, 2025 by his neighbor, Sigfredo Seja Alvarez, during a dispute in San Antonio. The San Antonio Police Department on Monday said Sigfredo Seja Alvarez is 56, has been arrested and charged with murder. As at the moment of filing this report, what led to the dispute has not been disclosed. As at the moment of filing this report, has not been, that was a repeat. So I actually had to go through some research to know what exactly happened. They were in how do I put it? A misunderstanding conversation or thereabouts that was outside the house, and it was something that has to do with homosexualism, gayism, and the likes. And I think out of anger, the man had to shoot him. Now, this particular man, Jonathan Joss, lost his house through a fire outbreak on January 23rd this year, 2025. He's actually been through a lot, actually. He lost that house due to the fact that he left his heater on and went out. So through that, electrified, whatever happened, and the house got burnt. But he was like, if people were able to, maybe do something to stop it, who knows what would have happened. But that's by the way. Let's also forget that he was part of the Kenneth Award that happened recently. That was last month, May 28, 29, 30th. And now this. I don't... Someone would say these Westerners are too violent because every little thing, they're bringing out a pistol. Every little thing, I don't know. Why? Why exactly? This is a misunderstanding conversation. Maybe he called him a gay, or he called him a gay or something. One thing led to another. You're bringing out a gun and you shot somebody to death. How do you explain that to the court of law? That I was angry. This is a drama, actually. I was angry, so he said something very annoying to me. He sounded so this, he sounded so that. I couldn't take it anymore. That's why I had to shoot him. And now you're happy that he's dead. Things happen every single day. Now we've lost him. We've lost him. He's the voice behind King of the Hills. He's that voice behind it, and he's not just a small actor. He's a veteran actor. These movies happened 1996, 1997 thereabouts. So he's not a small person. He's a celebrity. So how exactly would you face the court of law right now for shooting somebody due to a misunderstanding? Because it's not even a miscommunication right now. It is not. Anyways, may his soul rest in perfect peace. That's all we wish him, because he has literally been through a lot from January till now. Although he had some good time, that was during May 28, 29, 30th, the Kenneth Award and all. But he's gone through a lot since January till now. I wish him peace. I wish he rests in peace and justice should be served. Yes, I'm not going to paint words. Justice should be served. All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break and I would possibly reveal my guests to you. So stay with us.
right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back from that long break. All right, so live right here in the studio with me is Anyam Beauty, aka voice of Quintessentials, which is going to tell me the meaning of that name. So we'll be talking about finding rhythm in silence, how performance transforms poetry. She's a spoken word poetry / artist, whichever one you call it. So thanks for joining, Beauty. Fine girl. Why are you smiling? I said thanks for joining. You should tell me thank you too.
Thank you.
All right. So before I start with my questions, right? Why voice of Quintessentials? It's actually a very unique name. Oh. Very, very unique, outstanding, spectacular. So I'm very, very eager to know why you picked Quintessentials.
Okay, actually, that has been my name right from secondary school. So the name came up from certain situations and all that. It was actually after a debate competition I attended, and the topic was examination malpractice is quintessential in the success of every examination. So I won that debate, and that was how I got that name. But actually, quintessential means, you know what it means for something to be essential?
Yes.
Then quintessential means extra essential, something you can hardly do without.
So your voice is something we can hardly do without.
Exactly.
I know that there's something very unique in that particular name, and the story behind it very perfect. So let's move over to the topic of the day, right? First of all, what does rhythm in silence mean to you as a spoken word poet, rather?
Actually, I know silence is golden, but I've come to realize that silence is also an art. You get? In the space between heartbeats and breaths, poetry learns to speak, to sing, and to like scream without making a sound. You get? You see, I'm a 300 level nursing student of Peaceland University.
You are a nursing student?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And just like stethoscopes hang in the walls like rosaries, and our shadows follow us into the words, you get? We learn to listen to silent pains, to tears that cannot just be voiced out, you get? So poetry means a lot of things. Poetry is not just, should I say, it's not just something you just, it means it's deep.
You're finding the right word for it, Abby.
Like, it's a whole lot. Poetry is a whole lot.
You know, the fact that you're actually using poetry to answer me is showing that it's a whole lot too. Yes. So you said you're a science student,
yes,
right? Because most times people that are spoken word poets and artists are most times theater arts. They did arts in particular. So how come? Is it something you're born with, or you find it very interesting and you had to do more research, learn about it or something?
Okay, actually, I think I was born with it, you get? Because this is actually something that is inborn.
Okay.
And obviously, I have the zeal for it, you get? But at the same time, during secondary school, I was an art student.
Okay.
And that was when the passion for everything, like
that's from SS1, right?
Yes, it blew up.
Okay.
But at the same time, to some extent, I also had passion for humanity. So then I thought about Ben Carson. He's a surgeon and a writer.
Yeah.
I was not like, why can't I still pursue my dreams when I also want to have a career?
Yeah.
So then I decided to diversify. You cannot put all your eggs in one
basket. High five. I love your energy, actually. So, can silence itself be a form of rhythm in performance? You know, you've given example of the stethoscope hang as a rosary and the like. Now, when it comes to live performance on stage, can silence be reading?
Yes.
How?
Okay. Poetry is just like a patient in a coma. You're sleeping but awake. But then performance is like, should I say, performance is just like the nose oxygen, like what brings life into that patient. The same way performance brings life into poetry. So now, performance is not just expression.
Yeah.
Performance is connection, is resurrection. It's everything. Because in performance, then the tone of your voice, the truth in your eyes, you get, the sincerity in your expressions, it means a whole lot. So performance turns just a simple poem into a wonderful experience.
You know, that brings me to my next question now, right? How does performance, voice, body language, presence affect the interpretation of a poem?
You see, first of all, you know, poetry is actually very complicated. You get
Very complicated.
Very, very complicated. When you come to the branches of literature, I think poetry is the hardest part. Because not everyone can understand or interpret a poem. It takes a whole lot. So now, when it comes to expression now, for instance, when you write a poem now, I feel like people, those poets who write those poems, they can better express those poems. Because, you know, just like your heart now, we all have different mindsets. And maybe the way you think is not the way I think.
Okay.
Yes. But then, you might want to say, give me your pen. But I'm just seeing it as maybe you just want me to give you the pen. But you, within you know that you want me to give you that pen because you want to write. Do you get?
Yeah.
So now when it comes to expression, now, it means a whole lot. Because then, the tone of the presenter, the truth in their eyes, the way they gesticulate everything, the way they show their gestures, you get that kind of thing. It brings life into it. Because normally, when you are reading a poem, it's actually sometimes kind of boring.
Fact. Very
Poems are boring when you're just reading them on a normal. But then the expression means everything. The performance. You know, I be quick. Exactly. You see the energy there. There are speaks, these spoken word artists. Like when they are saying it, it feels like they know. Then you that doesn't understand, you begin to see meaning
in what they're saying.
Because
they are performing a drama, actually.
Exactly.
You know? All right. So how does performance use pause, tone? Like you just said, they express it and all. This particular question, I know it needs a drama or something, right? But how do they use that pause, tone to, you know, flow in the readings and all that? Is it more, okay, let me allow you to speak actually before I explain more.
Actually, you know, it depends on the kind of poem. Each expression or performance depends on the kind of topic you are talking about, you get. For instance, now I want to talk about rape. I'm not coming to be romantic. You get? I'm not coming to be romantic. I want to talk about rape now. I'll not come and be like, when he held my hand, I'll not be like, no. You have to show it. You get? That's when the tone comes in. You get? The expression in your eyes. The way you react towards it. For instance, now I want to talk about an erotic poem about love. I cannot come and be talking about love and come and be shouting. Like, I'm talking to you. Your beauty rivals the twilight hues when the sun kisses the horizon, painting the skies in shades of gold and crimson. In the geography of my soul, you are the rivers, the mountains, and the seas. You are the landscape of my heart, for my heart has migrated to the country of your touch.
Okay, now you're making me blush.
So now, you see the way I said it, because it's an erotic poem. It involves emotions.
Yeah.
But now I want to talk about rape. I'll be like, Okay. Actions he used on me were stronger and harder, and before I could scream, my head was already hammered. Do you get? I'm talking about pain. The shivers in my face will show that I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of
the person that
was raped. Do you get? That kind of thing. So now I want to talk about childbearing now. You know, it's a mixed feeling. Sensational, emotional, you get, then a feeling of excitement too, because it comes with mixed feelings, like giving birth. Now you're talking about the pains of childbearing, you're also talking about the joy that comes at last when finally the baby is out and the mother too is safe. So I feel like every poem, the performance of every poem depends on what you're talking about.
Great. So, can performance contradict a written poem?
Yes.
How?
Sometimes this case comes up most times when the performer is not the writer of the poem.
Right.
Because maybe now, I might write a poem now, and you that is reading it, you get, or reading about it. Actually, there's a poem I read in my SS1, The Leader and the Led. It's trying to talk about leadership. You get, when the zebra comes out to be the leader, and then they say, no, you have different stripes. We don't know whether you're black or you're white. I didn't understand that poem was actually about leadership until someone interpreted it for me. So now, a writer might write a poem now. Then the person that is going to perform it or exhibit it might not really understand everything. So now you're trying to bring in your own ideas. Now that is when the contradiction comes in.
And not the real idea in the whole
That's why I said poetry is better performed by the writer.
Take note, poetry is better performed by the writer. I can try perform the poem sometimes. All right, so what role do audience play when it comes to engaging in the reading, the tone, and or when a poet is on that stage making a speech?
All right, like me now, I'm using myself for an example. If I go for live shows, like if I want to present on like open mic shows now, when I'm trying to be energetic, or you get, for instance now, I'm trying to be emotional. And then when I'm trying to be emotional, I see that the audience, like, they are calm. They are getting what I mean, you get? They're understanding it. I feel the vibe. You get that feeling whereby you are presenting and the audience, they don't even understand what is going on. You too, you'll be demoralized. But then when you're talking, and let me say, is a Christian spoken words now, you get? And now, let me say, for instance, now you're like, when I sit to think about God, I become completely at sea because no amount of words can quantify the authenticity of his existence. And then people will be like, yes, you get that kind of, do you get? So the audience, they are like the vibe givers, the energy.
Sorry. You know, when you said when you were trying to be emotional, let's assume before you walked on stage, the whole vibe and energy, the ambience is giving, happy, cheerful, and all. How exactly do you guys do it? Is it, I don't know, someone will be like, silence, please, everybody, keep quiet, or what?
No. That's why I said, when it comes to poetry, there is no silence. But then, silence in poetry speaks volumes.
So you just start like that.
You start. But for instance now, when it's like a good spoken word artist, when you come in now and see the mood of people, you know whether your intonation is going to start with a high tone or low. You get? You have to be very observant. You get that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like your first stanza or first line should be what will bring them back to order to what you're about to do. Then you now move into.
So when the audience is not, they are not resonating, they are not understanding whatever you're saying, do you change your line of poets? Do you change automatically? What do you do? What do you do to make them sink in with you?
I think, yes.
You change it.
That's what spoken word artists do.
Okay.
You know, some people are just spoken word artists. They are not poets. You get? Yes.
Okay. I think I get.
Because now, when it comes to this situation now you just talked about right now, when the audience, they are not sinking in to what you're doing, a good spoken word artist will diversify or try to find the right words. But a poet now, you're talking about something already, so
it's more like you're changing my line of performance. I understand. That's true. You know, you told me about you being a Christian poet too, right? Christian poets, lifestyle poets, and all. How do you do it? Do you come with emotions? Do you come with reading to mix it? Let's assume you have to bring a blend of all in a particular performance. How do you do it?
It just comes with the flow, the idea. You get?
Okay.
You'd be like, this is what I want. Then this is what I want it to be like. I want this, I want this. How do I join this together? For instance, now in a youth program, let me say in church youth program, they are talking about, let me say, drug addiction. Now, you know, that drug addiction now, it's kind of something that is out of church, but you want to use church, you want to join everything together now. I'm bringing in the outside world with what it should be in the Christian family. You get?
Would you be adding Bible verses to it?
You can. I can.
You can actually.
I can. So, because it's, like I said, it's your choice of words that matters.
Okay.
That's it.
You know, you've actually had like 2-3 performances before we asked you to. So we're giving you like 1 minute to do a free performance for us. She didn't see that coming, but I know you can do it.
Okay. Like,
you can pick from any genre actually.
Let me say, okay. Let me just use, I just posted on my page a few days ago.
Okay.
Okay. This. Can I start?
Start.
Okay. It's quite unfortunate that people are proud of committing crimes, making people cry, killing people to die, hurting souls and claiming rights. It's disheartening that criminals are left to roam about, covered in shields of power we call leadership. Of course, leadership is in danger when people who have not learned how to obey have been given the authority to command. Ever since I was a kid, I've heard churches saying the prayer for Nigeria in distress. But it might amuse you to know that these prayers were formed when this country wasn't that bad. And just as a dead cadaver rottens to form into bones, the situation has grown worse day after day. And it's quite unfortunate. Now, let me find an erotic poem.
Okay.
Okay. Let me start from... Okay. In the geography of my soul, you are the rivers, the mountains, and the seas. You are the landscape of my heart, for my heart has migrated to the country of your touch. So when I'm asked what love is all about, I'd quickly tell them about you, your sparkling eyes, and the way you look, and the way you look at me, with the amazing smiles on your face.
Oh my God. That was very, very amazing. That's very amazing. Thank you so much. Beauty with the beautiful eyes. beautiful voice, outstanding lines that will blow my mind. Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome.
All right, the show has come to an end. I'm sure you had so much fun, whether you like it or yes, because I also had so much fun. Join us same time tomorrow, same station. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to always tune in on SLTV channel 265. I remain your baby girl, Queen It Wokunta. See you tomorrow.
Well, the world over, January each year is World Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. It's actually a month dedicated to cervical cancer awareness, prevention, management, and treatment. And today we're going to be talking about cervical cancer, preventable, treatable, beatable. My name is Chigichi Agorom. I'm your host, and this is Inside Health. With me in the studio is Dr. Joseph Tochukwu Enebe. He's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist with ESU Teaching Hospital, ENUGU. Thank you so much for joining us this beautiful Saturday. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Great. So we're going to jump into the meat of the matter. But first, I would like you to stay put and listen to our special report so you can have an understanding of what our subject matter, cervical cancer, is. Please stay with us.
Every year,
hundreds of thousands of women around the world face the silent threat of cervical cancer. Yet, this disease is largely preventable. It's a cancer that, if caught early, is treatable, but too often, it remains undetected until it's too late. Today, we'll explore the causes of cervical cancer, its impact, and the powerful ways we can stop it in its tracks. Cervical cancer develops in the cervix, the lower part of the uterus that connects to the vagina. It is most commonly caused by an infection with the human papillomavirus, or HPV. HPV is a virus transmitted through sexual contact, and it's extremely common. Most sexually active people will be infected at some point in their lives. For many, the body clears the virus on its own. But for some, certain high-risk types of HPV can cause lasting changes in the cells of the cervix, leading to cancer over time. These changes are not immediate, and cervical cancer often develops slowly. In fact, it may take years or even decades before these abnormal cells become cancerous. Early-stage cervical cancer rarely causes symptoms, which is why screening is critical for detection and prevention. In the early stages, cervical cancer often doesn't show any noticeable symptoms. This silent progression is what makes regular screenings so essential. The Pap smear, a simple test that collects cells from the cervix, can detect abnormal cells before they become cancerous. When cervical cancer is detected early, the survival rate is as high as 92%. That's why it's vital for women to get regular screenings as part of their routine healthcare. A Pap smear is not only a lifesaver, but it's also a tool that provides the opportunity for early intervention. When abnormal cells are detected, they can be treated before they develop into full-blown cancer. The primary cause of cervical cancer is the HPV virus. It's important to note that HPV is common, with the vast majority of people who have sex becoming infected with the virus at some point in their lives. But not all HPV infections lead to cancer. In fact, most infections are cleared by the body's immune system within a few years. However, certain high-risk strains of HPV, particularly type 16 and 18, are linked to the development of cervical cancer. These high-risk strains are responsible for about 70% of all cervical cancer cases. While there is no cure for HPV itself, there is a powerful tool that can prevent infection with the most dangerous strains, the HPV vaccine. The HPV vaccine is an important step in the fight against cervical cancer. It's most effective when administered before individuals become sexually active, typically between the ages of 11 and 12. But it can also provide protection for people up to the age of 26, reducing the risk of HPV infection and, consequently, cervical cancer. Vaccination programs are already making a difference in many countries. In regions with high vaccination rates, the number of cervical cancer cases has begun to decline. Yet, there are still many parts of the world where access to the vaccine and screenings is limited, and cervical cancer remains a major health challenge. Globally, cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths among women, particularly in low- and middle-income countries. Here, limited access to screening and vaccination programs means that many women are diagnosed too late when treatment options are fewer. In some regions, the lack of awareness and healthcare infrastructure further exacerbates the problem. However, there are efforts underway to change this. Mobile clinics and educational campaigns are bringing much-needed screenings and vaccinations to rural and underserved areas. Through outreach and awareness, communities are being empowered to take charge of their health. Education is one of the most powerful weapons we have in the fight against cervical cancer. In many places, awareness campaigns are helping women understand the risks of HPV, the importance of regular screenings, and the life-saving potential of the HPV vaccine. By educating women about their health, we can increase early detection and prevention rates. Empowering women to make informed choices about their health not only saves lives, but it also creates healthier communities for future generations. Every year, thousands of women survive cervical cancer. Women like Maria, who, after receiving a routine screening, learned she had abnormal cells. She underwent treatment and is now healthy, cancer-free, and living life to the fullest. Her story, like so many others, is a testament to the power of early detection, treatment, and prevention. When cervical cancer is caught early, the outcome is often positive. But not every woman is so fortunate. Globally, cervical cancer still claims far too many lives. That's why our fight must continue, and why we must ensure every woman has access to screenings, the HPV vaccine, and the knowledge she needs to protect herself. The fight against cervical cancer is not just a local challenge, it's a global one. But it's a challenge we can win. With education, access to vaccines, and early screenings, we have the tools to drastically reduce cervical cancer deaths. The World Health Organization has set an ambitious goal to eliminate cervical cancer as a public health problem by 2030. This goal is within reach, but only if we act together. Cervical cancer doesn't have to be a silent killer. Through prevention, education, and early detection, we can protect the women of today and tomorrow. Together, we can end the suffering and ensure a future where cervical cancer is no longer a threat. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. Stay informed, take action, and be a part of the movement to end cervical cancer for good.
Thank you. Many thanks for still staying with us. And our guest is still in the studio, Dr. Tochukwu Joseph Enebe, a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Dr. Enebe, from our report, it's safe to say that cervical cancer is a disease of the females. And if it is, can you tell us in simple terms what exactly is cervical cancer?
Well, the most simple terms, we could say that cervical cancer is the growth of cancer cells on the cervix.
Okay.
The cervix is the mouth of the womb. That is the entrance to the womb in a very simple way. So when you have abnormal cells start growing there and growing uncontrollably, that is what we call cancer. And that's cervical cancer, yeah.
Okay, so you said the abnormal cells. What, predisposes a woman? And we're going to get to whether it can actually affect the males, because from the special report we heard about people being sexually active, but we're going to get to that in a bit. Now, what are some of the predisposing factors that could make one female, develop cervical cancer, maybe another one may never develop it in a lifetime?
Okay, well, just from what we've heard so far, cervical cancer, one of the major it has been known that the major cause of cervical cancer is human papillomavirus infection, and is sexually transmitted. So we say that cervical cancer is a sexually transmitted disease. So now, how are you predisposed to it? It means that first of all, you have to have what? Sexual contact. So, and also, the report also told us that if you have a sexual contact at the time when the cervix is immature, is not strong enough to resist the infection.
Can you give us an age range?
We talked about below 18 days. If you have
below
the first sexual contact within this period. But they also mentioned that the likelihood is commoner. It's commoner among the younger age. So if you start coming back from 11, 10, 9, which commonly in our society now, you find out that the women now have their first sexual contact at those ages, So, and what happens at that age? When the human papillomavirus infection is so many, they have so many strains. And amongst those so many strains, there's only a few of them a number of them that causes cervical cancer. We mentioned the strain called 16 and 18, and likewise 35, 45, and others. These are the ones. So you may be infected with human papillomavirus infection without being affected with those oncogenic strains, those ones that cause cancer.
You have to speak English. You're speaking OBGYN.
So I mean oncogenic, the cancer-causing strains. So if you are infected with those ones, now the body also has its natural defense system of fighting those viruses. So now, if the age is immature, you find out that over time, those viruses are not excreted. But in the adult, somebody that has a very good immune system, you find out that over time, about majority of the viruses, they're excreted. So you find out that those ones, they don't grow into abnormal cells and then subsequent cancer. So it means that one, if you have sexual exposure in an early age, it could develop cervical cancer in future. Now, it's not only that. We don't find out that, okay, now assuming I don't even engage in sex at all, it means that probably I am not going to have cervical cancer. So now, it means that abstinence could be a preventive way of people not getting cervical cancer. Now, assuming that I have only one sexual partner means that maybe probably if we have a virus, we may share only one virus. Or we may not even have at all. However, when you now find a woman having multiple sexual partners, you now find out that problem comes in. Then in our own traditional system, we find out that our people, sometimes you see early marriages, you know, and those early marriages, probably, there could be polygamous family in some of them. So if you find out polygamy, where you have so many women, this one has
it all boils down to multiple sex partners.
So it boils down to almost the same thing. So we're saying that, fine, the major factor is what? Early sexual exposure, multiple sexual partners, and then things that can bring down your immunity system. Assuming that even at adult age, maybe beyond 18, somebody gets exposed to human papillomavirus infection, and then there is no good immunity. So, for example, people that have human immunodeficiency virus, HIV infection. So it brings down the immunity to the extent that the body can't fight those HPV viruses, and then there's no persistence. So actually the major cause of the precancerous cells or those cancer-causing cells is just that the virus stays there for a very long time. So if it stays there for a very long time, you cannot have time to now develop into cancer. Now, and if you look at this cancer, you can also say that this cancer is a very merciful cancer because it gives you time for you to do something.
But in giving you time to do something, you're not even aware that
is the problem.
So is it really messy?
Yes, it's merciful because it's saying, okay, now you have opportunities of not getting infected. That's number one. Now, secondly, even when you are infected, if you have a very strong immunity, it means that you can ward off the virus. Now, even when you get infected and you couldn't remove the virus, it also tells you, please, I am there. But the problem, can I know that the virus is there? So when that neglect is given to that disease condition, you then find out that over time, between 10 to 20 years, somebody develops cervical cancer. So which means that within 10 years, 20 years, it could have been dealt with. And I think that's the reason why we're here.
Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose a woman to contracting cervical cancer? For example, sharing of underwears, hygiene, certain kinds of food. Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose someone
just
to
like
cervical
what I have
cancer?
said, every other thing that is surrounding this is just like stories, you know. The only major known cause of cervical cancer is sexual exposure, not because we're wearing similar clothes and all that. So if that's a mechanism of transmission is not known to science as of the moment. And then, like I said, you know, having sexual exposure at an early time, maybe due to marriage or due to probably the decadence in the
society.
Was
Was that why, although I'm jumping a little bit, but it's really important, was that why during the time of the cervical cancer vaccination, a certain age range was targeted? Rather than those in the older age bracket, they targeted the younger ones, I think between 11 and 13 or 11 and 14. Was that the reason why?
Yes, of course. You know, because it's science, you know. That most of the time we have seen that most of the time the sexual exposure comes in almost about just shortly after this time. Even though we may argue that we have to even bring the age backwards because sexual exposure can even occur at 10 years, depending on the family brought up of the girl child. Yeah.
All right. You mentioned that sexual orientation, sexual escapade, that is the major predisposing factor. Now, and from the special report, and you have also alluded to the fact that it's a sickness of the female folk.
Yes.
But it is gotten through sexual intercourse.
Yes.
And sexual intercourse is between a man and a woman.
Yes.
So how does the man transmit HPV, which is the etiological agent, without himself getting sick? And then the woman carries the virus and probably it progresses to becoming, you know, a cancer.
So if you look at the HPV virus, it affects surfaces. If you come to a woman, the epithelium, you know.
What is the epithelium?
The epithelium is the cover of those reproductive tracts. Like you have the vagina, you have the anus, you have the cervix. You find out that the HPV can actually affect all those surfaces. But the one we are discussing today is just the cervix, the cervical cancer. So men on their own part also have the covering of their penis. They can also have cancer caused by the same HPV.
Wow.
Then if also
but it's not called cervical now because it's
there's no
cervix.
Cervix. Yes. So it's called penile cancer. So you can also have penile cancer there, but that's just the man's own version of cervical cancer.
Wow.
They can also have vaginal cancer. All of them are also caused by the same type of viruses.
Tell us about oral sex. Can it transmit HPV?
Yes, definitely it can transmit HPV.
How does that work really?
Now, you are touching the body parts where those viruses are. So you swallow the viruses at the end of the day. So it can also cause problems in the throat. So
because there's also lining,
yes,
cell
can also
lining.
cause throat cancer. So that's why it's not really advocated. I hope women will understand that.
No, we're here to educate. Please go ahead. So you're saying this same HPV that can cause cervical cancer, can cause penile cancer, and cause throat cancer.
And then if people that also have anal sex, also causes anal cancer.
My goodness. What are the signs, the earliest signs of cervical cancer?
Now, the truth is that at the early part of cervical, maybe, let me say, there are stages in this progression of the cancer. One is that the cancer can progress from infection to the precancerous stage. From the precancerous stage, then you have the cancer itself.
Okay.
So you now find out that the cancer during the precancerous stage, no symptoms.
Asymptomatic.
So it's highly asymptomatic. So the woman who has such a condition won't know that it has any infection. Then also the early part of the cancer itself may not present with any symptom. However, when the woman starts presenting with symptoms, most of the time we find out that the cancer has advanced.
Yeah.
So now what are the symptoms a woman can see and they say that it has cervical cancer? First of all, you may have a discharge. That discharge could be described as watery and has offensive odor.
Very different from the ovulation
Yeah,
discharge.
no, it's not cyclical, it's always there, and it's watery and it's foul smelling. So if a woman has that, it means that she has to go and see the health professional, especially the one of the OBGYN. Okay? Now, apart from that, if a woman has sexual contact, especially maybe with the partner or the husband, and there is blood, so bleeding after sex, you must see the doctor for my examination. And
what kind of bleeding? Can you describe the bleeding?
Post-coital bleeding, maybe after sex, or during the sex, you see spots of blood. Of course, you must have to find out where is that bleeding coming from. Is it coming from tears, or is it just coming from those epithelium? If it happens, then we'll have to screen the woman further to know whether she has cervical cancer. Then I mentioned, it can also touching inside the body. If there is a mass there, those masses are usually, they bleed very easily. A woman touches there and there is bleeding. Now remember, this cancer doesn't stay only on the cervix. It can also move forward to affect other organs.
Upwards.
It can move both. It can affect the rectum. It can affect the urinary bladder.
Is that mobile?
Of course, these are cells now, and those cells are they are micro, of the micro size, so they can be
Do they
transmitted.
talk to each other like? Do they have
you can see
intercell communication?
Of course, one cell affects the other, just like that until it gets around the body. So now, if all those structures there around the cervix are affected, you may also have symptoms. One of the symptoms, a woman can come down with kidney failure. And now what's happened? Maybe probably because this cancer affected the pelvis of the woman and blocked urine passage and damaged
from the bladder.
Yes, and damaged the kidneys. The woman may also urinate blood because the cancer has also affected the urinary bladder and she's now urinating blood. So you can see whenever a woman has any condition not to see blood and she sees blood from her private parts, she has to come to the hospital for further investigation. Or maybe she's poo-pooing and there is blood there, so she has to...
Well, with poo-pooing, you would suspect it's from your digestive tract.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whether it's from the digestive... Well, you have
just
to come
go
to...
check yourself.
Yeah, so that we cannot investigate further and find out. But before that one occurs, of course, the major pathway could have had symptoms, Not like I said, more of bleeding. Most of the time, the bleeding is most of the time uncontrollably. And there is a lot of offensive smell. Of course, some of us that stay in the hospital, you find out that when you see a woman that has cervical cancer, of course, from the offensive odor, we know. We have not spoken to the woman, but we know that this is a cervical cancer. And it's a disease of shame, and nobody wants to have cervical cancer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, a while ago we talked about certain lifestyle, factors that can predispose a woman, and there's this, well, I would call it like a cosmetic practice among the female folk. It's called douching. You find some people they'll tell you it's saline, it's neutral, the pH is neutral, just use it to wash your insides. Now, is this a myth? Is it an old wives' tale? Does it do any work, or is it a predisposing factor in itself, to that area? How does douching help the women folk, and does it predispose them to cervical cancer?
Just like I mentioned before, douching is not a practice that we support in our practice, because one, like you said, it can also help to transmit some other infections and all that, and it doesn't prevent cervical cancer in any form. Say you want to wash off the HPV viruses, it doesn't. So if somebody is practicing douching, it doesn't help prevention of cervical
cancer. Does it even do anything? Does it help in any way?
It doesn't have any significant value.
Therapeutic or
no
value.
It doesn't have. Probably people do it because they don't want to get pregnant. But
even
still,
with that,
it doesn't prevent
pregnancy.
Yeah.
All right. So according to the report, cervical cancer is like the second largest in terms of prevalence, second only to breast cancer. Now, why is it that most cancers, their etiology is unknown, but this one particularly is known? And there was this recent report, I've forgotten the details, where a surgeon was known to have contracted cancer from operating a cancer patient. Now, is this something that is real? Can a cervical cancer patient transmit, the virus to probably her physician or maybe a caregiver? So is it transmittable?
Well, for that to happen, there have to be a lot of processes. Like now, the caregiver will be a man. And before we operate on women, we usually protect ourselves properly, and so that there's no contact. So you find out that there's no contact. Like I said, the major problem there is contact, skin contact, between both the two parties that are involved. So if there is no major persistent skin contact, there won't be any transmission.
Okay.
And like I said, not only that there is transmission, somebody gets a HPV virus infection. But remember that over time, if you have a strong immunity, your body system can always remove those viruses. The problem is when the body immunity has failed, and you find out that there is a development of cancer-causing-like cells, which eventually, if unchecked, will eventually progress to cancer. Yeah.
All right. So, like I mentioned earlier about cervical cancer vaccination, right? And on so many platforms, medical and healthcare platforms, people have come out to say cervical cancer, it's really important that women are aware, protect themselves and things like that. But then finally you find out that people are not catching on. Case in point, the recent rollout of cervical cancer vaccination. What has been your experience with the vaccination? Is there hesitancy? Did people fight it, or did they really accept it? Before you answer that question, I think it should be a follow-up question to how exactly does vaccination prevent cervical cancer? Then you can answer to the vaccine hesitancy.
Okay, let's start with the how vaccines affect.
Yes.
Now, what vaccine does is that they bring in the antigen. Antigen is something that looks like...
I was going to tell you to explain what antigen is.
Something that looks like the HPV virus. And then they plant it in somebody's system. Now, the body reacts to it by developing antibodies. That's cells that fight...
Soldiers that fight
those cells.
Yeah.
So when the body develops it, it means that the body is now equipped. So when the body now sees anything like that virus, it attacks it and takes it away. So that's what the virus does. So now, if a girl child is given that HPV vaccine, it means that she now develops immunity. So it means that the virus cannot affect the woman. If that type of virus affects
because you mentioned it's type 16 and type 18.
Yes.
Can one vaccine, protect for 16 and 18, or you take two different vaccines for the two different
like the common vaccines we have the Cervarix, We also have the Gardasil. Now, the Cervarix has only protects for only 2, that is 16 and 18, and they cause majority of the cervical cancer, up to 70% of the cervical cancer. So now, but the Gardasil has about 4 strains that it helps to prevent, both the 6, 11, 16, and 18. Now, they are also working on trying to get more vaccines that are polyvalent, that is, that can prevent so many viruses. Up to 9, they have gotten a vaccine that can prevent up to 9 strains. Okay, so that is where we are at the moment. Just like the question he asked, assuming that one of the virus that I got, I am not protected against it in my vaccine, probably you may develop cervical cancer. But like I said, the majority of the cancer-causing viruses are protected by these 2. So if we're able to take out these 70% of viruses, I mean, the girl child will be protected against the
All right,
virus.
we're still going to get to the vaccine hesitancy. However, I want to go to the streets. There's another report, Vox Pop want to find out what do people know, the extent of the knowledge they have of cervical cancer. So please take a listen to this presentation.
Cervical cancer is a group that cannot be contained. In other words, it's malignant. Yes, it can spread. That's the meaning. It does not stay in one place. So it can start from that place, from the mouth of the womb, and spread to other parts of the womb and go into other parts of the pelvic region. Affect even the bladder. It can affect the stomach. It can go up and go to the chest. And typically, malignant cells can even travel through the lymphatic system. In other words, it can get very far from where it started. So it is caused by what is called the human papillomavirus. There are the HPV for short. There are many strains of it. So many strains of it. In other words, many types of human papillomavirus. And this is a cancer, incidentally, this is a cancer that has a known organism that causes it, unlike many other cancers. So it is helpful in the sense that if there is an organism that is known to cause it, something can be done if that organism can be arrested. So in trying to prevent it, children at a certain age who have not had any sexual contact can receive a vaccine, the human papillomavirus vaccine, that would prevent if that organism comes into their body now, their antibodies will now fight it and they will not come down with the cancer. And it's not for adults who have been engaged in sexual activity. So talking about finding it out early, like in cancers, early detection is usually the best form of treatment. So we do certain things like pap smear. Something is taken from that portion in a female. And may I just say something before I get to that? It affects only females, but males can also harbor that virus. Yes, males can harbor the papillomavirus, the human papillomavirus. Males can harbor it in their body, but they will not suffer from it because they don't have a cervix, they don't have a womb, but they can transmit it effectively to as many women as possible. Yes, and that is why one of the ways of preventing it is not having multiple sexual partners, maintaining a good sexual life, then doing the preventive, which is going for screening for pap smear in designated places like the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital or cancer centers by the Medical Women Association of the ENUGU State. I think they also do that, and some other private institutions do that. So the treatment for that, if detected early, the womb can be, that place can be removed. That is surgery. A radiotherapy can be done. Chemotherapy using drugs to kill the cancer cells can be done. If it hasn't advanced much, that's why early detection is very important. So generally, the awareness that should be created is for parents to know that their girl child can receive the vaccine and have that cancer prevented. Because if I'm not wrong, it's about the second most lethal cancer. It kills, in statistics, it is after breast cancer. That is next. After breast cancer, that is next. But the child can be prevented at an early stage by receiving the vaccine. Then, like I said before, people should not be engaged in multiple sexual activities. They should maintain a partner. And the screening also can be done. I'm not quite sure about screening on men to know if they have it. I believe that there might be, let me not say what I'm not very sure of right now. Then, in conclusion, we need support for cancer patients because there is a lot of, there are places that the fund of Nigeria or the global world or WHO goes into that are not really so necessary. Their health is not given priority. Women with cancer, you find out that majority of women with cancer, cervical cancer, are paupers. Yes, they are paupers because sometimes their lifestyle is due to poverty. Even if you are so rich, treatment for cancer is quite expensive. So it depletes the purses of people. So funding and support to cervical cancer patients and other cancer cases is very necessary.
Cervical cancer is a type of cancer that affects the cell cervix. So it's close to the lower abdomen, which is the vagina. So cervical cancer, it has affected more than 90% of women in this country. So I think that talking about cervical cancer, we need solutions to cervical cancer. First of all, some people don't know the solutions. They don't even know anything about cervical cancer. Therefore, the government needs to create awareness to the women. Even if we cannot create it in a very big way, it can be introduced in the secondary school, university, or even in primary school in order for people to know about it.
Awareness of cervical cancer. So I think government should create more awareness. Not just government, even schools, they should teach about cervical cancer because I myself, I don't really know much about cervical cancer. So government should create awareness in hospitals, even the society, they should talk more about cervical cancer and the dangers of cervical cancer because it kills women and some women don't even know about cervical cancer. Also in hospitals, there should be vaccines for cervical cancer because in my secondary school, I think a hospital came and we actually had to pay and they gave girls vaccine for cervical cancer. So I think it should be talked about often.
I believe if the government put more efforts on the issue of cervical cancer, for example, HIV is widely known, kidney problems are widely known, but cervical cancer, I don't believe a lot of people, a lot of women knows about it. So if the government can concentrate on that area and put more this thing on that area, I believe it will make people be aware of it, and a lot of women will not die ignorantly because it's when it gets to the dangerous stage that a lot of them know about it. So if the government can concentrate the way they concentrate on HIV, kidney problem, even malaria, on cervical cancer issues, I believe there will be a little bit of solution on that.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to take a listen to the Vox Pop, we were on cervical cancer vaccination hesitancy, and Dr. Enebe is still in the studio to have this discussion with us. So, Doctor, tell us, but before we go to that, there's something that someone mentioned from the Vox Pop that I wanted you to respond to. Yeah. There are many actually, but we'll take two. First of all, she mentioned that cervical cancer is malignant. Now you're going to explain what malignancy means, and indeed if all cervical cancers or all HPV viruses cause malignancy. Then secondly, she said that the vast majority of women who suffer from cervical cancer are poor. Now, is there a correlation between, the economic state of an individual and being predisposed to cervical cancer? So first of all, talk about the malignancy.
Okay. Well, malignant means cancer.
Okay.
They are cancerous. Okay. They have abnormal, uncontrollable growth that goes around to affect one cell, affect the other ones, and it continues to spread. Okay. So that's malignant. Okay. So it's not all HPV viruses that are malignant. Just like we said, some of them are. I used the word oncogenic before, like cancer causing. So some of them are not. They are low risk viruses. If you get them, some of them also cause normal genital warts. That's another thing also. Women
caused by HPV.
Caused by HPV. Just like that Gardasil I mentioned, they are caused by HPV 16 and 6 and 11. So you can see that Gardasil also controls for that
genital warts.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and then you talked about.
She mentioned that a vast majority of women that come down with cervical cancer are poor.
They are poor. Yeah. Well.
Is there any correlation between economic, standard and?
Yes. From what she's saying, that probably we wanted to talk about hesitancy, and the major thing there is education, knowledge. Who knows about cervical cancer and who doesn't know? Now we conducted a research in ENUGU among secondary school teachers.
Yes, I was going to get there.
Yes.
Because I know you posted it on ResearchGate, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Among secondary school teachers. These are the people that should be teaching the children, or probably even the parents. We found out that majority of them don't have a good knowledge. It's only about 41% of them
knew what
cervical cancer is. So if they don't know, how will they now teach the children how to take vaccine? Have you seen where the problem started? And most of them are also parents somewhere, Okay. Now we also even had we also did another study. Among the nurses that work in the hospital, they know about cervical cancer. Majority of them have good knowledge, but they never screened for cervical cancer causing.
So there's a gap between knowledge and attitude.
So you find out that attitude is different, and also knowledge is also quite different. That you educated does not translate to the fact that you will be screened. However, if you're educated, most likely your sexual life will be maybe different. Having multiple sexual partners will be grossly reduced. However, when you talk about poverty, she doesn't have the education. That's number one. Now, if you don't have the education, sometimes you see them getting married to polygamous homes, being exposed to sexual activities quite early in their life because they may be exposed to maybe the streets, And then also, even when the person grows up, he doesn't know anything called screening. So you find out that poverty, in an essence, can translate to causing cervical cancer.
Let's talk about screening. Yeah. I think in the course of the presentation, screening came up, pap smear.
Yeah.
I want you to speak to how available the testing is and how easy it is to get tested. But first of all, tell us what the processes are. What exactly is pap smear?
Well, pap smear is a procedure that we carry out on women. It's a form of test that we carry out on women by collecting cells from the mouth of the womb. When we collect those cells, we stain them on the slide and then view it under the microscope. And when we view it under the microscope by specially trained people, there are certain things they will see on the cell. They say, oh, this one is getting abnormal. And they cannot say, okay, this one is high risk, this one is low risk.
They can be categorized.
Yes, they can be categorized
being
just by
looked
looking at
under
them
the microscope.
So that is what is called a pap smear. And it's expected that every woman that is sexually active should at least, if they're coming into the hospital, should carry out pap smear. Now in our own environment, you find out that carrying out this pap smear is difficult. Why? The people that are even meant to do the screening, they are just very few. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria now, most of the majority of the doctors, they've all migrated. So who is going to carry out the screening? Who is going to read those pap smear? Now, one of the materials that we use for the pap smear, it's not commonly available. There was before I became a senior doctor in my hospital, I carried out a research and I wanted to do pap smear. I went to Buetem, I couldn't find any material for pap smear. So I have to go to China to import those materials and then
For pap smear?
Yes, for me to carry out that pap smear. So I found out that it's not commonly available. Now, which centers are now doing the pap smear? There are very few. Maybe you talk about UNTH, talk about Parkland, then talk about the Women's Center, you know, and then some other few. You find out that people don't even engage in procuring materials for those screening procedures. So now, I think the ENUGU state governments, they are working towards the fact that they want to make sure that people are trained. Now, training people at the primary level means that you have widespread information and education among the populace. Now, they also now learn how to now look out for those things that look like cancer. And if they do that, it means that majority of the people, when they come for antenatal, they should have that education.
Yeah.
They should be told about cervical cancer and when they can get that thing done. And then even among women meetings, how many times have they brought out their time and say, yes, there is one virus, they say that it causes our death, and that it kills almost majority of the women that have it. Can we table it and it becomes a major discussion on their table? So I find that enough is not being given to this particular disease. And that is why it has persisted and continued
for this long
to exist in the environment. Now, if you come to developing countries, the majority of the cancers are in developing countries compared to what we have in developed countries.
Which goes to collaborate what the lady mentioned.
Yeah. So why? If you go to developing countries, they have a streamlined policy, how they are checking cervical cancer. First, they are checking it at the level of the primary level, making sure that women within the age of 11 and 14, or 9 and 14, that they have vaccination. Now, and if they don't catch it there, eventually get infected with the virus, they also wait for you at the screening level, where they also do pap smear, do visual inspection with acetic acid, and so many other ways of checking for whether you have exposure. Because that time, they're just checking whether the virus is there. And all of them, all these, when they check and find out that it's there.
We find out that this is a matter, is a policy matter.
So you can see now.
It's a policy matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now let's get it down to what is happening in developing countries. Government is not interested.
My question would be, I know, but you know that government doesn't give you anything on a platter.
Yes.
As Nigerian government doesn't at least.
Yeah.
Now you're a member of NMA. You're also a member of MBCAN.
Yes.
What are some of the advocacy moves that you guys have made to see if there will be a little bit, even if it's just subsidy, you know, for carrying out the test, or just in any way to make it easier or accessible and affordable
you can
for
see
the people?
The women group, the medical women, that's the women that are doctors in ENUGU.
Yes.
They have thought it twice that this is the major cause of morbidity and mortality among women. And they said, now established a center, they are paying somebody. So what we're not saying that we want to spread this message more. That if you want to screen for cervical cancer, they can come and you'll be screened. So you can see, yes, and you see that sometimes when we're doing our health week, sometimes this thing is where we focused. And then when we also do our health outreaches.
I'm curious as to why you are leaving it for the women wing. You know, sometimes women listen more to their husbands than to their fellow women.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be important that the men also lend the voice to the women wing?
That's what I'm saying, that sometimes when NMA, Nigerian Medical Association, when they are doing their outreaches, they also do pap smear as one of the, like in MDK and Parkland, when it comes to MDK and Parkland. Last, we went to Aba. And one of the things that we went to Aba was screening women for cervical cancer. It was part of our program. There's no way I would go there, and we know about it. So we screened a lot of women to know whether they had any risk of developing cancer. And the people that had problem, we brought them to ENUGU and they were treated. So it's part of our program. We have not forgotten that. Yeah. And not only cervical cancer, breast cancer, because two of them, they run hand in hand. So we examine people's breast and also make sure that we screen them for cervical cancer. So it's an integral part of, you can't discuss about anything anyway without putting cervical cancer by the side. So,
now, does cervical cancer cause infertility in women or even in men as carriers? Now,
if somebody has HPV virus and no abnormal cells, there's you can have your babies and no infection.
The baby is not infected.
However,
okay,
when there is a treatment around that cervix, maybe the cervix is being cut off or the uterus is removed, you now find out that you cannot say, this cervical cancer has not led me to not having a baby. I could remember when I was in training, a woman that has human immunodeficiency virus infection. Now, because of the fact that they have low immunity, so they even develop the virus at their early ages. So around 23, the woman developed cancer of the cervix. And when it develops cancer of the cervix, that area is blocked. It's covered. There's no way. There's even having sexual contact will no more be possible. So you can see such a woman will not have a child, and it may be described as infertility.
Yeah. Secondary, right?
Yes. No, infertility means that when you talk about primary and secondary, they are different. So, but it's infertility.
Okay, when you were discussing pap smear, it sounded a little bit invasive, right? But I know that antibodies have actually come up in the course of our conversation. So is there like a serological test that can be done to detect, the presence of, HPV or the antibodies to HPV without going through a woman's inner parts, right? Is there any test like that?
Well, most of the time what we do
as
is
an alternative to pap smear.
HPV testing, You want to now test whether the woman has HPV. Now, do a DNA and check whether the woman has any cancer-causing virus.
You have to break it down to carry
So we still have to go there, just like the way when a woman has a discharge, she comes to the hospital and they takes a sample from there, And I think a woman has to start developing positive mindset towards preventing cervical cancer, making sure that each time you go to the hospital, you have an opportunity for you to do cervical cancer. Where I work, there's no woman that comes to my clinic that I don't recommend, at least for the first time, even if it means that this is the only time the woman will have pap smear.
All right. So we are gradually winding down, but I wanted you to speak to, I know you've said you've done outreaches, but have you met with politicians or relevant stakeholders in trying to make, when you get to the hospital, there are some tests that are, what's the word, vital tests, right? For lack of a better phrase, has there been any policy or advocacy move by your group or your association to speak to stakeholders to see how they can get this particular test, I'm talking about cervical cancer testing, to become not really an important, but a test that must be carried through and of course subsidized so that people can afford it. I know you have gone for outreaches, you have spoken to that, but is there like advocacy to meet with government officials, to meet with committees, healthcare committees, to say, guys, we need you guys to come and subsidize this so that women can have more access, make it an integral test, an integral part of the battery of tests that women can do when they come to the hospital, something like that.
I think the advocacy has always been there. And but what we're not begging now is that government should focus more on it, and start bringing in material. Like I said, that ENUGU state government is going to train a lot of health workers. And why are they training the health workers? They want to train them on how to carry out cervical cancer tests on women, especially those women that are in the villages that don't have access to town or have places where they could be screened. So they are now training them. By Monday, you see that the training will start statewide.
Oh, beautiful.
So, I mean, that's a positive side from the government. And in the last government, they supported Parkland by creating a cervical screening center. And they supported it with colposcopy machine and the rest. So you can see government, they also gradually, they're learning about it. Then if you watch in the last government, there was a time the girl child they were vaccinated against HPV. So, I mean, it's still also showing that they're also showing interest. But like you said, if government is going to hear us through this advocate, this is also means of speaking to the government, that any woman that comes to the hospital should have a free cervical cancer screening, just like what is done abroad. Once the person is sexually active, they should just give that cervical cancer screening free of charge. And then they should also invest more on medical workers that are going to help carry out this. Not allowing our medical doctors to be traveling abroad. By the time all of them travel, it means that the cervical cancer that is already so much. Imagine Nigerian population is about 1% of the world population, but you can about up to 10% of cervical cancer burden in the whole world. I mean, it's so bad. So we
All
should
right.
make everything possible to
In
retain our
one word,
doctors.
in one word, what's the prognosis for cervical cancer? In one word, before we go, we have a testimonial of a cervical cancer survivor that will soon come up. What's the prognosis?
Let's see. If it's detected early, the prognosis is fine, good. Almost about more than 90% chances of 5 years survival. So,
All
so
right.
if just the key thing there is early detection.
Beautiful. So with that,
Yeah.
we get to the testimonial report of a cervical cancer survivor. Take a listen to this.
My name is Maria. I was diagnosed with cervical cancer, and it was one of the most challenging times of my life. However, through the support of my doctors, family, and friends, I found strength I didn't know I had. The treatments were tough, but I'm grateful for the medical advancements that helped me through. Today, I'm in remission, and I encourage others to take preventive measures such as regular screening and never lose hope in the faces of diagnosis.
And there you have it, a testimonial from a cervical cancer survivor. Great story. Thank you so much, Dr. Enebe. It was really good having this conversation with you. I mean, I, for one, I learned a thing or two, and I'm sure our viewer out there learned something. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. We have not discussed, so we just opened up the discussion.
How about doing a part 2?
Of course, I'm always available. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for staying with us. That has been Inside Health. And don't go anywhere. Inside Health comes up next time, next week. I'm still your host, Chigi Chagoram. Bye for now.
Just like EFCC coming to tell us that we are always after criminals, whereas they are the criminals. The politicians are the criminals, but they're after the criminals. Now, when it's time for you to do your work, you change the narrative to some people that are vulnerable, that can't speak for themselves. It's just the same thing with this one. They are trying to create something that they will use and cover up some other offenses that are upcoming, like that we'll see in the future. They are there to cover those things we think that will be a huge problem. They will tell us, we're on it, we are handling it, and it will be taken care of. And then after, they'll go for the list, leaving the big fish up there, doing their thing the way they want it. Trust me, even if they, even if that is being created, trust me, that thing will only work for the poor. Just like EFCC. EFCC is for the poor, not for the rich. It's not for the politicians. If you try it, you lose your job. That's what I can say.
I love it because I was once in that stage when I was coming. I'm once in that election stuff when I was still a young lady. When I call a young lady, that is a Spencer. I work under that INEC. There's the one we went for issues or we are coming back, opponents started chasing us to drag the ballot box from us. So as God may have his way, skate through. So if they can bring out that kind of commission, it will help those that are rigging elections.
His bill is okay, but in this country, called Nigeria, I think he should pursue for electoral reform first, to get what it needs to have a very good election in Nigeria. That's what he pursued for before coming to electoral offenders reform or waiting, because this electoral offenders reform cannot work if people are not having a good electoral reform. So I believe he should pursue that first before establishing any other commission that will help in having this election, having a free and fair election in Nigeria. Electoral reform must be accepted, and I think synergy is another thing he should focus on, because people are losing interest. Ordinary citizens are losing interest, because we remember the last election, 2023. You all know what happened. We believe that it was rigged, that somebody who won, they didn't announce the person that won the election. That's what many believed. And it's because of the, what did they call it, glitches, or, you know. So I believe, let's him pursue electoral reform first before going towards electoral commission, whatever.
What the IDEC chairman is doing is germane, is good. It should be encouraged. When somebody commits such offense, that person should be tried immediately. If the person is found guilty, the person should go in for it. You understand? On the spot trial will discourage people from doing a nonsense during elections, because they know that once they are caught, they will face the law immediately. And by that time, it will not give their godfathers the opportunity of intervening. Before they will intervene, justice has already been served. It will help to serve as deterrent to those that have intention of committing malpractices during elections.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to next year's Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo. I'm the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory and capital mobilization firm focused on addressing Africa's most complex development challenges. And today's conversation goes to the heart of one of the most urgent questions facing Africa. Who gets to develop and under what rules? For about 4 decades, African countries have been urged to liberalize, privatize, deregulate, shrink the size of the state, open their markets, attract foreign capital, and follow their comparative advantage. I mean, these elegant ideas were presented as economic common sense. Yet, the countries that actually industrialized, the UK, US, China, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and China of late, did not do all of these points I've made earlier on to develop. Indeed, they used tariffs, subsidies, directed credit, state-owned enterprises, and deliberate support for domestic firms, Having climbed the ladder, many of the developed countries discouraged others from using the same path. Indeed, they kicked away the ladder. For scholars, just very few scholars have kind of exposed this contradiction more than Professor Ha-Joon Chang. Born in South Korea, educated in Seoul National University and Cambridge, Professor Chang is one of the world's leading heterodox economists. His books include Kicking Away the Ladder, Bad Samaritans, 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism, Edible Economics, and at least a half dozen other books. At the heart of his work is a simple claim. Democracy is not delivered by markets alone. It is built through productive capabilities, firms, technology, learning, institutions, and working at scale. That's the question that sits at the center of Africa's development challenge, and that's the question we want to explore today. Professor Chang, welcome to Development Discourse.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And much of your work challenges the story I just recounted, that rich countries become rich through free markets, free trade, limited governments, and strong private property rights. In Kicking Away the Ladder, you argued they used precisely the policy instruments they now discourage developing countries like Nigeria and many in the global south from using. 23 years on from when you wrote the books, the constraints are arguably tighter. What is the single most important historical misunderstanding an African policymaker listening to us today must unlearn?
Yeah, well, the history of capitalism has been so kind of comprehensively rewritten that we have, myself included, that we have believed that the rich countries of today, starting with Britain and then US and Germany and France and everyone, that developed on the basis of free trade and free market. Now, I grew up in South Korea. I was born in the early 1960s when South Korea's per capita income was basically at the same level as Nigeria's. Today, South Korean per capita income is something like $36,000. Nigeria's fluctuates between 2,000 and 3,000 depending on the oil prices. So I've lived through a most remarkable economic transformation, and of course, the free market economists even try to present cases like Korea and Taiwan as examples of free trade and free market in the early days, although by the 1990s, this distortion of facts that was widely rejected. But, many people have argued, well, that maybe Japan has used directed credit, maybe South Korea had protectionism, but these are exceptions. Yeah, look at the British Empire, which rose to prominence through free market and free trade. Look at the U.S., land of the free, the free market economics. All the other countries have done it. And why do you want to learn from these weird people who eat their rice with chopsticks? So that has been a very, very powerful machinery, because in debating how developing countries develop, the free trade economies start from start the debate in this if you like a tilted playing field. They don't have to prove that free market makes countries rich. The debate is about how come 3-4 countries in East Asia have done it otherwise. But in the book, the Kicking the Ladder, and many of my subsequent writing, I have revealed that actually to the European countries, the United States, they all have used protectionism, subsidies, sometimes state-owned enterprises, regulation, very strict regulations on foreign investment, and so on, in order to get where they are. And then now that they have reached that superior position, they are lecturing other countries not to use those policy tools. And yeah, that expression "kicking the ladder" comes from the 19th century, the German economist Friedrich List, who argued that, look, the English tell us Germans and the Americans, the two countries have were very much identified with each other at the time as the sort of the catching up countries. The English tell us Germans and Americans not to use protectionism, not to use government subsidies. But when you actually look at English history, when did they use that free trade, free market? It's only very recent. He was writing in the mid 19th century that Britain abolished tariffs and adopted the free market. Yeah? So the English are telling us not to use those things. It's like someone using a ladder to climb up to the top and kicking the ladder away so that others cannot follow. The interesting thing is that List actually learned of this protectionist theory called infant industry argument from the United States. You know, List was in political exile from one of the many German states in the early 19th century. And when he went there, that he was actually a supporter of the free trade because he was one of the leading advocates of the free trade agreement between German states. Yeah? The customs union between these the many fragmented German states that were signed in the early 19th century, called Zollverein, literally customs union. And when he got to the United States, however, he learned this theory called infant industry argument, which says that in the same way in which we protect and nurture our children until they grow up and can compete in the other labor market, developing countries need to protect their industries until they grow up and can compete in the international market. Yeah? And the Americans were practicing it at the time. They had very high tariff wall, the 40-50% tariff at the time. And List realized that, yes, free trade between similar countries like the German states may be a good thing, but free trade between countries at different levels of economic development is mainly beneficial for the richer countries. Yeah? So he reconciled these two positions and started advancing this argument in Germany. But the interesting thing is that this infant industry argument was invented by none other than the very first finance minister of the United States of America, Alexander Hamilton. That's the guy you see on the $10 bill. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so you know, you have this weird situation when the country that actually invented the most important protectionist argument that was subsequently used by Germany and then Japan and South Korea and today's China, used to parade around the world saying that they were defenders of free trade. Now with Donald Trump, this the hypocrisy has been dropped, but and very interestingly, that Hamilton might have theorized this the practice, but he explicitly acknowledged that he got inspiration for his theoretical argument from the 18th century British practice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that Britain is really the first country that used this infant industry protection. It used to be a very poor raw material producer, mainly relying on the export of unprocessed wool, and it wanted to develop woolen manufacturing and arms production and other manufacturing industries. And indeed, in the 18th century, it had one of the highest protection in the world. Yeah. So we
Yeah,
have this weird situation that the countries that were the most protectionist somehow parade around as the most the free trade economies.
But there are some scholars who've also pushed back, to say that maybe these countries grew despite those bad policies, and that we shouldn't then be copying them, right? So people like Douglas, Erwin will talk about the role of tariffs in U.S. development. McCloskey will talk about bourgeois values. Good friends, Asemoglu and Robinson will talk about institutions as, the things that then ultimately led to these economies growing, and that we shouldn't look at the protectionist policies because maybe those countries grew despite those bad policies.
Yeah,
How
no,
do you respond to that?
no, of course that this is the standard rebuttal, but let me give you a few kind of angles. I mean, first of all, okay, maybe they grew despite these policies, but then where is the free trade success story? Yeah? Because literally all the countries have used these measures. Okay, I mean, there were the partial exceptions like the Netherlands and the Switzerland, which until the First World War had very low tariffs, but they had other measures of government intervention, including the colonialism, but in the case of the Netherlands, which involved extracting a huge amount of resources from its colonies, mainly Indonesia. But these countries, on the other hand, deviated from the standard recommendation of today by refusing to have the patent protection. Yeah. Because they were most of the time, although not entirely, practicing free trade, and they were at least consistent. They said, free trade, we are free trading nations, and we cannot possibly endorse artificially created monopolies like the patents. Yeah. So they deviate from that. In modern days, for example, people say, "Oh, how about Singapore?" Yeah. Yes, Singapore practice free trade and welcome foreign investment. But did you know that 90% of land in Singapore is owned by the government? 85% of housing is provided by the government. And a staggering 22% of GDP is produced by state-owned enterprises, including the famous Singapore Airlines. Yeah? So there's literally no case of free market-based success. Yeah. So maybe these countries grew despite protectionism, but then you will have to give me a case in which a country that grew on the basis of free market. Yeah. Another example,
Okay,
for example, back in 1976, South Korea started producing its own cars. Yeah. And in that year, the biggest company was called Hyundai, which now is the third largest car company in the world. And that company produced 10,000 cars a year. Yeah? In the same year, Ford produced 1.9 million cars, and General Motors produced 4.8 million cars. Yeah? So if South Korea had free trade in automobile, this company would have been wiped out, yeah,
completely
overnight, yeah. But in order to make this company grow and develop, South Korean government literally banned the importation of all foreign cars until 1988 and banned the importation of the Japanese cars until 1998. Yeah? So if Irwin and all these people can tell me how South Korea could have developed its automobile industry without protection, because it was at the time a country reliant on the export of the primary commodities and very, very labor-intensive exports like T-shirts and human wigs and so on. Yeah, if they can tell me how the Korea could have developed its automobile industry, its semiconductor industry, its shipbuilding industry without protectionism, I'll believe them. Yeah. Thirdly, people like Asimoglu, they retrofit their conclusion into history. Yeah? What I mean by this is they say, oh, that Britain and the US developed because of this inclusive institutions. Yeah, inclusive. I'm sorry, but for example, the so-called inclusive institutions of the United States included slavery. Yeah, I mean, 20% of the population was excluded from even being a human being, not to speak of sharing the prosperity. Yeah? In Britain, which is supposed to have invented all these inclusive institutions, in the Boer War of 1902, during which Britain invaded South Africa, the difference in height between the officers recruited from the upper class and the soldiers recruited from the working class, the difference in height was 5 inches. Yeah? I do not call a society where the lack of birth creates that 5-inch difference in height an inclusive society. Yeah? So this is all like starting from the conclusion that Britain and the US were the most successful economies, and whatever they have must have been a good thing, and you call that good thing inclusive institutions.
Yeah.
But it doesn't fit with the reality.
Okay, so let me push back again. And this is really about the selection problem, right? So some critics will argue that for every example you draw from like a South Korea or Taiwan, there is a Ghana under Nkrumah or a Tanzania under Nyerere, or even Nigeria, in the 1970s. And these are countries that, again, pursued protectionism policies, state-led industrialization, but instead of transformation, they yielded stagnation. So how do we respond to this charge that maybe the examples you pick are cherry-picked, to speak to this idea? And how do we really distinguish between successes and failures if we were to pick industries to support, etc.?
Yeah. Well, first of all, whenever people recommend something, whether it's a personal habit or the study method for students or industrial policy for that matter, they inevitably look at the success cases. Yeah. So it's talking about Korea in terms of industrial policy, talking about the United States in the 19th century in terms of the value of protectionism. I mean, I'm not doing anything weird. Yeah. I mean, these people are picking that point only because they don't like the conclusion. Yeah. But on a more serious note, first of all, yes, the South Korea, for every South Korea, you probably have 10 Ghanas, but the protectionist or more broadly, the interventionist policies in the developing world in the 1960s and 70s, in Africa, in Latin America, the results were far superior to what we have had in the last 4 decades of neoliberalism. Yeah? So in the 1960s and 70s, per capita income in sub-Saharan Africa, according to the World Bank classification, grew at the rate of 1.6%. Yeah? during that period, the per capita income in South Korea grew at 6%. So yes, it was much inferior to what South Korea managed. But first of all, you have to realize that this was still a very respectable rate. You know, the rate of per capita income growth during the so-called Industrial Revolution in Europe during the 19th century was not even 1.2%. Yeah? So actually, the African countries did rather well by the historical standard. I mean, the exception was Korea and so on. In the next 40 years, per capita income in Sub-Saharan Africa has grown at 0.3% per year. Yeah? This means that per capita income in the Sub-Saharan Africa in, say, 2020 was 6% higher than what it was in 1980. Yeah? You know, China used to grow 6% in half a year. Yeah? So what are we talking about? You know, the interventionist policies in Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America and so on in the 60s and 70s may not have been as successful as that of South Korea's, but these are definitely much higher than in the subsequent neoliberal period. In Latin America, the per capita income growth rate collapsed from 3.1% in the 60s and 70s to 0.8% in the next 4 decades. Yeah? On top of that, yes, the South Korea, Taiwan, these countries did much better with these interventionist policies because they basically did them better. Yeah? They were much more willing and able to discipline the recipients of protection and subsidies. Yeah? They had to deliver. Yeah? These the protected firms had to invest, had to raise productivity, increase export. Yeah? If they didn't perform, but you know, the support was discontinued. Yeah? There were, I mean, the other things that we could discuss later, but yeah. But so you have to acknowledge that there was a sort of quality difference in the industrial policy between the more successful countries and less successful countries. But the point is that even the less successful interventionist policies have produced a much better result than the subsequent 4 decades of neoliberalism.
And there's an example, you know, you used at the beginning of our talk, you know, where you said, you know, back in time, Korea was much poorer than Nigeria and some of these other African countries, Kenya, etc. And then the GDP per capita has grown. But I saw this Substack post by a young scholar, Oliver Kim, you know, where he showed that even at the time, South Korea had more people per capita who had, you know, graduate degrees, etc., than many of these African countries. My question, therefore, is there a minimum threshold of capacity that a state is required to have before it can begin to pick and choose which industries, which sectors to protect? And is that the missing link here? And if it is, what is that minimum threshold? And how do we know when we're there to begin to attempt some of these policies?
Yeah, I'm not convinced by those arguments that say that, you know, South Korea had the better educated people and more people with industrial experience and so on. Yeah, there was a bit of difference, but first of all, the difference was not huge. You know, that when the Japanese left, the literacy rate in South Korea was 22%. Yeah. Okay, maybe it was at 15 or 11 in many African countries, but you know, it wasn't as if the Japanese were somehow the more enlightened colonizers and they hugely educated the Korean population. Yeah? in terms of bureaucratic capability that people are worried about when we discuss industrial policy, I would like to remind people that until the late 1960s, South Korea was given money by the World Bank to send these government officials to countries like the Philippines and Pakistan. Yeah. Now today you might think, wow, that how was that possible? But at the time, the Philippines was the second richest country in East Asia after Japan. Yeah? At the time, Pakistan was slightly poorer than Korea, but it was the golden boy of the World Bank, because it had a lot of Oxbridge educated economists who were 10 times better than any Korean government official in terms of their economics. Yeah? Most Korean economic bureaucrats at the time had their first degrees in law. Yeah? I mean, very few of them were economists, and what little economics they knew were of the wrong kind. Yeah, because those people got their economics education during the Japanese colonial period, and at the time, Japanese economics was dominated by Marxists and Schumpeterians and the Austrians and so on, rather than the English, the neoclassical the traditions. Yeah, they were not even many Keynesians. Yeah, and then how do you I mean, how would you assess the capabilities of those people? Yeah?
Yeah.
Most importantly, when the people make this argument, I once wrote this the paper showing how the so-called initial conditions in terms of the infrastructure and educational achievement and industrial experiences that are supposed to have created all these differences between the East Asia and the Africa were minimal. Yeah, the differences were minimal. Yeah, if you, I mean, basically in almost all of these areas, if you threw Taiwan into Africa, it would be kind of in the top third. Yeah, Korea was even less developed. If you threw Korea in, it would be below average. Yeah. So I don't really believe these arguments. Yeah. Having said that, the most important point is that these capabilities are what you develop. Yeah. And in developing these capabilities, you acquire capabilities by practicing these policies. Yeah. Because if you just looked at the government bureaucratic capabilities in South Korea in the, say, the mid 1960s, when they were starting this the industrialization drive, I mean, you think these people shouldn't do anything. Yeah. So really, I mean, I can tell you that if the first 2 5-year economic development plans of South Korea was submitted to me as a report by an undergraduate student, I would have probably given it C minus. Yeah. Just so basic, so awful. Yeah. I mean, at the time, the Indians were conducting this sophisticated debate on the Mahalanobis model and the sectoral balances, and yeah. So saying that all the countries that should not kind of try any complicated policy is like saying that, well, you at the moment only have the high school diploma, so you should always stick to the low level jobs. Yeah, you should. I mean, I really don't understand, because when it comes to individuals, these free market economists say, oh, try to become the next Steve Jobs. Yeah, try to become the next the Barack Obama. Yeah, when it comes to countries, they say, no, you should stick to the growing soybeans. Yeah, pumping oil out. Yeah, you should never try anything better. Yeah, why is there a difference?
In fact, yeah. That's a good segue to my question on comparative advantage, right? Which you've written a lot on. And conventional trade theory tells us poor countries to specialize according to our comparative advantage. But you have argued that development often requires these same countries to defy their existing comparative advantage in order to construct something better. Justin Lin argues the opposite, that countries should follow their endowments. Where exactly do you draw the line between these strategic capability building and what could then become white elephant vanities?
Yeah, well, in the short run, it is important to take your comparative advantage seriously. But, this idea of comparative advantage is very often misunderstood. Yeah? Comparative advantage simply means that you might be rubbish at everything, but there must be something at which you are the least rubbish at, and that's what you need to specialize. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that you might be good at everything, but you shouldn't try to do everything. You should specialize in something that you are the best at, and specialize in those things. Yeah. So comparative in this story is comparison between different activities that you could possibly be engaging in. Yeah? It's not a comparison between you and the United States. It's not a comparison between you and Brazil. Yeah? So that as a result of this misunderstanding, I've heard some fairly famous economists saying things like, "Oh, such and such, the poor country in Africa doesn't have comparative advantage in anything." Yeah? No, that's a logical impossibility. Yeah?
Exactly.
You have to have comparative advantage in something. Yeah? Now, comparative advantage in the short run, yes, that defines your horizon. Yeah, because if you are South Korea in the 1970s, trying to produce things like automobile and semiconductor in which you have no comparative advantage whatsoever, you are actually hurting yourself. Yeah? But the point is that by hurting yourself in the short run, you are creating the possibility that you could have a space in which you can develop new capabilities to do better things, yeah, more productive things, yeah. So that the hint is in the name, infant industry protection, yeah. So in order to explain this, I once in my book Bad Samaritans wrote this chapter called "My 6-year-old son should get a job." Yeah. Now he's now 26, but when I wrote the book, he really was 6 years old. And in the book, I don't use such a strong language, but basically I'm saying, look, I have this 6-year-old son. He is basically a parasite. Yeah. I pay for everything. Yeah? His lodging, his food, his clothing, his education, his TV, his Nintendo games, which was very popular at the moment, in those days.
At the time, yeah.
Yeah, and then I realized that actually this guy could go and work. Yeah, there are literally hundreds of millions of children in poor countries who start working from the age of 4 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
So why can't he work? Yeah. And then I realized that this is a win-win solution because by making him work, I save a lot of money because he will earn his keep. He will become a better person. Yeah.
Yeah.
So no more wasting time in front of TV. No more, wasting time with Nintendo games. He will have to, I don't know, practice whatever trade that he's going to pry. Yeah. Shoe shining, chewing gum selling, yeah, whatever. So why do I not do it? Yeah. Why do all these free trade economists who recommend that maximum competition from day one, not send their kids to work and send them to school? Yeah. I don't know about those guys, but at the time, I didn't do it because, he's quite a clever kid. If I supported him for another 12, 15 years, he could become lots of things, the architect, nuclear physicist, what have you. But of course, there's a chance that he will turn out to be a waste of time, and that could be subsidized by me until he's at 45. But I would take the risk because he, will never become one of those things if he starts working from the age of 4 or 5, yeah, because he'll be
Exactly.
stuck with those low skill jobs, yeah. Yeah, so comparative
Which is
advantage
what has
like
happened
that.
to many of us.
Yeah, when you're 6, his comparative advantage would be in shoe shining and selling chewing gums. Yeah, if he
Lemonade.
keeps doing that, he will never be able to acquire higher capabilities to allow him to become a biologist, as he later became, or an architect. Yeah, as simple as that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it raises other questions, right? Developmental state versus a rent distributing state. So many African countries have had these extensive state interventions, and I mentioned some of them earlier on: protection, subsidy, state-owned enterprises, import restrictions, etc. But this has often produced rent for the elite, right? Rather than learning. So what separates a development state from a rent distributing state? And, is it about institutions? Is it about political coalitions? Is it about ideology? Or is it something else entirely?
Yeah, developmental states created huge amount of rents, yeah, by providing the protection to firms that would be wiped out if there was a free trade, by channeling huge amount of subsidies through sometimes government budget, but mainly through the government-owned banks and so on. So, rent creation of rent itself is not the difference. Yeah, the difference is what do you need to do in order to get access to these rents. Yeah. So in the more successful cases, you had to deliver. Yeah, you have to deliver productivity growth. You have to deliver the jobs. You have to deliver the export. And if you don't, there are consequences. Yeah. In the less successful cases, you kind of get these rents, but you don't have to deliver. Huh? So that once again, going back to the infant industry argument, it is imperative that you need to send the kid to school, but the point is that the kid has to study. Yeah, you have to make the kid study. You have to help the kid study.
Exactly.
Yeah, if he only goes to school and doesn't study, it's worse than him but going to work at the age of 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is the difference. Yeah, now exactly how you kind of solve the problem, but exactly why there was this difference. Is that it can be only understood in terms of the complex the historical story about differences in the ideology, political coalition, individual leaders, and so on. So you cannot really generalize, but insofar as we can generalize, you need the elite to be committed to productivity growth and investment and the economic success. Yeah, you need the elite to be able and willing to discipline the recipients of these rents. Yeah. So, for example, the reason why you had to listen to what the government told you to do in South Korea and Taiwan in the 60s and 70s were not simply military dictatorship, which both countries had at the time, but the ownership of literally all the banks by the government. Yeah? So it's a bit like the relationship between the World Bank and developing countries in the 1980s and 90s. Yeah? If you don't listen to the World Bank, you don't get money. Yeah? If you don't listen to the
Exactly.
government, you don't get money. Yeah? Of course, the important thing is that this government was committed in its own brutal way to investment, export, productivity growth, and eventual global economic success. Yeah?
They had the capability to do that, and I think that's where I'm
Yeah,
struggling.
but the point is
when
that
it comes
that capability was created, yeah,
to-
because that one of the first things that the military government did in South Korea when it took power in 1961 in a military coup was to nationalize all the banks. So you have to create this
Okay, I mean,
capability, yeah.
you've had development build institutions as well as institutions enabling development. How should African countries think about sequencing? And what is the minimum institutional flaw below which transformation becomes impossible?
Yeah. Well, I think it's wrong to see it as a sequencing because it has to be a interactive process. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you have to start with whatever poor institution that you have. Yeah. And then that you do what you can, and then that allows you to improve the quality of institutions because you are now richer, you have more experience, yeah, and you keep doing that, yeah. So to say that you first need to reform the institutions before you can even start growing is based on complete historical misunderstanding. As I keep telling you, South Korea did not have this super duper state, yeah, when it started this development experience. Yeah? So in my book, Kicking in the Ladder, I in great detail document how the quality of institutions in today's rich countries, when they were developing, were far, far worse than what developing countries have today. Yeah. Okay, I mean, there are a few countries that in which extended civil war and the political crisis that make it impossible to do anything that long-term oriented. But almost all developing countries today have way more than the institutional capabilities that the rich countries had in the 19th, early 20th century when they were industrializing. Yeah? So I don't really buy this argument that it's because of low quality of institution that Nigeria cannot develop. Is that because of exclusive institutions or whatever that Kenya will not develop? This is just once again retrofitting history into your theory.
Yeah, but again, if we look at development history, right, it suggests that most of the jobs are created through manufacturing, productivity, learning, jobs, export, etc., etc. And it appears that Africa is now trying to industrialize in a world of AI, automation, Chinese dominance, and very fragmented value chains, and so on and so forth. Is manufacturing-led path still available to us as late developers? And if not, what should structural transformation actually mean for countries like Nigeria and others in Africa?
No, manufacturing is still the key because that's where productivity growth that happens. Yeah.
Even if we missed the skills we should have acquired in the third industrial revolution, and we're now in the fourth industrial revolution, AI, automation, how are we going to play?
To begin with, automation, history of capitalism is history of automation. Yeah, automation has always happened. Okay, I mean this time, but the kind of mental labor is being automated, unlike the other times. But actually, this that makes the case for manufacturing stronger. Yeah, because a lot of the jobs are going to disappear in the service sector. The consulting firms are the shedding labor. Law firms are shedding labor. So actually, it might be good for the manufacturing industries. But apart from that, I mean, the automation is something that has gone on for 2.5 centuries. Yeah? So there's nothing new about it. Of course, the sectors that it affects and the scale of changes and so on that differ, in different times. But the automation itself shouldn't be an argument against manufacturing. The China factor is a bit more serious, but let's put it into perspective. These days China is, of course, the biggest manufacturing nation, producing 30% of world manufacturing output. Yeah? The US produces only 16, 17%, yeah? And it's the second biggest. Yeah? But you have to remember that in the 1950s, yeah, the US produced 60% of world manufacturing output. Yeah? And countries like, Korea, Taiwan, these countries industrialized within that environment. Yeah? If China producing 30% of manufacturing output is so dominating that other countries shouldn't even try, I mean, it would have been insane for countries like Korea and Taiwan to try to industrialize in the 50s and 60s when the US produced way, way more in proportional terms than what China is producing today. Huh? Also, don't forget that China might be dominating in many manufacturing sectors, but it is shedding some other lower grade manufacturing industries, and until the country imploded because of the civil war, Ethiopia took big advantage of that by importing labor intensive manufacturing from China. Yeah? Also, China doing so well that means that you have a bigger market. Yeah, I mean that, and you can export manufacturing products that China doesn't engage in anymore, and then use that to climb up the ladder. Just remember when China started its industrialization, it was basically only producing cheap labor products. Yeah? So did Korea and Taiwan. Yeah? But these countries eventually succeeded exactly because they didn't stop there. They didn't give up, but because the Japanese are already producing nice electronic goods, the Germans are already producing nice cars, Americans are already producing semiconductors. They said, well, we can do them. Yeah? We can do them better. And they are doing them better. Yeah? So that's how you have to see it. And China is now, responsible, if you like. I mean, now is going to give tariff-free access to almost all African countries to its market. Yeah, I mean, people complain that but then it's increasing its the non-tariff barriers and so on. But yes, I mean, this is your chance. Yeah, I mean, if 1.3 billion people want something that you are producing, then you have an almost unlimited market. Yeah,
exactly.
So why are you not doing that? Yeah? So it's very easy to find excuses not to do something difficult. Yeah.
But isn't it
only when you do it that you will make a difference?
Fantastic. But isn't there a deeper question that we need to engage here, which is like, because most policymakers who are on this call, senior government people, when we think about industrialization, we're thinking about, foreign direct investment coming in to build out these industries. In fact, the point you made about China leaving some of the lower tech production, some of that could move to Africa. But there's a big question, and your work suggests that what really matters is whether these foreign direct investment builds domestic capabilities, or creates, enclaves where we're learning. How should African countries actually structure their engagement with foreign capital? And what does successful technology transfer look like in practice?
Yeah, foreign capital will never do it without being made to do it. Yeah, I mean, they will not build your local capabilities. This is why Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and later China use all kinds of formal and informal means to force them to transfer technology, train workers, to localize their suppliers. And yeah, I mean, without doing that, why should they develop your capabilities? So the government has to be determined to do it. I mean, of course, in the beginning, you cannot be too picky, but that sooner or later you will have to develop capabilities that will allow you to create your own global value chain. I mean, South Korea is a classic example. Yeah, electronics is one of the leading electronics producers in the world. But in the beginning, what did we do in terms of electronics, the electrical? We were assembling transistor radios for Japanese companies. We were assembling color TVs for American companies. Yeah, we were doing the very final kind of the assemblage of semiconductors for American companies. Yeah. Yeah, so that if we didn't invest in building our own capabilities, if we didn't push the foreign companies to transfer at least some of its technologies to Korean the joint venture partners, we would still be assembling those things. Yeah, I mean there are countries which are stuck with it, like the Philippines. Yeah, Philippines exports huge amounts of high tech electronic goods. Yeah, but it's all designed by someone else, and assembled in factories run by someone else, and the Filipinos only provide the final labor. Yeah. So how do you use foreign investment to move up the value chain? I mean, you have to have a determined policy, because they are never going to let you develop. You just yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And just to say to participants, we're going to open it up for questions in another few minutes, but please type your questions in the Q&A tab, not in the chat room. It's difficult for us to pick it up from the chat room, but put it in the Q&A tab. I will pose the question to him and give full attribution to the person who posed the question. But Hajun, so if you were advising a Nigerian president, for instance, a Nigerian president has got like a 4-year mandate, but has to contend with weak bureaucracy, fiscal constraints, corruption challenges, a federal political system, what would be the minimum viable industrial policy? What would it look like? I mean, what would be like 3 things that you would insist that this president does, and what are the 3 things that they shouldn't do?
Well, yeah, first of all, you have to create this long-term political consensus towards a more productive development strategy. Yeah? And it's another given. I mean, even the more successful countries had to go through huge amount of the political turmoil and kind of even wars to create that. Yeah, for example, people think the American Civil War was only about slavery, but it was also about development strategy, because the southern slave states did not want protectionism. Yeah, they wanted free trade because they could use the enslaved Africans to produce cotton and tobacco and import manufactured products which are not only better but also cheaper from Europe. Yeah? So why should they give up the kind of their the free trade position? The Republicans, actually, Abraham Lincoln was the first ever Republican Party president. The Republicans were basically protectionists. They said we need to protect our economy, and you know that created huge conflict in the U.S., which resulted in this war. Yeah? And only because of the war, the U.S. Became firmer in its protectionist policy and could overtake England. Yeah? In Germany, in the late 19th century, at the time when Bismarck unified the country, Germany had that very low protection. Yeah? Basically it's free trade policy because Bismarck's the main political ally were the liberals who were free traders. Yeah? But Bismarck changed this the path by creating what historians call the marriage of iron and rye, yeah? Which comes from the fact that basically this was a time when new heavy and chemical industries like iron and steel and the artificial dyes and so on were coming up, but the German producers in those industries were struggling against that British, superior British competition. Yeah? And they wanted protection, but Bismarck couldn't give it to them. But then he brokered this new political coalition by offering his the main political supporters, the landlords in Prussia, called the Junkers, who were mainly growing rye. Yeah? And they were being battered by import of wheat or superior grain from the United States because this was a time when the railways and the steamships came on board and they were being battered. Yeah? So he told his landlord friends, look, I'll give you the protection against American grains, yeah, but you have to give me protection for those iron producers in the western part of Germany. Yeah? So this marriage was born, and then that was the critical move that enabled Germany to become another highly industrialized nation. Yeah? So you need to do something like that. I mean, I'm not recommending war, but you have to create this long-term consensus. Yeah, because if you don't, every 4 years, government policies will move from one direction to another. Yeah, so you do protectionism for 4 years, and then you drop all this. Very few industries will mature in 4 years. Yeah. So that it will be very easy for the opposition to say, look, this is not working, yeah? And then, they come in with a free trade policy, which will destroy industries, yeah? And then the previous party will say, no, that this is destroying our economy. We have to introduce protectionism again, yeah? You cannot do that. I mean, you have to create some kind of minimum national consensus that will enable you to move into the right direction. So you need your president, whoever it is, to start this conversation and try to build this consensus so that, I mean, there'll be a range in a democracy. I mean, you will, under one government, become more market-oriented, in another more state-oriented, but it should be within a reasonable range. I mean, you cannot have, the libertarian president one year and then a socialist president another.
Yeah.
And even if they are in some ways libertarian and socialist, there has to be some kind of core policies that are protected because it takes a lot of time to develop these industries. Yeah,
Time and effort.
yeah, Samsung Semiconductor, which is now one of the biggest semiconductor companies in the world, lost money for 10 straight years when it was first established. Yeah, because they were the Americans and then the Japanese and they couldn't just make money in the beginning. Yeah. So recognizing that it takes 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to develop a serious industry, you need to have the kind of long-term consensus that will allow you to do at least some of the things without being disturbed by change of government. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say that's the most important thing. Yeah?
And we can work with that. I have a question from Professor Richard Joseph. I mean, his landmark book, Democracy and Prebendal Politics in Nigeria, remains a foundational study on Nigerian politics. And his question is, the central question you have not addressed is how countries develop the capabilities to pursue appropriate policies. You have stated for decades now that South Korea and other Asian developmental states did it. There's a gap in how the capacity to develop capacities can be breached. We need you to join that critical investigation. Any response to that?
Thank you. Yeah. No, I mean that you first need the political capacity to carry out this the long-term strategy, and yeah, it often involves as I mentioned earlier, the violent and unpleasant processes. I mean, for example, one thing that really made it possible for countries like Korea to pursue this long-term oriented strategy that was the land reform, yeah, which eliminated the landlord class, which, as seen in the case of America's slave owners, don't like the protectionism, don't like the development of manufacturing. Yeah? But I mean, those the structural things that only define the realm of possibility. And what you do requires the political leadership. Yeah? So in South Korea, we had the first president of the republic. He, between 1948 and 1960, he was our Marie Antoinette. Yeah? He was someone who was a member of a minor branch of the former royal family. He got his PhD in Princeton under Woodrow Wilson, who used the former American president, who used to be professor there. And yeah, I mean that he married this aristocratic Austrian lady. Well, Marie Antoinette originally comes from Austria, but it's not because of that I call him our Marie Antoinette. I mean, he was a very famous anti-Japanese fighter, but he couldn't care less about ordinary people. Yeah? So when one year his agriculture minister told him, "Sir, we have a terrible rice shortage," and he blurted out, "That's the bloody problem with the Koreans. Yeah, all they want to eat is rice. Why don't they eat beef? Why don't they eat wheat? Yeah, they are more nutritious." And the agriculture minister didn't have the guts to tell him, "So we don't produce those things." Yeah. In contrast, our military dictator, General Park, he was a very, very nasty man, but at least he cared about ordinary people. I mean, I still remember in his autobiography, there's this passage where he says, "I was traveling on a train as a young officer of the the Japanese Imperial Army," which he was. And in front of me was sitting this beautiful young high school girl who was reading a book of French poetry. Yeah? And her hands were like jade, so beautiful. And then he goes, "I hated those hands. Yeah? These are hands of the people who ruined our country, yeah? Sitting on their land, smoking opium, but reading the French poetry. I hate those people. We need to rebuild the country." Yeah? So, structure doesn't determine the outcome, you need political leadership, and then you need bureaucratic capabilities, how to run things, and not just in the government, but also in the enterprises. Yeah?
Private sector. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, your country already has proven that there are such talents in the person of Mr. Dangote. Why can't you have 10 Dangotes, not just one? Yeah. And yeah, as for these bureaucratic capabilities, whether it's in the government or in the private sector, there are things that can be built, not by necessarily sending people for special courses in the IMF and the master's degree in the Kennedy School in Harvard, but by actually doing these policies, because the academic training is rather useless,
Exactly.
I mean, no, I'm not saying it lightly. In the so-called miracle days in Japan, almost all the economic bureaucrats were lawyers by training. In Korea, there was a mixture of lawyers and engineers and economists, but economists were not dominant until the 80s. In Taiwan, in today's China, industrial policy is run by engineers and scientists. But when we think about government capabilities, we think in terms of MPA from Harvard and PhD in economics from Chicago. Those are not the capabilities that you want. You need people who are actually interested in making things happen.
Yeah.
And willing to learn from their policy experiences.
Exactly. I have a question from Abdul Rauf Aliyu, and he says, Professor Chang, your thesis in Kicking Away the Ladder is built on the idea that nations must have the policy space to experiment. However, in 2026, the ladder isn't just being kicked away, the ground itself is being digitized. With the rise of algorithmic governance and global digital platforms, the rules of the game are no longer just WTO laws, but proprietary codes owned by trillion-dollar firms. If the commanding heights of the economy are now virtual and stateless, does the nation state, the primary actor in all your theories, still possess the physical or intellectual agency to implement an industrial policy? Or are we prescribing a 20th century cure for a 21st century ghost?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you shouldn't overestimate the importance of these so-called platforms, because in the end, they are powerful only because it's controlled by a nation with money, namely the United States, and that nation had become wealthy on the basis of the strength of its manufacturing. But why is Trump behaving in such a way? I mean, it's because he instinctively knows that the United States doesn't have this fundamental material dominance anymore. I mean, as I told you, the share of the U.S. In global manufacturing used to be 60%. Now it's 16, 17. I mean, it's a nation that whose military dominance is dependent on its ability to patrol the oceans with the aircraft carriers. This nation now produces about 10 ships a year. South Korea produces 700, China produces 1,700 a year. They cannot make stealth bombers and all these high-tech weapons without the rare earth elements, which are 90% produced in China. The reason why Trump keeps backing off in his attempt to bully China is because then the Chinese say, we are not going to sell you those things. So this is a fundamentally weakened nation, and this AI and all that stuff platform, first of all, the American AI the boom is a huge bubble. It could burst anytime. And then we have the Chinese alternatives, programs like DeepSeek, which are open source. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to rely on the United States anymore. So yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to completely dismiss the U.S. dominance in these industries. I mean, it's a huge the challenge, but I don't think that we want to overestimate this importance, and especially in the longer run, this cannot be sustained without the U.S. Reviving its manufacturing capabilities. Yeah? Unfortunately, what Donald Trump is doing is not going to achieve that. So good luck
Exactly.
to the Americans. Yeah.
Exactly. Too many questions to get through here. I have one from Obioro Kechuku. He says, Danny Roderick has argued that government develop by tackling binding constraints. What constraints do you think Nigeria and other African countries should tackle to start building these capabilities that you speak about?
Yeah, I'm not so sure whether there are any constraints that are inevitably and permanently binding. Yeah? And also in different contexts, what are binding constraints that differ. So I think that the recommendation on those things can only come from someone who understands the historical and political history of the nation in question, because that in one country it might be a shortage of skilled labor, in another it might be the corruption in the economy, which I mean that in some countries is a huge problem, but it's something that these binding constraints are something that are specific to the context that we are talking about. So I don't think that we can generalize over it.
Great. I have a question from Chidima Obi. Industrial policy requires the state to be close enough to business to coordinate, but autonomous enough to discipline. Korea achieved this under specific historical conditions. How can African countries build that autonomy under democratic conditions? For Nigeria, what is the most fundamental place to start driving structural transformation?
Yeah, I mean, the idea was conceptualized as embedded autonomy by the great American sociologist Peter Evans, who wrote I mean about many important development experiences, both successes and failures. South Korea, Brazil, India. Yes, it's important that you kind of have a government that is in the communication with the private sector without being beholden to it. Yeah, it's not easy to achieve, but I think it's less difficult than many people think. For example, take the case of corruption. I think corruption is a very lazy way of describing your problem. Yeah, I mean, look at the United States. Yeah, I mean, I say that their corruption level is relatively low only because they have legalized most of it. Yeah, I mean, many of the things they can do in terms of political funding and so on, that will be considered completely corrupt in other countries. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You also all these the indexes of corruption and so on, they are very, very biased towards the Western countries. Let me give you the very revealing anecdote. In the aftermath of the global financial crisis in 2008, I visited Iceland, which had a huge crisis. Yeah? Iceland had been consistently listed as one of the top 5 least corrupt countries in the world by this organization called Transparency International.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When I got there, however, people told me that this guy called Otson, who used to be the prime minister of the country, was and then the architect of financial liberalization that created this huge financial boom and bust in the country. He had been just appointed as the editor of the biggest newspaper. Eh? And the most amazing thing is that this guy, after he stopped being the prime minister, basically appointed himself as the governor of the central bank. Yeah? And carried through all this the financial deregulation policy that he started as a prime minister. Yeah? And I told the Icelanders, look, I visited many developing countries which are criticized for being corrupt, yeah? But I've never seen a country where the same guy was the prime minister, the central bank governor, and the editor of the biggest newspaper. Yeah? You are completely corrupt, yeah? And they said, yes, we are, yeah? And I asked them, then how come Transparency International list you as one of the least corrupt countries in the world? And they sheepishly said, we are a very small nation. Everyone's related to everyone else. So, complaining about the corruption is a bit like criticizing your the uncle and great aunt. We don't talk about these things. Yeah. Yeah, so the corruption is a very easy way to describe how something that should happen doesn't happen. I'm not trying to underestimate the negative consequences of corruption, but it's far more complicated than simply someone abiding by the rule because that you can write the rule in such a way that the most corrupt things are legal, like in the United States, and B, even if you have the same amount of corruption, people might perceive it very, very differently if it happens in Iceland as against Nigeria. Yeah, and C, corruptions that are very complicated things. So, for example, South Korea, Japan, these countries are very, very corrupt in many ways, even in their miracle days. Yeah. But one way of reconciling this was to say that their corruption was kept away from the key manufacturing sectors. So there was very little corruption when it comes to how the government is going to give the license for the next the automobile producer, and how is that going to channel money into a strategy industry, while there were a huge amount of corruption when it comes to government buying arms from the Americans. Yeah, I mean, these generals enrich themselves at no end. Yeah, when it comes to urban planning, you had huge corruption where government officials would take money and advise them on the next road that is going to be built. Yeah, so there were a huge amount of corruptions, but because of this the consensus on the economic development, it was not allowed to seriously affect the core of the economy. Yeah? So it's a very complicated thing. Yeah?
And I have a slightly complicated question. It's long, so just bear with me. It's from Suleiman Ibrahim Shehu. He says, Professor Chang, Nigeria has spent decades trying to build industries like textile and automobile manufacturing, committing billions in financing and repeatedly introducing new policies, yet competitiveness has not emerged. Firm level evidence suggests the issue is not primarily finance, but structural. Unreliable power, weak logistics, and fragmented coordination. So capital is often absorbed into survival rather than productivity. In that context, do special economic zones offer a credible way to create islands of coordination that can overcome these constraints, or do they risk becoming isolated enclaves without broader spillover, especially in a context like Nigeria, where there are over 30 designated SEZs, yet very few are fully operational or globally competitive? And his question is, and more concretely, what are the minimum institutional and infrastructure conditions that must be in place for special economic zones to actually generate sustained industrial capability rather than repeat the cycle or the cycle of underperformance?
Yeah. No, that's absolutely the spot on the kind of question. Yes, I mean, without the basic infrastructure, especially power, but also the road and other ports and other logistical the kind of infrastructure, however good that individual firms may be, the you know impact will be limited. So yes, I mean in that kind of situation, you could benefit from special economic zones, but as the questioner, without policies to create spillover into other sectors, linkages with the rest of the economy, they will remain enclaves, which will create very little impact. Yeah? So that you need to, say that you have built a special economic zones and have, I don't know, hosted particular industries, whether they are textile or shoes. I mean, Ethiopia has done quite a bit of that. Of course, South Korea and Taiwan were famous for that. But then you need policies to link these firms to the rest of the economy. So you encourage people who worked in these foreign firms in the special economic zones to come out and set up their own firms supplying the foreign companies and indeed domestic companies, which will only happen if you have local contents requirement. Yeah? Because why should a multinational company, whether it's Korean or the Chinese, setting up this textile company, buy from local firms if there are no requirements? Yeah, I mean they'll find it a lot easier to just import them from their home countries. Yeah. So only when you have a local contents policy, you can create opportunities for people who used to work in the special economic zones to come out of them and create input suppliers. Yeah. Only when you have the kind of policies to kind of learn from the experiences of providing adequate power and logistics to these special economic zones through deliberate government policy to, I don't know, go into joint venture with the foreign firms that build this power and logistical capabilities. You can then transfer those the know-hows to the rest of the economy. Yeah?
Sure. Can I get two more questions in because we're down to our last 2 minutes?
Yeah.
And the first one is from Chudi Obi. Do you think the Chinese economic bubble will pop? And the second question is from Abdul Rauf Aliyu. If you were a young Nigerian economist today, starting with a clean slate in 2026, would you still fight to build a 20th century industrial state? Or would you conclude that we need an entirely new post-industrial logic of sovereignty that your current framework hasn't yet accounted for?
Yeah, well, Chinese economic bubble, yeah, there are the bubbles in China, but I think the biggest bubble in the world at the moment is the American bubble. So Yeah, I mean, the Chinese real estate and financial bubbles could pop, but the effect will be less the damaging because the China does not have an open capital market. Yeah, I mean, once you have that, then whatever little problem you have in terms of your own bubble becomes even worse because foreign investors come in to take advantage of bubble and then they go out. Yeah. So at the moment, I think you should get more worried about the American bubble than the Chinese bubble. Post-industrial society is a myth. Yeah, I mean that we are producing and consuming even more material things than before. Yeah, it looks like we are dominated by services because the productivity growth in manufacturing is much faster in services. And in terms of employment composition, manufacturing is becoming less and less important. Yeah? But in the end, we are material beings. Yeah, I mean, you cannot live on simply talking to AI or watching Netflix. Yeah, you have to eat, you have to move around, you have to produce material goods. So please don't get seduced by this logic of argument of the post-industrial society because we are not living in one of those. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Just to illustrate, countries like Switzerland, Singapore, they are touted as examples of post-industrial prosperity based on banking and high-end tourism and so on. These are two of the most industrialized nations in the world, yeah? Measured by manufacturing output per capita. Yeah? So go figure, as the Americans.
Thank you so much. And just to gift you the last minute, is there something you want to talk about that I didn't get to?
No. We've covered a lot of ground, and yeah, I mean, of course, there are many things that we could have gone deeper, and there are a few more examples that I could have used. But yeah, I mean, basically, I think I've said most of the things that I want to say. So thank you, everyone, for listening to me. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Chang. And, to our viewers and participants, I guess my key takeaway is that Africa does not need to copy the past. The world has changed, but your central message lesson remains urgent, that development is never passive. Markets alone do not rearrange a nation's destiny. Capacities are built, firms learn, societies coordinate, and choose who they want to become. And, that's my takeaway from this conversation. And until next time, let's keep building that society we want to live in. Thank you so much, Professor Chang, and thank you everyone who joined. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
What we have seen over the years in Nollywood, are they equitable storytelling? The Igbo man is the trader, is the businessman. The Yoruba man is 419, and then the Hausa man is the Mugu.
After small brouhaha, I learned that's my father. Really started from me. I was drenched from my head to my toe.
You must create stories that are balanced. You see a girl, she's flaunting Gucci bag, LV shoes, blah, blah, blah. Please, what comes to your mind? Shout.
My name is Beardo Stephen. I'm a writer, producer, director.
Beardo Stevens is a Nigerian filmmaker whose work quietly, consistently, and deliberately shifts the narrative around women on screen. In an industry where gender stereotypes have long shaped character arcs in screen time, her films offer something different. Women with interior lives, ambition, contradictions, humor, and authority.
When you think about gender equity, you're thinking, oh, something is not favoring woman and then it's favoring, then you realize that no, it's not just about that. It's about culture, it's about societal norms, it's just a whole lot. And just a better and a clearer understanding that gender equity is not really about the difference in man and woman, but it's really acknowledging our difference and offering an equal opportunity, taking into consideration our differences.
Formula for storytelling. Yesterday, when there was a video of Daddy Space, when they asked him if your 16-year-old daughter gets pregnant, he said she will abort it. And people were coming for him. But you see, because of what I know now and the way I think now, there are like 3 dimensions to that argument. She's 16! Yes. If the boy that is also 16, please. So parents are 16. What do they know? They are babies. So I'm not saying I'm endorsing it, but I'm saying that I'm understanding why. And that is really what formed how I then take stories. Take something in a simple form, ask why, and explore the why. Always. Many times I'm inspired by my own life, my own journey, you know, and you know, sometimes when it comes to like real life situations, people have said, oh, this reaction you're doing and giving is not natural. And I'm like, but it is rational. It doesn't have to be natural, but it is rational. Because everybody must win last time. Yes. And if I break down and shatter, we do nothing. So that for me is how, you know, I try to tell stories. I just take a very simple story, look for people that I can relate to, and build this character. If I use an example of a film like Bread and Life, right? When I was younger, my mother had a shop in Agege Market. And in Agege Market, there was this bakery. The children of the owner. We eventually became friends. 2 families. We had a family friends that were very well off. They had opportunity to be great. Because the money was not a problem. So you can travel, you can do whatever. But I saw that those kids, they didn't do anything with their lives. Then I go to this, so these were like rich posh kids. Then in Agege, these my bakery people were the rich, trenches kids who could also, I mean, literally, I bought my first pair of jeans when I was 14 and a half, and I took my mother's money for a period of 6 months to gather down me and buy it. So these girls already wearing, not designer, shop on my body, but jeans. You know, all the body top. I couldn't dream of those things. It's gown. It's very American gown that I used to wear. So, but you see, all I had, thankful for my mother, I had really good education. She really invested in my education. So, the only thing I had is English. If I speak it, I don't even speak it well again. If I speak it that time, you would think I just called. That's all I had. So, you know, and I looked at, so years has passed. What I'm saying is, these kids had, both of these children had opportunities that I didn't have. I lost my mother when I was in my year 1. So I didn't have them, but my vision didn't stop. For some reason, these kids didn't, this one did not continue. They just assumed that Daddy's bakery is going to be there, you know, forever. Business will be booming. No, but the bread business has morphed into other things, you know. So you have to get with that program for the other people to develop their dad, so the source of income. And that really was how I created Bread Life. So I went back to my friend's bakery to go and shoot that scene as an ode to remind me of my journey. To remind me that I've come thus far. And these children had everything, and they are still there. Wow. There are stories that when I make a decision on the story, I can defend it because I'm not writing from a place of fiction. It's from a place of reality. I take one character, and that character I can flesh with so many people that I know. So for instance, Sister is Auntie Awa, my cleaner for the past 15 years, who comes clean my house, and I see how hard she works, and she has 2 children.
I'm a producer. And this class is important to me because it teaches the basics of producing, what is needed in the act of filmmaking, especially in telling gender equitable stories.
Incorporating gender equitable stories is actually about dignifying our stories and dignifying our characters. It is important for us to see that our male characters are given a dignified process, a dignified natural storytelling process or narrative, and our women are exhibited the way that we are in our natural environments in the real world.
Aside from getting to sit with really brilliant and super talented women, I also got to learn how to layer characters, and then move away from, the stereotype of characters as was portrayed in the presentations by our facilitators. So it's an eye-opener, it's very impactful, and I look forward to this going forward.
Again, because of my background, my background had pretty much influenced the way I reason. And so I've come to appreciate that, even when things are supposed to be like this, it really shouldn't be like that. It's the conditioning that makes us think that a single mom cannot advance into marriage or have an happy ending, it's conditioning. And so what I was trying to do with the film was tell a 4-part story from 4 different perspectives: the children, the mother, the father, and the wife.
Her stories do not reduce women to background figures in someone else's journey. They position them at the center. Through films such as Picture Perfect, she explores the emotional complexity of modern relationships and the societal pressures women navigate while balancing love and ambition. In Breaded Life, she examines growth, humility, and responsibility under character-driven storytelling that resists one-dimensional portrayals. With projects like Sister and other television and film works, she continues to spotlight women as decision makers, professionals, caregivers, and change agents. Her storytelling is grounded in realism. The dialogue feels lived in. The conflicts are layered. The resolutions are thoughtful rather than simplistic.
Many a times we've seen Nollywood has been a celebration of stereotypes. What are stereotypes? Stereotypes are the cliches that you and I see. So for instance, and I always like to use an analogy to sort of describe when I'm talking about stereotypes. When you think about the Igbo man in terms of marriage, the Igbo man is the one that takes care of his wife. We have that. The Yoruba men are the Yoruba demons, right? And then, that's a stereotype. I don't really care whether you are one of the different. You get. And then the Hausa man is what? So when you, in fact, just think about it, let's talk about it in terms of career. The Igbo man is the trader, is the businessman. The Yoruba man is the 419. And then the Hausa man is the mugu. And you see it every time on screen. Not just on screen, it's what we've been told. And just like that, many of the things that you do as you are growing up, you keep going back to what you are familiar with. You keep going back to, because it's your comfort, but so it doesn't mean that what you're familiar with many times is right or is wrong. It's just because that is what you're used to. My sister here drinks coffee every morning. I don't like coffee. It gives me the shakes. But she cannot function without having a cup of coffee in the morning. It's not that it's right or wrong. It's just, it's like the British, how they drink tea. The British guy, when they are happy, they offer you tea. When you are mourning, they offer you tea. And let me tell you, if you grow up in that kind of household, when you have your own family, you will be a tea drinker, And so many times as storytellers, we many times write from a place of what we know. But we're saying that give us equal opportunities, however, take into consideration my differences. Which means, for instance, if I'm a woman and I'm on my period, you have to understand that, okay, for this number of days, I'm not going to be available. It does not diminish my worth. It does not diminish my value. because that is how we've sort of projected women, that women are weak, women are, but how can you say a woman is weak when a woman is raising 4 children, going to the farm, cooking, doing homework, prayer warrior, still servicing a guy in the night? And all of God's job is to go and provide. Do you know what I'm saying? So that narrative has been something that we've been handed over for years, where people just assume, they are the weaker being. It's like when you see a woman driving the car, and the woman does not say, "Now, woman, what do you mean? I've seen worse drivers than are men." Do you understand? And so when we begin to think about these stereotypes, these cliches, we begin to understand that no, there's something wrong. And one of the greatest avenues that has endorsed these stereotypes is television. I think that even just simply put would be, if you imagine how Nollywood was, it used to be, it belonged to the men. The Nollywood of now belongs to the women, and I think that knowing what we know now is no longer a case of one gender owns it, this other gender takes over. And where we are going now is both of us can equally sit on the table, and I think that's what we're evolving to, that collaboration. It's no longer a case of what men can do, women can do better. Yes. We're no longer in that narrative. Where we should be evolving to, where I see us in a couple of years now, is that togetherness.
For me, I think it's an opportunity to also relearn, also share what I know so far, and even examine what I know so far, and more importantly, demystify some of the myths, about filmmaking, about female representation, and just really explore, stereotypes that has permeated the industry, and how storytelling, can reshape that and reinforce, female representation in film. So hence why I think it's very important, particularly because we have a new crop of filmmakers and we need to begin to change, how we tell stories.
She challenges audiences to reconsider assumptions about gender roles, power, vulnerability, and leadership. But her contribution to gender equitable storytelling extends beyond the screen. Behind the camera, Biodun Stevens creates space. She mentors emerging filmmakers, both men and women, helping them develop their voices in an industry that can be difficult to access. She advocates for inclusive hiring practices and supports women stepping into directing, writing, and production roles, areas where representation has historically been limited. She also uses her platform to engage in conversations about fairness, visibility, and narrative ownership. By encouraging diverse perspectives in writers' rooms and on production sets, she strengthens the creative ecosystem itself.
When you think about Patience Ozoko, how many of us have terrible mother-in-laws? I don't. But because we saw this so much on screen, people started praying that when I married, my mother-in-law should have died. And Eleni, you have already killed the person. Yes. In fact, for some people, it now became deal breaker. Is your mother still alive? I'm sorry, you cannot do. Because you've seen that over and over on the television. And Patience Ozoko has done a phenomenal job of being the wicked mother-in-law. But not all, mother-in-laws are wicked. Not every short skirt wearing girl that likes to wear crop top, short skirt, do crazy hairdos is a prostitute. There are prostitutes that wear, forgive me, that wear purdah. So because we keep showing that is the only picture we have in our heads. So if a woman now says, I want to be with a man that can take care of me, aka gold digger, let's be honest. You see a girl, she's flaunting Gucci bag, flaunting LV shoes, blah, blah, blah. Please, what comes to your mind? Yes, there's a big girl, there's a smile. Is it big girl, big? Yes, she has followed man. It does not matter to you whether the girl is from a rich home, whether she inherited money from her family, whether she's even even when a woman is saying, I'm self-made, we are still doubting. Because we just believe that at the bottom of that money is a man. Because we have sold it in films many times that the only person that can remove you from this penury is a man. Why is the Agbero always the Yoruba boy? And why is the ritualist the Igbo man? Every time. We have to start looking at these dynamics, because these things are reinforcing narratives that are wrong.
The entire project is about equitable gender storytelling and female representation. You know, Biodun happened to be a champion, and she felt that I was doing something and we should collaborate instead of just doing it by herself. So we started talking.
To be honest, I'm just taking in all the information. I think that one of the key things that we must do is that a lot of us, this industry was built out of pocket. A lot of us are doing this work fueled by passion, not because you're making anything, to be honest, surviving by God's grace. It is not an easy industry to be, and as Amisha was talking about collaboration, access, and I'm here just thinking about the young new filmmakers. Even me, I'm thinking, the stars, they have it easy. The actors, they have it easy. But for somebody behind the scene, walking to any place, they first look at you. Who are you? And I've seen this happening, and I'm thinking about the young, the young filmmakers who are saying to them, oh, just be persistent, just even getting an opportunity to speak, to even pitch. That's tough. That in itself is tough. Just for them to even listen. I mean, I'm not afraid of no, because I know that the worst you can say is no. But just listen to me. That is tough. So we should not, I feel like, let's try and balance these conversations. Because just getting through that door, from the gatesman, they have already signed you up and clearly catered to me. So I think that it is such a tough thing, but I think that more importantly, is that when we make this out of love, out of passion, we also need to educate the audience. Earlier on, the conversations with the critics was really, really important. But I also think that the critics also have a job to do, and their job is not just to criticize the film, but also educate the audience. The audience don't even know sometimes what they are watching. And I'll give an example. I was having this conversation a few minutes ago. And you see, the audience also determines the kind of film we are making, because literally everybody is trying to make a film to impress the audience. So where they train you, first 15 minutes you sort of introduce the actor and build up reasons why this actor will play that way. But Nigerians like bad goes from the first scene. So that is why sometimes you feel like the film looks like a collection of kids, because that is what they like. Once the film is 15 minutes and their building story is dragging, so I think that this whole collaboration is not just between me and producer. Audience collaborate with each other. Understand that? Because those things are also not helping us. So as much as we complain about, audience are so quick to talk about Nollywood, the audience are also not helping us, because we are literally struggling to survive, and we're trying to give them what they want, which is why you see one producer today action film, tomorrow comedy, next tomorrow, because you are reading feedback and you're like, okay, this is what they want. Okay, they want this person. The house goes fight, and it's not helping you.
I think one of my favorite things I've experienced today is just being in a room with people you've heard about since you're literally a child. We just had a session with Wale Adeliga, and it was so insightful. It's just generally meeting people like Biodun Steven and Chile Abraham, and it's been a great time.
Events like this are very beneficial to filmmakers. I know filmmakers just want to be on set. I know we just want to tell our stories. But when we gather like this, we rub minds together. What it helps us to do is, one, there's this creative collaboration in shared ideas, and two, we can pick these shared ideas ideas and then begin to create solutions that can help us build our industry.
Female representation and advancement in media. I think it's such an amazing conversation to have right now, where we are having, conversations around gender equity. So yes, I'm passionate a lot about female storytelling, and these are values and themes that we're infusing into our African stories now. So yes, I'm a story consultant. So yes, I'm much interested in that.
For Biodun Stevens, equality is not a theme, it's a practice. Her work demonstrates that storytelling is cultural architecture. The stories we tell inform the futures we imagine.
So we wanted to approach us from advertising. Okay. Many times we watch maybe like Disney Kids adverts, and you always see that it's depicted as the man is daddy in the living room watching TV and mother in the kitchen. I'm trying to create a new type of ad that addresses this traditional stereotype, as well as giving the woman the opportunity to say that her career also matters. Opening seat. So we get another called Belefo. I think that when I got the opportunity to be selected, first I had no idea how much work was involved, how much learning. Just being a storyteller, understanding how I have to be more intentional, giving the narratives, the narrative change opportunities that are there. I feel responsible now with the kind of story that I'm telling, and how much work I need to put in and how much intentionality. Also just beyond filmmaking, seeing my work as a change. So for me, being a champion is very, very daunting. But I'm learning, and I'm soaking in all the knowledge, all the conversations. Yeah.
When women are portrayed with depth, dignity, and agency, society shifts meaningfully. Through intentional narratives, industry leadership, and sustained advocacy, Biodun Stevens advances a more balanced, more truthful representation of the genders. This is why Biodun Stevens is our champion.
What becomes of a child who spends more hours on the streets than in a classroom or protected? Across Nigeria, in busy markets, motor parks, and along major roads, countless children can be seen daily hawking goods under the sun and in traffic. And for many families, this is a means of survival in the face of economic hardship. But for the children involved, it is often a childhood spent working instead of learning. And beyond the visible struggle for income lies a hiding and disturbing reality. Children engaged in street hawking, especially girls, face heightened risks of exploitation, abuse, and sexual vulnerability in environments that offer little or no protection. Today, we discuss the complex link between child hawking and the safety of children in Nigeria. We ask difficult but necessary questions. What drives this practice? Who is responsible for protecting these children? And what does it mean for a child's future when survival comes at the cost of safety and dignity? Welcome to Gender Perspectives. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and we'll be unpacking all of this when we return from this break. Do stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
To understand the reality of child hawking and the risks it presents, we must first look at the broader picture. What this practice looks like on the streets, who is involved, and the everyday conditions these children are exposed to. In many Nigerian cities and rural communities, child hawking has become a common sight, deeply rooted in economic hardship, limited access to education, and family survival strategies. And while it is often normalized as part of daily life, child protection experts warn that the street environment exposes children to multiple layers of vulnerability that are not always immediately visible. And so in this background report, we will take a look at the areas where this practice is most prevalent to better understand the lived experiences of these children and the risks they face while trying to support their families.
Child hawking remains one of the most visible yet deeply troubling socio-economic practices in Nigeria, reflecting the intersection of poverty, cultural norms, and systemic governance challenges. Traditionally perceived as a survival strategy within informal economies, child hawking has increasingly drawn attention as a critical child protection issue due to its strong link with sexual vulnerability and exploitation. In contemporary Nigeria, children, especially girls, who engage in street hawking are exposed to environments that significantly heighten their risk of sexual abuse, thereby situating the phenomenon within broader discussions of child rights violations and sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV. Child hawking involves the participation of minors in street trading activities, often under hazardous and unregulated conditions. It is prevalent across both urban and semi-urban areas, including major commercial centers such as Lagos, Abuja, Onitsha, and Kano. Studies indicate that many of these children fall within the age range of 10 to 17 years, with a significant proportion either combining hawking with schooling or being completely excluded from formal education. The persistence of this practice is largely driven by structural inequalities, particularly poverty, which compels families to rely on children as supplementary income earners. Other contributing factors include parental illiteracy, unemployment, large family sizes, and the breakdown of traditional family structures. Beyond its economic dimension, child hawking creates a context of heightened sexual vulnerability. Sexual vulnerability refers to the increased likelihood of experiencing sexual abuse due to situational and structural risk factors. In the case of child hawkers, these risks stem from prolonged exposure to public spaces, frequent interaction with unfamiliar adults, and the absence of adequate supervision or protection mechanisms. The street environment, characterized by anonymity and weak social control, creates opportunities for potential offenders to target children with minimal risk of detection. Consequently, child hawkers, particularly females, become easy targets for sexual predation and exploitation. Empirical evidence underscores the severity of this issue. A study conducted in Anambra State revealed that approximately 69% of female child hawkers had experienced some form of sexual abuse, with a notable proportion subjected to forced sexual intercourse. Similarly, research in ENUGU reported an even higher prevalence rate of 76.2%, including forms of abuse such as inappropriate touching, verbal harassment, and coerced sexual activity. These findings illustrate not only the widespread nature of sexual abuse among child hawkers but also the normalization and underreporting of such experiences. Fear, stigma, and lack of access to justice systems often prevent victims from reporting abuse, thereby perpetuating a cycle of silence and impunity. The gender dimension of sexual vulnerability in child hawking is particularly significant. While both boys and girls engage in hawking, girls face disproportionately higher risks of sexual abuse and exploitation. Cultural and societal norms that sexualize and subordinate female children further exacerbate their vulnerability. Research focusing on girl hawkers in Lagos highlights that, in addition to sexual abuse, they are also exposed to extreme risks such as kidnapping, trafficking, and ritual-related violence. These overlapping threats demonstrate that sexual vulnerability is not an isolated issue but part of a broader spectrum of dangers associated with child hawking. Sexual vulnerability in this context often translates into various forms of sexual exploitation. One common manifestation is transactional sex, where children engage in sexual activities in exchange for money, food, or protection. Given their economic dependency and limited bargaining power, such interactions are inherently exploitative, even when they appear consensual. Additionally, grooming and manipulation by adults are prevalent, with perpetrators exploiting children's trust and financial needs to facilitate abuse. In more severe cases, child hawkers may be drawn into organized exploitation networks, including trafficking and forced prostitution. The consequences of sexual vulnerability and exploitation among child hawkers are profound and multifaceted. From a health perspective, victims face increased risks of sexually transmitted infections, STIs, unintended pregnancies, and unsafe abortions. Psychologically, the experience of abuse often results in trauma, depression, anxiety, and long-term emotional instability. Socially, victims may encounter stigma and marginalization, further limiting their opportunities for recovery and reintegration. Educational outcomes are also adversely affected, as many child hawkers either drop out of school or perform poorly due to the demands and dangers of their work. Nigeria's legal and policy framework provides a basis for addressing these issues, but implementation remains inconsistent. The Child Rights Act, 2003, explicitly prohibits child abuse, exploitation, and hazardous labor, including activities that endanger a child's well-being. Additionally, laws targeting human trafficking and child labor exist at both federal and state levels. However, enforcement is often undermined by poverty, corruption, and cultural acceptance of child labor practices. In many communities, child hawking is normalized as a legitimate means of survival, reducing the urgency of intervention and complicating efforts to protect affected children. Several challenges continue to hinder effective responses to child hawking and sexual vulnerability in Nigeria. These include widespread underreporting of abuse, limited access to child protection services, inadequate funding for social welfare programs, and weak institutional capacity. Moreover, the economic dependence of families on children's income creates resistance to policies aimed at eliminating child hawking. Without addressing these underlying socio-economic drivers, interventions are unlikely to achieve sustainable impact. Addressing the issue requires a comprehensive and multi-sectoral approach. Poverty alleviation strategies, such as conditional cash transfer programs and livelihood support for families, are essential to reduce reliance on child labor. Expanding access to free and quality education, including school feeding programs, can also incentivize school attendance and reduce the need for hawking. Strengthening law enforcement mechanisms and ensuring accountability for offenders are critical for deterrence. In addition, Community-based child protection systems and public awareness campaigns can help shift societal attitudes and promote the reporting of abuse. In conclusion, child hawking in Nigeria represents more than an economic coping strategy. It is a complex social problem that significantly increases children's sexual vulnerability and exposure to exploitation. The evidence clearly demonstrates that children engaged in hawking are at high risk of sexual abuse, with girls bearing a disproportionate burden of this vulnerability. Addressing this issue requires not only legal and policy interventions but also broader socio-economic reforms aimed at reducing poverty, improving education, and strengthening child protection systems. Without such comprehensive efforts, child hawking will continue to expose thousands of Nigerian children to preventable harm and undermine their fundamental rights and future prospects.
Well, from what we have just seen and heard, child hawking is more than a street-level economic activity. It raises serious questions about child safety, protection, and the long-term impact on development. But beyond the visuals and daily realities, what conversations are being had about this growing concern? Well, in this segment of the program, we have one of such conversations with Odinaka Lillian Ibokwe. She is the program officer at Doji River Optimal Communications, and she's here to help us understand not only the risks children face on the streets, but also the social, economic, and policy gaps that continue to expose them to harm. You're very much welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
This issue around child hawking, I mean, it's something that everyone is very passionate about, and I also heard the passion in your voice when we were speaking earlier. So just, for just background context, let's talk about this issue of child hawking and why it seems to be something that is so rampant and so normalized, these days, particularly in Nigeria.
The aspects when you say normalized is something that everyone feels is the normal thing. That's the normalization you're talking about. But I want to bring it down, what exactly is child hawking? And when you speak about child hawking, some people think that one of the causing factors is poverty. Maybe you're trying to make the economy stable for the family and all. But I want to bring it out that for us in the civil society, it's child labor. Because most of the people carrying out this are taking it, they're putting survival before safety. For a child you are carrying out, you are giving train pan, you are giving goods to go sell without a particular destination. You're not telling this girl, stay here. Maybe people are guiding her. You're just saying, go and sell. You are not after her safety. You're not after how she's selling it. You're not after what she's going to, where she's going to sell it. All you are after is bring back the money. So this is where I call it child labor. So in our country here, it's something that everybody feels is the normal thing. Everybody feels is what we can do. Other children are doing it, why can't we do it? And as much as we know that one of the causing factors is the economic instability of our country, but I also take it that sometimes people might say that the child wants to help to contribute to the family, that is the willful act, like she wants to, I'm making this thing, I don't want to gender bias, but I'm checking it strictly for the girls because they are the most vulnerable. Or I want to help the family, that she wants to maybe contribute to help her mom, because women are mostly the people in the market selling goods. So I want to help my mom carry out her goods, carry out the goods around, sell it and all. But then I still have these troubling questions within me. How safe is that your child? Do you know who she's talking with when she's out of your sight? When she's scared? Because the places where they tend to sell this is motor parks, mechanic workshops, and these places are places where you see, for example, the mechanic workshop. You rarely see a learned, more civil person around that area. So how sure are you that the person she's going to communicate with, maybe the bus driver that maybe came around, is sane? So hawking in totality is child labor for me, because parents, guardians are putting the child's safety aback. So they are putting survival before safety. generally it shouldn't be normalized. It shouldn't.
And you mentioned something, you said you were speaking specifically for the girl child, but I mean, one would wonder, children are children, so if you send them out to the street, the vulnerability would also affect the boys. So I also want you to talk about, what you meant by, that girls and women are more,
Like I said earlier, that girls are more vulnerable. They can easily be lured. Their safety, their self-safety is low. A guy can easily defend himself no matter the age. There is this inbuilt self-stability the boys have than the girls. The girls are always on the shady side. Let me run, this thing, they are not strong, they are not fit to defend. They are more vulnerable. That's just in totality. The girls are more vulnerable to abuse than the guys. I'm not saying that the girls they don't experience it, they do, but the girls do more. Yeah.
So let's now talk, we've touched on child hawking, let's now touch on this sexual vulnerability. So I want you to also, the same way you spoke about child hawking, I also want you to speak about sexual vulnerability and the different forms that it can come, because some people don't even understand what it means for a child or a person to be sexually vulnerable in certain situations or in certain places. So also, different ways that can appear as or that can occur as.
Yes, the sexual vulnerability mustn't really be, how do I put it? It mustn't really be something that it's well guarded. No, it's not. Because a girl is a girl. There's no way you can change that fact. And when you are out in a place where it's unsafe, relating it with hawking as well, when you say a girl should go hawk, and maybe the scene where she finds herself is possibly in a metal park, at that point in time, she's vulnerable to anything, which majorly sexually. She's sexually vulnerable at that point in time. She cannot really defend herself if anything comes up. She's in a secret place, no one cares. She's in a place where no one can speak for her, not even her parents can, because her parents don't even know where she is. So no one can speak for her in that aspect. So when I want to speak about sexual vulnerability of a girl, I will say that it's something that needs to be protected. That's saying that a girl child needs to be protected at that point in time, because we are not safe, we are not strong, we are, I wouldn't want to use the word petite, but we can easily be lured, and when you present yourself in a situation where that can happen, anything comes. So in that aspect, a girl child is very, very vulnerable, especially sexually.
So how and in what ways can this happen? Let's just give an instance of a child or a young girl that goes to the street. You mentioned the mechanic workshop and some other places. Now, in that situation where she goes there every day, what are those things that those people around could do to her that would translate to that vulnerability, or other things like harassment and even assault?
When a guy says, okay, there's a video, I don't know if I should talk about it now, but using it as an example about Zeus stuff. If that girl, because the man says, oh yeah, take 1,000, let's go down, let's just touch body. In plain language said, if she had followed him, maybe it's an abuse. That girl has just, anything is possible at that point in time. And checking the age gap, I don't think she might survive it. She might be fingered, her breast might be touched. I think I need to be vulnerable at this point. The man might harass her, he might touch her breast, her private parts. You don't know anything. Maybe you might say, okay, I'll call it transactional abuse, child transactional abuse, a situation whereby a particular man buys from you, it's more like your customer, your driver, brother, please, I've come, let me buy from you today, brother, I'll come tomorrow, I'll come, bring 3, bring 4, from bringing 4, okay, bring it to my house, I will not be at the workshop today, bring it to my house, and if anything should happen at that house, It goes that way because you are no longer in the workshop, and what took you there is the selling that you are doing, is the hawking, the business. So I call at this point in time, why I said it's transactional abuse is that he has been buying from you, and so now you need to give him something in exchange just to maintain that relationship of buying and selling, so that tomorrow when you still bring your peer tomorrow, he will still buy from you. You know, it happens like that. And a situation whereby some, abuse doesn't necessarily mean when you are touching, when you are rape. That's something we cannot leave out of the equation. Rape, harassing the girl, pressing the girl. A situation whereby an adult is using vulgar words for the girl. Your breast is coming out. Oh. Hey, see how your bum is. What took your mind there? What are you really looking at? What are you really thinking of such a small girl? Like for that man in question that said, "Kai metu aro." What type of aro do you want to metu with such a small girl? Let's just say he might stand to defend. Nothing happened. No, I did not touch her. Oh, I see me. She's standing there. Me, I'm standing here. But you've already made your intention known. It's sin. Everyone knows it. Everyone has seen it. So there are so many ways this can happen. There are so many ways. But even in such a way whereby some uncles, okay, our in the context is hawking, but I still want to shift it a little, whereby some uncles at home might be like, "Oh, this my niece, you've grown. See how your breast is." This is abuse. You don't really want to wait till your child is raped, till your child is molested, till your child is fingered before you take action, if you're maybe paying attention. So there are several ways this can happen.
And earlier on you mentioned that it's child labor. But do you think that Nigerians even understand or recognize that this is infringing on child protection and is going overboard? Do you think that most parents or most guardians even understand the extent to which they are putting these children, particularly the girls, in danger?
I don't think they do.
Why is that?
Because if they do, they will not. If they actually do, they will not. This child is affected in every sphere of his or her life. Because a child that is going to school, immediately she comes back from school, she's dropping her. Sometimes they go to the mom shop to drop the bag. They change their school uniform at their parents' shop. And then they carry their tray and move. Assuming that girl child has assignments, what time will she take to do that assignment? Maybe after hawking, coming back to the shop by 6, they are rushing to pack up to go home. Once they get home, they're rushing to see what to cook. Maybe she might take her baits. Maybe. This is one of the list. So it's not happening that she's rushing to prepare for school the next day. She's not done the assignment. She's not even revised. And because you can't cheat nature like they do say. At the point the body gets weak. During my school days, there is this they call lunar system. It's a kind of where the body tends to reset and adapt into a particular set. What am I trying to say? She's used to that particular routine. So maybe the body used to rest by 9 to 2 or 9 to. When you alter that, it takes another system for it to reset again. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course.
But in essence, what I'm trying to say is this. If that becomes the girl's routine, her academics is affected. Because there will be no time for her to revise her book. There will be no time for her to even study. There will be no time for her to do the assignments. So academically, she's out of the way. And by then, maybe she continues, she'll be like, why go to school? Because consistently, she's been failing. So why continue failing? That's what leads to school dropouts. And when you look at these people, for example, a girl that tends to maybe see herself being raped at the cost of fucking, she tends to give birth to the child. And it takes rehabilitation to set the girl right again. If not, she continues giving birth. I'm telling you, check it out. When you get to see girls that are hawking and maybe they've put to bed one. Before next year, another one is around the corner. Because she feels that that's
it's
the lifestyle.
normal. Okay, so she just goes with.
She just goes with it. And then because the parents and the guardian don't care, that girl's future is already damaged. Like, obviously, it's damaged. And then we are forgetting the fact that this girl, okay, yes, she didn't get pregnant. She might be infected. We are forgetting the fact that there is HIV. HIV is everywhere. STDs are everywhere. STIs are everywhere. We are forgetting that part. And these are long term. It's not something that maybe within a period of time. It's more like everlasting. And then at the end of it, we are saying, this person is a useless child. Did you trail her? Like, have you trailed her training for you to know that this is what leads her to the state at which she is now? This is what our parents are forgetting. So when we're talking about child labor, we're not talking about the fact that you are over-laboring a child. We are talking about the impact of that singular act. We're talking about hawking. So when we're saying that hawking is child labor, we don't need to forget that this hawking that this child is doing right now has so many implications. And in the world today where a girl tends to leave, a child tends to leave education, please tell me what next. We might say that at the end, he or she will go and learn a trade. But can we count how many that have started hawking without any negative impact, sustained it to learning a trade? There are few. Few that is countable if we can research on it. So in essence, hawking has a whole lot of negatives.
But would you say that it is that the parents don't care about these children, or that they do not have a choice? Because I mean, I'm just trying to.
They actually have a choice. I won't say they don't have a choice. Parents do have. I can remember when I was growing up, stories we've heard, and then our parents then, our mothers are the people that can do everything for their child. They'll be like, for my child to suffer, let me do the suffering. It's not actually encouraging, but looking at it in the world today, you see that they are trying to prevent circles from repeating. Let my child be better. Since my own have stopped here, can my child carry on this good legacy that I wished on my head, in my head? Do you understand? A parent that does not have the opportunity to go to school will say that, I will train my child to go to school. So bringing it down to this hawking, I could just say that they really do have a choice. Because when you place your child's safety before the present survival, you will see that you have a choice.
But most people will argue that there are still some people that hawked that turned out well.
We are not arguing that. We are not distributing the fact that there are people that are, but are we checking the percentage? How many of them? And this turning out well on what angle? In what angle? Because turning out well that we are talking about, some persons might be like, let me not go to school. Because maybe from the hawking, they are seeing small money. And when we want to bring out wealth, richness, success in general, let me just use it, success in general, you find out that it is, success is defined by person. Maybe the kind of success I want for myself definitely is not the kind of success you want for yourself. Someone who lives comfortably in a room self-con is comfortable, and for him or her, it might be defined as their own success. Then me, that maybe I'm aspiring to get duplex, mini mansion, is my own success. So in that aspect, I would say, on what can we calculate it? Can we measure it? Can we measure their success? How is it for them? What kind of success are they actually talking about? Because some of them might even leave and say, I'm happy 1 or 2 someday. They will join Yahoo. Yahoo is at its increase currently. And if you watch most of them, as much as we can say that some persons are those their parents sent to the university are there, but calm down and truly watch it. You see that these are the people that don't even have, they don't want to, that started somewhere, let me just say that, started somewhere in aspect of hawking, less care from the parents or the guardian. When you check it, you see that
There is a disconnect somewhere. Okay, so before we continue this conversation, earlier on you mentioned about the video. So we're going to play the video now, so that when we watch it, then we'll now talk about, you know, what exactly happened there. So let's take a look at that video.
If you get some wine, or the long wine, you like Fiambuari. Hello, my Fiambuari, I'm a million now. I'm not a talent here, Belunda, I'm a million now. Some the wicked. So, the wicked, again, their life Fiambuari. So, for this kind of thing, I'm a little postcard. Okay, Simon on my. Chalo, can you bag? We see I open a camera. Can you bag?
I know my band. Of passing no community, but I'm not the baby, comment to Balo. The son of the money I do, of passing no. How many I don't know what I see out. What the 1,000.
Unebunyezina umazi nwanyị afia mbuali nikodi ihe na akunu obu no lesilu ba o ma nnalu ya ade uma nwanyị adilo mmanyị no ni lo by certain times ono obo obele nwa kita onye aye take one advantage ya onweli ihe ya emenu o ma ni ife ojo by God's grace biye ojuwe be ya no Okay, man, hey, you are not clear. Afum the tin just aradele amana ma bi kem wa. Oye na se na aradele mi for me. Ụmụ azị na-ata ọkụ. Efu bido ashi alụm ya, si ebunyezi na ụmụ nwaanyị ndị na-adị under age afịa mgbuarị. Ọ bụ na asị na nwa kịta ọ nwee ike ọsị nwa ya bịa ka ogolo ube niile a. Na-emesa mbe ọsị anyị ka onye 1000 ka fa jikọta arụ. Ana m ekwu ya steady, ama m na ihe siri ike, but ọ na-aka emebilu nwaanyị kalie nwoke. And ọ bụrụ ọsọ nsị ya enwe ụmụ nwoke ya dị ebe 100 nwa ọla ebe 9 years ọ gbasara ọlụfa. Ọ ife mfosi ka nna ekwu. It can only get better. Unu food ife a. You see something, you say something. Ị wọtago unu fo udu movement a. Onye ka iji gba break. N'ụzọ ka nna aga fo de tenu mmụọ m si m na-efe a. Obele mmụọ ya nwere ike si asị nke onye chikwa ya.
So first of all, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I mean, you've seen the video already, but just tell me what do you think? I mean, everything that happened,
you know, seeing the video, I actually have, would I say, 3 aspects I want to talk about the video in. One, the fact that the survivor takes the blame. In our world, we call them survivors, but more like victims. Okay. They take the blame. Looking at the girl, how she's already taking the blame. What are you doing there? So why will you eventually ask her what is she doing? Of course, she wants to rest and eat scrap here. Possibly it's getting dark already. So she needed to rest a little. Maybe she must have walked a whole long distance and then she needs rest. So why will you not be asking her, what are you doing there? Secondly, the aspect of them saying that the man is mentally unstable. Mentally unstable. Yet he knows that they will give 1,000 to follow me and go down. Mentally unstable. Yet he knows that this is a small girl that I can easily lure. Mentally unstable. So I want us to explain that that's defending the single act on me. Why are we defending him? Why are they even defending him? And then another aspect I want to talk about is the fact that they already know that this man is mentally unstable. They used to see him. Why leave him there? Why still allow him come around that place? There is something I can say that if maybe they try to chase him out and he comes there consistently, it's a different case. But I know that if you chase this man out there first time, second time, and then threaten him maybe with a stick or something, he won't come back. But because they tolerated it, they tolerated him, they felt Obasarom. That's when, if you remember when we talked about normalization.
Yes.
So they've normalized them seeing him. And then there is this aspect where we feel Obasarom. Passerby take it to be spectators and all that. If Zeus did not intervene, I'm sure people have been passing before Zeus came. And maybe they were like, it's not my business. Obasarom, I have important places I'm going to. So in the world today, I want to bring it down to what we see, even though this is part of what we see exactly, but how then do you intervene in such scenarios, in such scenes? Because are we going to keep living a life that is none of my business? Or if I get myself involved now, okay, situation whereby, like they say, the man is unstable. But situation whereby Zeus now got angry and is now beating the man, maybe the man collapsed or passed out or something. You know, the fear of said murder heroes and people are not already alive. You don't know who you're going to beat, and then something might happen. Maybe he might die out of it. Hunger is everywhere. Stuff like that. And I'll be like, thank God for him, he does not Obasarom. And if you remember when Zeus came, one of the first response the man gave him was, yes.
Yes.
So others will be like, Obasarom, but these are the things we need to be looking at. These are kind of little observations we need to be checking. And the girl in question wasn't even outspoken at the beginning. Though she defended herself by saying no, and possibly maybe if the man must have maybe wants to drag her, she might raise alarm or something like that, because she's outspoken because she can actually say for herself, she can speak very well. But at the beginning, she was just there condoling it. If we are aware, that's the need for high rate of awareness. If we are aware, such conversation wouldn't have stayed the next second. If that girl was aware, because she would have been like, get out of, raise alarm. She would have easily raised it, because in our civil space, we prioritize sensitization, awareness. Because most of the things that are happening, people don't know. So we prioritize awareness and sensitization. Let them go to know about this first, because if you are aware, you will not entertain it. If you are aware of some certain things. So in this particular video, I just have to say that a lot was wrong and a lot was right.
Well, there's something particular that you spoke about, which I'd want us to talk about more. I mean, you've spoken about some of the implications of, sending your children out, one of which we've seen now. But you also mentioned the man that chased her away and shouted at her for sitting down there. And I want you to speak on how that creates a cycle of silence to these, you call them victims or survivors. Yeah. Exactly. How it creates a culture of silence on these people where they go through these things but they can't talk. I mean, you just also mentioned a friend who just says, so
she couldn't say anything. I think if she should, my friend now, if she should call her, who is your friend? I think she calls me first. Basically we address ourselves as sisters. She has not, I think she's not come to terms with herself to tell me that exact scene that made her use the word Chukuzom, God saved me. In the aspect of that, my friend, because I believe she saw a lot. So and because of that, her seeing a lot, there are also passerby that saw her and maybe put the blame on her. You don't know where else to sell your goods, must it be this place? For this particular child now, that man that shunned her must have been like, get out. Do you think that the next time she will have the courage of coming to saying something again? Because definitely they might still shun her again. If not that Zeus was persistent and like, come and say what happened, that man would have chased her away. Don't say, go. Because there is this normalization, like I think we've been saying here, that the man is mentally unstable. So they'll be like, if you only see Adiroma, you're not staying here with him. It doesn't work that way. Hear from me first. I can tell you what happened to me. Give me the opportunity to tell you that this is how it happened to me. Give the survivor the opportunity to speak. Because the perpetrator is already on the defensive side. He or she will just be like, I did not do it. This is how it happened. It's not me that did it. It's her that did it. He or she is trying to defend herself. Him or herself, you understand? But ask me that it happened to. I will tell you that this is how it happened to me. This was what was said to me. This was the particular place he touched me. For this young girl right now, if not that Zeus was persistent, that would have shown her. You will not even see the video. We will not even know that he was even trying to give her 1,000 naira to follow him and go down. Because what they would have said is just maybe they're having normal conversation. But they've shown her.
It looked like a normal conversation.
From afar. If not that maybe his instincts, like he said, was like, and like his instinct said, he went and he was the same set of persons. So on its own, we should give the survivor a listening ear. That girl really needed to be listened to. And alas, thanks to Zeus that listens to her. Thanks to Zeus that listens to her.
So now, apart from parents, what about like law? I mean, we have Child Rights Acts, but I don't know, we still find that even with these laws, with these rights acts protecting children and what have you, it still does not seem to be going anywhere particularly. So what do you think about these laws and, you know, that are meant to protect children, but we still find them in harm's way?
You know, when the system is not functional, a lot goes wrong. A lot goes wrong. So yes, we have child rights acts. We have them, and it's functional. It's people are using the judiciary are using it, you know, the courts are using it, but how many have been convicted? How many have been sent to prison? How many have been publicized and we've seen, we've read, we've heard? How many? So the thing is, if these laws should be very, very functional, what I mean, if they should start using it very well, convict the person. I won't let what happened to A to happen to me. Do you understand? So it will make us to be more careful, like more careful, in the sense that a perpetrator will not like to go to prison. Therefore, he will retract his actions. I'm telling you, if 1, 2, 3 perpetrators have been convicted, screened, paraded, no one would like to do that, because no one will want to shame his lineage. As much as we know, there are those who, that no matter how you do it, that cannot be changed. You know, as much as we know those people, they are minute to the public, to the general, they are minute. You understand? So what I'm trying to say in essence is that the government are not using this enough. They're not using it enough. Why I would not want to put all the blames on the government is this. There's this program we run in our organization. We call it Speaking Out. At the cost of speaking out, there are people around that will help. So here is my question, or here is what I have to say. How many of this abused have said something? How many? Some of them are not coming out to say. Some of them are ashamed. Some of them are feeling like, this person will know that this kind of a thing happened to me. Some of them, their parents will always tell them, don't say anything, don't take off. You want to dent us? People will be looking, I am the CWO chairperson in my church. You want to know that? No? You want to shame me? No. I am the woman leader in the markets. You want to shame me? They'll be like, shh, don't say it. Shh, don't say it. Nobody will marry you if you grow up, because you know that they've molested you. People will know that they've molested. So when you grow up, nobody's ready to marry you. But that is what capital no. Why I say it's capital no is this. Can't that your child be saved? It's a question I'm asking. Because when you tell a child to shut up, she lives with it. That trauma is always there. And maybe when she grows up, no man tends to come close to her. Because she will feel like you are coming to do the same thing that others did. And when that child maybe will face something bigger than what she must have faced before, she will still not be able to come and talk to you, because she already knows the answer. She'll be like, she'll tell me to shut up. So why go tell her? So it's better I shut up.
So that brings me to ask, you know, what are the things that we need to do, not just as individuals, but also as a collective, groups, civil society organizations, even individuals. I mean, you said something about this idea of everybody saying it's not my business, you know, minding their business and what have you. So I also want you to talk about, you know, what are the things we can do in our own little way to help with this situation, while also looking at the bigger bodies to also to also do something.
There's this slogan that always goes, I think Zeus also used it in his, he said, when you see something, say something. You know, when you see it, you say it. That's the least you can do for a friend. And then another, which is, I could say, the most important is, when someone confides in you, When someone takes it upon him or herself to come tell you this is my story, the best you could do for that person is to cancel, not to take her story around. Because I feel that coming to talk to you about my situation, you will cancel me and I can confide in you. My story won't go out. Then you will take me to appropriate bodies that needs to listen to me, that needs to help me. But when you carry my story and make it talk of the town, I'm already depressed. And my depression is increasing. Definitely it will increase. Because you're making me feel that I cannot trust any other person anywhere. I cannot speak to any other person confidently anymore. Because once I tell you, you carry my story and go around. So the best thing you can do for someone is, one, make that person feel that you are a safe space for him or her. That once she confides in you, if you cannot give counsel, if you cannot handle it properly, look for a bigger body that will. Don't make her story talk of the town. And when you see someone that is being abused, say something. Or maybe you find yourself in a situation whereby you feel that if you say something, they'll be like, why do you say? Why then do we not have anonymous? You can make yourself an anonymous and then report to the appropriate bodies. Here in ENUGU, I could say the government are trying, Ministry of Gender, the commissioner, she's doing her best. She's trying. And then I work with an organization, Adoji River Optimal Communication. Basically what we do is we advocate for people. I could tell you that I'm a voice to voices, to the voiceless, you understand? So come to us in my organization. We will speak for you. Definitely we'll make you anonymous if you don't want to. You know, we receive cases every week, every day. So what we do is, if it's not what we can do as a single organization, we report to the network. ENUGU says have gender desk task force. They do a whole lot there. First Lady has her own organization, Custos Care. They do a whole lot. WACO, they do a whole lot. So come to those that will help you solve the case of your neighbor. For example, there's one case we had online about a particular couple that is always fighting. The landlady said that she even wanted the woman to leave the husband. Eventually, the man beats her to death. She died, she lost her life. But the woman was like, I've been telling this woman to leave this man, that he's not fitting because obviously he's the one beating always. So, but the best thing, if she was aware, the best thing she could have done is to secretly, anonymously report.
Well, I think that's, I mean, you've summed that up quite well, talking about speaking up and looking for people who can help you and give you the adequate counseling and support that you need. Thank you so much, Odinaka, for joining us on the program. It's a pleasure to have you and to have this conversation with you. I look forward to inviting you some other time, and you know, we'll have another conversation like this. But thank you for honoring this invitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, as we bring today's edition of Gender Perspectives to a close, let us remember that no child should have to choose between survival and safety, or between education and exposure to harm. Child hawking is not just an economic issue, it is a child protection concern that demands collective responsibility from families, communities, and institutions. The risks of exploitation and sexual vulnerability that many of these children face call for stronger safeguards, better access to education, and more effective social support systems. Because protecting children is not only a legal obligation, but it's also a moral one that defines the kind of society that we choose to build. Thank you so much for staying with us on this program. Until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders,
you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth.
He say weak or no signal. Can't see weak or no signal. So now from
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Makinde visits rescued Orire teachers' pupils in military school. Tinubu retains Shetima's running mate for 2027. Okbebolo commends voters' turnout in Edo local government election. And Iran Supreme Leader vows revenge for father's killing. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde on Saturday said the pupils and teachers rescued from captivity in Orire local government area will remain under medical observation for 48 hours before being formally handed over by the military authorities to the Oyo State government. The governor disclosed this after visiting the rescued victims at the headquarters 2 Division Nigerian Army Medical Services and Hospital, Ibadan, where they are receiving treatment following their rescue. Makinde described the victims' release as a moment of joy and thanksgiving for the state, expressing gratitude to God and commended the Nigerian Army and other security agencies for their role in securing the victims' freedom. According to the governor, all 39 abducted pupils and 5 of the 7 teachers have been rescued, having noted that the operation came at a cost, revealing that some security personnel lost their lives during the rescue mission. Speaking on the condition of the rescued victims, the governor said they appeared physically weak after spending weeks in captivity. Explained the medical personnel were carrying out comprehensive assessment, while psychosocial support would also be provided to help them recover from the trauma of the experience. Makinde also revealed that arrangements were underway to allow family members to visit the victims at a military hospital, noting that one of the rescued pupils had repeatedly asked to see her mother. President Bola Tinubu has reacted to the successful rescue of the pupils and teachers abducted from Orire community in Ogbomoso, Oyo, expressing delight over the operation carried out by security agencies. The president, in a statement on Friday, commended the military, the Department of State Services, and the Nigeria Police Force for what he described as their heroic efforts in securing the release of the victims after 56 days in captivity without collateral damage. He also praised the security operatives for arresting 8 of the suspected abductors while neutralizing others during the rescue operation. Tinubu, however, expressed regrets over the trauma endured by the children, their teachers, their families, and the nation during the period of the abduction. The president assured Nigerians that his administration would ensure justice for the victims and the family of Oyedokun, who was reportedly killed by the abductors. He further charged the Oyo State government to strengthen security around schools to prevent similar incidents. The presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC in the 2027 election, Atiku Abubakar, has counseled President Bola Tinubu to prioritize the security of Nigerians over campaign activities for the 2027 general election, even as he welcomed the rescue of abducted school children and teachers from Oyo State. The former vice president noted that it was particularly striking that Ogbomoso school children and their teachers regained their freedom on the very day the national leadership of the president's party launched its door-to-door campaign for the 2027 presidential election. In a statement on Saturday by Senior Special Assistant on Public Communication Prank Shaibu, Atiku commended the courage, professionalism and sacrifice of officers and men of the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies whose gallantry made the rescue operation possible. Atiku said that while the military rose to the occasion, the presidency failed to rise to the moment. Instead, he observed the responsibility of announcing one of the most significant security successes in recent times was left to the president's spokesman, while the president remained publicly engaged in political activities. The Kwara State chapter of the People's Democratic Party has congratulated the government and people of Oyo State on the successful rescue of the 49 abducted school children and teachers who regained their freedom after spending 56 days in the kidnappers' captivity. The party described the rescue as the outcome of sustained citizen engagement, consistent media pressure, and the responsive leadership of the Oyo State government. He noted that Governor Seyi Makinde demonstrated what responsible leadership looks like by treating public criticism and concern not as an affront, but as a call to intensify efforts to secure the victims' release. The statement signed by the party's State Publicity Secretary Olusegun Olushola Adewara, the Kwara PDP contrasted the development with the security situation in Kwara State, urging Governor Abdul Razak to make rescue of the 176 pregnant women, nursing mothers and children abducted during the February 3, 2026 terrorist attack on Boro community a priority. Meanwhile, the Nigeria Governors Forum has said it received with joy and relief the news of a successful rescue of all school children and teachers abducted in Orire community in Oyo State. In a statement on Friday night by the NGF, Chairman, Kwara State Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak, the forum congratulated President Bola Tinubu on the comforting development for the months of high-level coordination, intelligence gathering, and disciplined execution. Forum also rejoiced with the families of the victims and a successful rescue. We have now reunited them with their precious children and relations. Commended the Oyo State government for its collaboration with the federal government, resulting in a success story. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alaus, on Saturday said a successful rescue of pupils and teachers abducted in Orire, local government area of Oyo State, reflects President Bola Tinubu's commitment to protecting the lives of Nigerians and ensuring schools remain safe for teaching and learning. Alaus commended President Tinubu for providing leadership throughout the rescue operation, also praised the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde and the nation's security agencies for their collaboration, which led to the safe recovery of its victims and the arrest of suspected kidnappers. The minister's position was contained in a statement issued by Special Advisor on Media and Communications, Ikaro Atta. It described the rescue as a significant victory against criminality and a demonstration of the federal government's determination to safeguard children across the country, congratulated President Tinubu on the successful operation, and applauded Governor Makinde for supporting the rescue efforts from the onset of the incident. The minister also commended the Armed Forces of Nigeria, the Department of State Services, the Nigeria Police Force, and other security and intelligence agencies for what they describe as a professionalism, courage, and coordinated efforts in securing the release of the victims without harm. The Army said the victims regained their freedom following an intelligence-led operation that lasted for more than a month and targeted the kidnappers' network and hideouts in the Old Oyo National Park and other parts of the country. According to a statement issued hours after the rescue on Friday by the Acting Deputy Director, 2 Division Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Danjuma, the operation involved troops of the Nigerian Army led by the General Officer Commanding 2 Division, Major General Chinedu Nebife. Soldiers worked alongside operatives of other security agencies, the Amotekun Corps, local vigilantes, and hunters. The Army said 44 abducted pupils and teachers were rescued in total. It explained that the operation focused on identifying the terrorist kingpins behind the abduction, dismantling their logistics network, and arresting their informants. The Army disclosed that the rescued pupils and teachers are receiving medical attention at an undisclosed hospital before being handed over to the Oyo State government for reunification with their families. The National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress on Friday formally unveiled Vice President Kashim Shettima as President Bola Tinubu's running mate for the 2027 presidential election, ended months of speculation over the party's presidential ticket. The unveiling took place at a Continental Hotel in Abuja, where the presidential nomination forms of President Tinubu and Vice President Shettima were formally presented to the party. Nomination forms were submitted on behalf of President Tinubu by a special advisor on political and other matters, Ibrahim Masari. Announcing the development in a post on X, APC National Chairman Netawe Yewata said the event marked an important moment for the party as it prepares for the 2027 general election. He said the presentation of the nomination forms by Masari showed the party's confidence in the leadership of President Tinubu and Vice President Shettima as they prepare to seek another mandate from Nigerians. The unveiling ends months of speculation that President Tinubu will replace Shettima with a Northern Christian over concerns about the party's Muslim ticket. The Anambra State government has announced the appointment of United States-based infectious disease specialist Professor Chinelo Ngozi Animalo as a special assistant to the governor on state HIV diaspora coordination and development. The appointment was contained in a statement made available to newsmen in Oka, the state capital, on Saturday. The statement said the appointment made by the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, underscores the administration's strategic focus on leveraging global partnerships to enhance local healthcare delivery. In a new role, Professor Animalo will spearhead initiatives aimed at mobilizing international resources and technical expertise. She will coordinate diaspora partnerships and develop sustainable, innovative strategies to strengthen the state's ongoing HIV response. Appointment further demonstrates the Soludo administration's commitment to harnessing global expertise and diaspora partnerships to strengthen healthcare delivery and build a healthier, more prosperous Anambra State. The Abia State government has warned that it will sanction any public or private school found collecting graduation levies or fees from pupils and students in violation of a law. A statement released by the Public Relations Officer Duru Marvelous of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, Abia State, on behalf of the Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Goodluck Ubochi. Disclosed on Friday, it reiterated the state government's ban on the collection of graduation levies and fees in all classes except Primary 6 and Senior Secondary School 3 in public and private schools across the state. The government directed the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education to immediately commence monitoring and enforcement of the directive across all schools in the state, adding that any public or private school found to be in violation will be sanctioned in accordance with the law. The Commissioner urged stakeholders to take note and report any school violating the directive to the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education for prompt investigation and appropriate action. Still to come, Iran's supreme leader vows revenge for father's killing, and club reaches understanding to take over as Germany coach. Stay with us.
Jacinda, are you ready to take the next big step towards your dream career?
Definitely. I want to study software engineering or maybe cybersecurity. But we are paying.
Is that what you're worried? Then listen up. At Queensland University in they are now accepting application. In fact, admission is ongoing now. So you have to hurry now before it's too late.
Queensland? For you?
Yes. Whether you want to become a software engineer, cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your journey starts here.
Finny, if I may ask, what is so special about this school?
Their modern facilities are top-notch. Should we talk about their environment, the very serene environment, and their lecturers are experienced lecturers. And let me shock you, in here, you don't just own a degree, you own a skill and confidence to stand out.
Your right rate, our official is calling.
Oh yes, now you can call the number on your screen 080 68 52 81 66 or
80 53 57 90 26.
Queensland University, ENUGU, your future is here.
Iran Iran's supreme leader on Saturday vowed revenge for the U.S.-Israeli killing of his father and predecessor hours after President Donald Trump warned against any attempt to assassinate him. Both sides dialed up the rhetoric after exchanges of fire and rocked an interim agreement aimed at ending their war, which broke out in late February with massive U.S.-Israeli strikes. Trump has declared the ceasefire over while mediators have been trying to salvage diplomacy, but Iranian media reported that a delegation from Qatar traveled to Iran on Friday. He became Iran's supreme leader after his father Ali Khamenei's killing in late February by U.S.-Israeli strikes, but has not been in public since before the war. As earlier, Trump has posted on his Truth Social platform that any attempt to assassinate him would lead to the United States to completely decimate Iran. Sports now. The German Football Federation announced on Saturday it was close to an agreement with Jürgen Klopp for him to become the new German coach. However, before the 59-year-old makes his return to the touchline, the DFB said it still needed to secure the approval of his current employer, the Red Bull Group. The German is widely considered one of the finest coaches in the game after glistering spells at Borussia Dortmund and Liverpool. Klopp stepped away from management of leaving Liverpool in 2024 and has since been engaged as a head of global football for energy drink brand Red Bull, overseeing a multi-club network which includes clubs in Austria, Germany, Brazil, the United States and Japan. And that's the global news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day.
Welcome to the Sage, our journey of adventure. I'm Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your guide on this journey. It's been truly wonderful, and I've thoroughly enjoyed every episode, every show. I hope you have too. And I'm excited about today's journey, today's topic. One that I love passionately, food. Who doesn't love food? Some of us like eating it, some of us like cooking it or are forced to cook it. But I guess really next to air and water, probably the other most important thing in our lives are the food we eat and we consume. A friend of mine actually literally said once and said, "You are what you eat." And it is true to a large extent. The way you look, the way you feel, the things you can do, the way you grow, the way you think, a lot of it has to do with the food you're eating, the quality and the type. And therefore it deserves attention. And an attention in a way that is absorbing, so that not only do we know it's a requirement, it's something we should enjoy. It's something we should do to the best of our ability. The cooking, the eating, the enjoying, and the thriving that comes from having done it well. Welcome once again to our show on cooking. And so before we go on to the exciting young person I have here with me in the studio, who's going to talk about her own skills in cooking, let me just say that this is something that we as Africans, as Nigerians in particular, can be truly proud of. I know from experience that African cooking, but Nigerian food is the best there is in the world. I have traveled extensively, but each time we're looking, and Nigerians, you will all agree with me, once you're out, you're looking for a place where you can get a Nigerian food, whether it is a gusi or okro or a wedu amala, whatever it is. That is the highlight of your trip. But I remember my years of working internationally too, that I would go on mission. The first thing I did once I stepped back into my house was to rush and warm up some soup and cook up a plate of eba and take it down. We have some of the best food in the world. But something that also we need to reflect on and be proud is the fact that actually research supports the fact that we have pretty good food in this country. A study, let me look at my notes, a study conducted among men and women in 185 countries for a period of 20 years actually found that diets from sub-Saharan Africa, particularly countries like Nigeria, were better than most diets, healthier than most diets in the world. It is true, and it is something we need to be proud of. It is a culture we need to continually improve on. A lot of scientific data, as a doctor I know this myself, has also shown that many of the things that keep you healthy, whether it's the fiber or whether it's the low sugar content, but particularly the natural unprocessed food that is so important to your health, is actually part of our indigenous culture. It is the way we eat. And it's important to retain those bits of our culture and not change to what is theoretically the Western diet. I like to challenge other people across the world, particularly in what we call the West, and say that while they're trying to go back, we are already there. A great deal of our food is not processed. The few that are processed are fermented, indeed, and that improves its nutritional content. So it's about food. And today we have a wonderful young lady with us on the set, on this show, who is into food, who is into healthy ways of making food. Stay with us. I will unveil this today's treasure when we come back. Welcome to the Sage. Treasure, this beautiful young lady is a treasure indeed. Join me as I welcome Jane Iswana to the set. Jane, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Jane, tell us about yourself.
Okay, you already heard the name, but not completely. There is one I don't like to be removed. That is the avoidoya.
Wow. Thank goodness you didn't make me say that.
So I am Jane Iswana Avoidoya, the CEO of Edoya Elite Integrated Services. Now, from Edoya Elite Integrated Services, you get E-Elite Kitchen. Like Mommy rightly said before I came on board, it is all about food. Not just food, but healthy living. Because there are two things that resonate with food. Is either you eat because you're hungry or you eat for the nutritional aspect. But it will do you a lot of good if you're eating not just because you're healthy, not just because you're hungry, but matching the two together because you want to get nutrition for your body. So what we do in Edoya Elite Kitchen is using natural, which you would call organic ingredients to make different kinds of meals. We do bread. Yes, you just heard me say bread.
Jane, I'm going to interrupt you there and say, I know you love talking about your passion and your product, but before you go on, because I know a little bit of your background, tell us about yourself. Were you born cooking? Did you go to school learning to cook?
Okay, I would say I was born with it. Because right from when I was in primary school, yes, that was when I started having the knowledge of who or what, or if I would say, that was when I could remember the things that I would say I actually did myself. Right from the tender years in primary school, I started assisting in the kitchen because my mom too is a medical practitioner. You know, she would leave for calls and all that. Even as she prepares what we're going to eat, you still find out that people like, myself would want to go into the kitchen just to help to do something because I'm the first daughter of the family, so it just came with it. So growing up, I just grew up literally in the kitchen. Aside from, going out there to study, my other best part of my house is the kitchen.
You said study. What did you study?
Okay, yes, my background, I had my first degree in economics, BSc economics, then I went ahead for my master's in finance and materials management.
Where is the cooking in it? Don't mind me, go on.
Like I said, it just happened. It just happened because I remember that even when I was now in secondary school, you would have some persons visiting. My father would say, this person I'm visiting, make sure there is something for them to eat. And they just know that they can trust me with the kitchen. And even went further than that even before I took it up as a business, some of my cousins that got married, single-handedly, I prepared some of the food that the entire, people that came had.
So at what point did you decide, after my first degree and my second degree, I spent years doing them. At what point did you decide to go into food as a business?
Okay, now, I had a job. Okay, before then, I did some buying and selling, the trading thing, but that was not really me. When you don't want to sit and people think you're lazy, you just want to do something. But I've always wanted something that I could do with my hands, not something that some other person has done. Yes, I appreciate, having to, value chain here and there, but something that really comes from me. something that you would say, this is your signature. So I had a job, a very good one, you know, one of these international NGOs, you know, like a good figure salary, but you know, when some things happen, they happen. And a lot of us that had the projects then, after the project, because there was no longer funds to finance.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
I will just use one word. When Brexit happened, we had to exit.
Okay. I like that.
When Brexit happened, we
had to exit.
So for some persons that know, you know, the one that the Brexit thing is connected with, so they can have an idea of where I was. So that was it. So after that, I searched a couple of places for, you know, jobs. You know, when you come from like a work environment where I would say the best practice is used, and you're not trying to look for something out there, the ones they're just throwing at you, I knew I wouldn't get fulfilled. So I had to go back and ask myself, what is it that will bring you fulfillment aside from going to sit in the office? Sit in the office, carry out instructions. What is it that will give you fulfillment? And I remembered there are a lot of things you can do with your hands. And I remember I've always been the one that thinks food and health, healthy living. And that was when the passion again came up. And you know, one thing I would say concerning this is that once an idea leaves the mind, it's already in the market.
I like that.
It's already in the market.
Really?
Yes. You know why? Because now, you don't, your startup point is not just in the mind, but it's what you put out there that is visible, not just visible, but beneficial to your focal audience.
Okay.
That is your start-off point.
When they actually see your dream in reality.
Yeah, so that was why I said once the idea leaves the mind, it's already in the market.
Okay.
So I had to go back, my passion, not just for the eating, not just for feeding people, but making them eat healthy. Because I think health in everything that I do. Not just because, you know, some of my folks are medical practitioners, but, you know, I think health, even these that I'm putting on now, I think health.
Okay, what is healthy about this beautiful dress?
Yeah. Okay, now, if I wear this dress, is it going to affect me in any way? That is the health. If I wear this shoe that I'm wearing, is it going to affect me in any way? So in everything I do, I think health.
Okay.
So that's the kind of value that I put into what I put out there. Health. Not just because someone is hungry, but the nutritional aspect. The nutritional aspect. So in Edoya Elite Kitchen, which, like I said, you know, after that Brexit happened, I went back to the drawing board after searching a couple of places as it is, no job, the ones that are coming, you know, people wanting you to cut corners, which I would say, you know, honestly, and being humble is not part of me.
Okay, we'll hold it there. That's exciting. And let's keep our audience in suspense. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, Jane will tell us how she has turned her ex-Brexit into concrete, health, energizing foods that we can hear from her and look forward to. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's been an exciting journey, a truly exciting discovery. We're back to our guest, to lovely Jane, and we're going to tell us what is so special about your brand, what is it that is healthy about it, and therefore where should we be looking for it, what is it you produce, and where can we find you to be a part of it?
Okay, I start with my brand. There's something that the brand designer, cannot take out. So if I cannot take it out, nobody can take it out, which is the healthy aspect. I will continue to, you will continue hearing me say that, the health aspect. So how we do this is that everything we use in making what we make in our kitchen is purely natural.
Okay.
Organic.
Okay.
So we have a brand that I would say anyone can fit in or can feed anyone. Because there are some persons who had to deal with health issues, for example. There are those that are not really, in that line of, I'm watching what I eat, but even if you don't want to watch what you eat, you still have to watch what you eat. But there are those specific that have some health challenges. We put that into consideration too. So whatever we make is tailored for them also, or tailored towards them, so that we use specific ingredients that we know will not put them in any danger. So that is one.
Okay.
That is one. So some of these things is, for example, when we bake our bread, we try as much as possible to use less of gluten products.
Okay, so what do you do? How do you substitute?
Okay, how we substitute is, there are some other, aside from flour, you can use wheat, you can use oat, and you have other ingredients which I would not want to give on air. They call, that's
trade secrets.
Secret recipe, like they would say.
Okay.
Secret recipe, but we're very, very conscious when we do what we do in the kitchen, because we don't want to make profit without our conscience being at peace.
Okay.
So we are not only concerned about what you eat, but how you eat it and what it does at the end of the day. So these are the values we bring into our food. So we make bread.
Okay.
We do cakes.
Okay.
We do pancakes. We do the one you call small chops. We do chin chin. We do a whole lot in our kitchen. That is what we call it.
How can one make chin chin healthy?
Yes. You can do eggless chin chin without egg. You should try a recipe.
Okay.
So these are some of the things that we do, aside from the other meals that you can call us or walk into our place and have a healthy meal. And another thing that we have added, knowing that we do bread and people can walk in and have breakfast, is the 3-in-1 choco drink. We produce that ourselves, from the cocoa bean to the powder and to the end products. And we have our vanilla custard also with our peanuts. All this comes from our kitchen. I'm sorry, I should have had, it's just the way the thing was set up. I would have at least brought some for you to have.
That's you owe us. You have yes, to have to come back on the show and bring some of your products.
I owe you. So those are some of the things we do in our kitchen.
Okay, that's very interesting. Tell us a little bit more about the structure. So it's a business, and I assume it's thriving. You're making profit. So tell us, how is it what kind of setup do you have, and so on and so forth? How did you learn the management skills to do what you're doing? Because business is not just about having a passion and going out. You need to have done some calculation. Will it yield a profit? Tell us a little bit more concretely about that.
Okay. Yeah. I'll be very honest with you. There's something about business that even if you have all the money in the world and you don't have a good structure, you just haven't started.
Okay.
You just haven't started. So even when you go to the classroom, and like I mentioned, for my master's, I had finance and material management. That was my angle for my master's. But setting up a business is a different thing.
A different kettle of fish, right?
Yes, exactly. Because now you have to actually put it into practice.
Yeah.
Let's see whether that thing you actually saw in the book will give you the same result like they said. So when we were trying to set up here and there, we had all these ideas in our head. We want to build our factory here. We want to set up our shop here. We need this, we need that, we need that. And by the time we drew budget, the figures kept going like this.
They kept climbing.
They kept climbing. And where is the money? Who is even willing to give you? Even the little that you have that you want to start with is not even going to do that which you think you already have in the paper. But it's good to have that in the paper. So how do we start? That was how we came in contact with C4C. So coming in contact with C4C, I learned a whole lot. That with that which you have and a little support, you can start from somewhere and get to that destination you actually want to get to. Because at the end of the day, for someone that is ready, whatever is available will be able to take you up. But when you are not ready, even if it's available, you are not going to be able to make use of it.
Okay.
So it was as though opportunity met preparedness.
Okay. I love your cliches you use.
I'm a writer.
Okay. We'll come to that. That's interesting. We'll come to that.
So I had this capacity building with C4C, different classes, different people. I would say like they got very, very good, not just hands, brains to come teach us on different things, from the financial aspect to the HR, because even me that thought I had an HR advanced course, with where I was initially, it was a different thing for me. I must say I learned a lot. So those really came out before the setting up. So I was actually very happy that I had not fully set up before I met C4C, because I would have, a lot of things that would have, been the obvious potholes that I know that I would have fallen in. I know I would have been regretting at that point. But meeting them, they were able to tell us, okay, yes, the potholes will still happen. Don't be scared, but this is how you can navigate. So I learned a lot from the managerial skills, administration, to the finance, to even budgeting that I think I used to do before. Mm-hmm. To even budgeting that I think I used to do before. Then there were so many things like the aspect of technology that came out for me. So that really helped in the setting up.
I mean, I could talk forever with Jane, but we'll take a break. When we come back, we go into the last segment, and I'm going to ask her challenging questions to wind up the show. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's been really, really exciting talking to our lovely Jane. I'm more inspired to try and eat well, and I must find where you are and eat some of your healthy bread. But just before we wind up, let me ask you, have there been challenges, very briefly, so that we don't go away thinking it's all rosy and easy? Yeah, what have been the major challenges?
Yes, there have been challenges. I wouldn't lie. Just one worry about setting up was when the whole world had to be locked down. COVID.
Okay.
So by the time...
Our famous 2020.
Yeah, so by the time they opened the doors, prices of equipment just went up. Prices of raw materials went up. Mm-hmm. So that has been one major challenge. And the second one was, I mentioned to someone before that there is a way the business atmosphere is in this country. It could be like that in other countries, but I don't know. You find out that when some persons actually know that you need this space, they've already calculated what you're going to be getting from it. They can get greedy. The place we initially wanted to set up, we had a case of the landlord saying we should pay for 5 years straight rent.
Oh, wow.
5 years straight. 5 years straight. And it wasn't, when I calculated the money, I asked him, I said, if I have this money to pay for 5 years straight, I won't come here.
You go and hire a hotel.
I would buy the place. I won't come here. So that was a major challenge, because we had a feasibility study before in the area we wanted to carry it out like that. So we had to go back to the drawing board.
Okay. To
start looking for, a place that we know will still be good for business, but we'll be able to afford with what we have. So
okay, that is the life story of every business. But it's good to know you were able to find your way around it. And as we wind up, can I just ask you to please, what would you say to other young people like yourself out there? What would be your last words of advice to them?
Okay, to everyone listening to me, not just the young people, even the ones that are still very energetic and needs to do something. There are a lot of things that you can do. I mentioned before, and this will be my closing words too, that don't just let that idea stay in the mind, because it is when it is in the market that it will give you that which you'll be able to sustain yourself, because God will not just bless the thought in your heart, but will bless the work of your hands. Do something.
I couldn't have asked for a better closing. Thank you, my dear. That is truly, it's so true, but also so inspiring. And so to the many, many other people there who are thinking about what to do, if you have the drive, if you have the passion, if you are young and really want to try your hand at it and you like cooking, please do what Jane has done. Go into the food business. Produce healthy food. Let's move forward. Let's show the world how it's done. We thank you and looking forward to being with you next time.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
It's just like EFCC coming to tell us that we are always after criminals, whereas they are the criminals. The politicians are the criminals, but they're after the criminals. Now, when it's time for you to do your work, you change the narrative to some people that are vulnerable, that can't speak for themselves. It's just the same thing with this one. They are trying to create something that they will use and cover up some other offenses that are upcoming, like that we'll see in the future. They are there to cover those things we think that will be a huge problem. They will tell us, we're on it, we are handling it, and it will be taken care of. And then after, they'll go for the list, leaving the big fish up there, doing their thing the way they want it. Trust me, even if they, even if that is being created, trust me, that thing will only work for the poor. Just like EFCC. EFCC is for the poor, not for the rich. It's not for the politicians. If you try it, you lose your job. That's what I can say.
I love it because I was once in that stage when I was coming. I'm once in that election stuff when I was still a young lady. When I call a young lady, that is a Spencer. I work under that INEC. There's the one we went for issues or we are coming back, opponents started chasing us to drag the ballot box from us. So as God may have his way, skate through. So if they can bring out that kind of commission, it will help those that are rigging elections.
His bill is okay, but in this country, we call Nigeria, I think he should pursue for electoral reform first, to get what it means to have a very good election in Nigeria. That's what he pursued for before coming to electoral offenders reform or waiting, because this electoral offenders reform cannot work if people are not having a good electoral reform. So I believe he should pursue that first before establishing any other commission that will help in having this election, having a free and fair election in Nigeria. Electoral reform must be accepted, and I think